Does
Uh,
JC okay gossip?
he does gossip. He does gossip, but that's not what matters here now. Prawn, you have the criteria. Oh, he's double muted.
Do you think JC okay and Cherry are dating?
Let's talk about that later. Non-fun. What's your take on this whole situation with Stephen Kenneth Bonnell?
I mean, it seems like he did. I mean, was pretty, it wasn't, the whole Pixie thing wasn't surprising to me because it came out like a month ago. All these DMs got leaked and it was
Yeah.
clear that he was sharing nudes to people without, their consent. Even Melina like came out and said like these nudes were like shared unconsensually. I guess like, it's, it's on its face immoral to me. I don't know if it's something that like is irredeemable necessarily. I don't know for sure if he broke laws. It seems like certainly he could be civilly liable for some things. I don't know for sure about criminally liable.
I guess we'll find out in due time. I guess we'll find
Yeah,
out in
we'll
due
see.
time. It's unfortunate that the lawyer and the law stuff had to come up because we'd be getting a lot more spicy drama. But unfortunately, it seems like we're kind of just getting a circle jerk of saying this thing is bad online right now. Have you been interacting in any of the spaces? Have you watched the Turkey Tom videos and such that kind of commented on it?
I've seen, like, I watched like the President Sunday videos when they first came out. I don't keep up with every new minuscule piece of drama, every new hour-long video Turkey Tom drops, but I've seen some of Turkey Tom's stuff reacting to it. I've seen Dan do, some of his stream going over it. I've seen a little bit of Justical talking about it.
Yeah, we're planning to have JSCOK, not JSCOK, sorry, Dan on the stream today, trying to just. Did you get a hold of Dan? I did. Just so we can get his kind of piece on this, because this is just really just crunching my mind onto what Dan really knows. Dude, my nose is stuffed. So I'm breathing harder than usual. I need to take Sudafed. Princess, did you rate that docket?
Yeah, I had 2 minutes, so it literally consists of 2 links, and there's no new drama. The latest drama besides this is the Pirate Software drama, which is again like 2 weeks old now, and like the blowback stuff.
Okay, Prawn, do you mind taking over for like 5 seconds? I'm gonna get some Sudafed. I'll be right back.
Yeah, classic. As always, Darius needs me to take over everything he does. So I'll do that. Sorry, I was muted for a second because I was starting my own stream. But non-fun. I kind of missed a little bit of what you were saying before. So, what kind of end are you? Do you fall in? I know it's more nuanced than this, but are you kind of a defender, or are you gonna kind of?
I mean,
would you collaborate? Would you collaborate with Destiny now?
Ooh, well, that's a hard. So the reason that's a hard. So I would say no. I feel like personally I don't know if I would want that, and also I don't know. I don't know if people would be like willing to collaborate with me afterwards. I feel like it might be harmful. Like if I collab with Destiny and then Wick might see that and be like, hey, maybe I shouldn't have non-fun on these panels. I don't know if Wick would do that, but certainly some people might do that. I feel like, I mean, again, I don't want to consider myself like a Destiny defender, but I mean, certainly I don't view what he did as totally irredeemable. I still obviously agree with most of his political takes. I think he is a good streamer. Obviously, I enjoy his content, so I'm still gonna watch and consume some of his content. I mean, in the future, I don't have any issue with talking to him. I would just hope. I think the annoying thing about Destiny is I never see him take any accountability for even the bad things that are pretty obvious that he did.
Yeah, even today, he had some pretty. I mean, they were funny tweets, but they weren't taking accountability. He's making jokes of the situation. So I can't see that as a valid criticism. I think my take is, yeah, I think he's not going to be done streaming. I think he's going to keep doing and probably have a lot more viewers. It might cut off some as more mainstream potential. Maybe someone's more serious political opponents start coming on the show. I feel like that might dry up a little bit, unless he can show that he really is going to change. But I do think he's going to keep doing his. If anything, he can go back to his old content where he's just debating internet nobodies. I'm a little biased because actually that was my favorite content from Destiny when he was debating people on Discord. So if you go back to that, I like that content.
Yeah, that's what. That's what's kind of annoying to me is that
I think
a lot of these big
disrespect can get away. I think if Doctor Disrespect can get away with raping a kid or something, or what did he do? I feel like Destiny could just get away with sharing
that's
someone's
not a-
unit consensually.
Well, that's not a good.
Career-wise.
That's not a really good argument. Like that's kind of like a bad comparison.
No, it is a
I mean,
good
like,
argument. It's like if this guy can get away with it, then like Destiny, like if Doctor Disrespect can do that shit and like still have a career, Destiny
Hey,
can still have a career.
Hey,
Easy
Zena, you can
peasy.
hop into the waiting
I
room.
feel
You can
like
hop
that's
right
kind of
in.
like not
See,
even
I agree with that.
debatable if it's gonna.
Yeah, well,
if,
I mean-
if his career is gonna die or not, it's literally not gonna die.
Destiny is always going to have a career. He's always going to have, even if his viewer numbers fall, like at least 3,000 people watching him every day. Like he doesn't actually have to worry about not
Yeah.
having some type of career. It's just that, maybe he's not talking to conservative influencers anymore. Certainly he's not doing anything with the DNC anymore for the time being, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely too big enough to fail. Thank God Adriana came in here because I'm waiting for her opinion on all this because she actually was best friends with Destiny. Guys, the Adriana Lee opinion is about to drop. Let's all lock in, get our ears
Play
peeled.
Buzzkill. Play Buzzkill. Play Buzzkill.
Famous
You
famous
should
purple
actually-
streamer Adriana Lee.
Intro song. Wait, walk out of camera frame, play Buzzkill, and then walk into the frame. Can you please?
We could actually make it so that way every time Adriana Lee joins the call, theme music plays. She's actually gonna do it. Get it?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, she's actually doing it.
I will even play if I leave it here.
Oh, oops, don't forget.
Oh. No, get some emails going in the fucking chat. Get some emails going in the fucking chat. KCRP, baby. Get some emails going in the fucking chat.
Everyone, it's me.
Oh my God.
Hey guys, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here on this exciting podcast hosted by DariusIRL.
Yes, thank you,
What's
thank
going
you.
on, guys?
So we're just really like speculating and shit. We're just trying to figure out like what's going on. Like what's the issue?
Gossip.
Like I got my wine out. Get your wine out.
All right.
We're gonna move on to Chicken Andy later, so we'll get right into everything really today. So I'm glad you're here. Let's.
Darius, can I make one comment?
What's up?
Just so you know, the three people backstage. I'm not sure how much a shit show you want this to be, but we got Neve, Ghosty, and 44 Dynamic backstage.
Well, let's get Xena in here. Let's see how the conversation goes, and we kind of drags people out. Let's get some opinions, and then let's keep going, and then we'll get the 44 opinion, and then kind of go from there. I think we just get everybody's opinion, so that way we have just like a pool of opinions. You get what I'm saying? Like, how do they do it on other shows? Like, they just love opinions. Like, what's their thing? Like, they do
Everyone
opinions.
just yells over each other usually.
Really? That's nah.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I'm used to.
It's
Everyone
Okay.
sits quiet, and then JCOK kind of like yaps,
Oh.
and then
Well, I can
someone kind
I
of
can
like
moderate too.
I'm used to a
mumble and
different
grumbles.
show.
We'll figure it out as we kind of get in here. Let's get Xena's in here for her opinion. But first, let's hear Adriana's opinion, and then let's go from there. So, Adriana, how do you feel? Like, what does this change? Are you gonna cancel Destiny from your friendship?
I feel like, you know, nothing's really changed. I mean, I know Destiny made a bag off my stuff, but I'm not gonna make a bag off his, so there's no need for me to say nothing about it.
Oh, wait, so you're only not gonna talk about it because you don't want to make money off of it, or do you feel like
Well, I know I wouldn't.
you
And
wouldn't make money off of
I'm
it?
not mad that he made money off mine, because I know
Maybe-
he made a lot.
Maybe
I know
could,
he
maybe-
made a shit ton off mine.
Wait, you could possibly make money off of him if you try it. If you could make a YouTube video talking about it, you could probably, or even if you went on stream. Right now, you've hung out with Destiny personally. I think he drove you at one point.
He picked me up from the airport.
Picked you up from the
one point,
airport.
yes.
Did he do anything creepy during that? Did he maybe look at
He
you
was
funny?
pretty respectful, you know. He said, "You want to get food?" And I said, "Yeah." And
Did he-
then we
Were there any
got-
undertones? Did he like?
He said, "You want to go drop your stuff at my place?" I said, "I'm good."
Ah.
And he said, but then he said, "Okay." It was very respectful. So that's just my personal thing, but that doesn't undermine. But I'm not undermining the interactions other women have had with him. I don't want my story to undermine anyone else's.
No. What we're trying to find here is if there's a pattern of behavior. And as another female that Destiny interacted with, did you ever?
But he didn't press it.
He
And
didn't-
I've had a lot of Twitch MFs press it. Let's trust and be certain.
He didn't press you.
I've had
dropping off your
Twitch.
stuff?
I've had Twitch orbiters press it. I've had people who don't even stream, who just go to the Twitch parties, say while I'm crying at ACL, "I love you, Adriana, please." I never even kissed the man. I went on one date with the man. You know what I mean? Like, I rejected. That's a whole different man. That's not just.
Honestly, fuck it. Let's just drop the
So,
name right now.
Can I say,
feel-
Adriana, can I say a question?
I'm sick of this hiding of the industry. I say drop
Wait,
the name.
Let's
Darius,
just
can I ask
stop
a question?
names. Yeah.
Let's just. Okay, go ahead. Ron?
Well, I'm curious because you don't know. I'm curious as a woman, Adriana, how would you react emotionally? You think if you found out someone was making recordings of you without your consent, how would you
I'd
kind
be
of think you'd react
pissed.
to that?
I've never even did
Oh.
recordings with consent with boyfriends I've dated for years and lived with.
Hot take. Usually
I
people are
never
very
even-
comfortable with that. So
I've
that's
never. I felt weird when my ex would like take pictures of me naked, like when I wasn't like, you know, if I was
There-
just like brushing my hair or whatever in the bathroom, he'd take a picture and he'd be like, "But you're so sexy," and I'd be like, "I'm not cool with that," you know what I mean? And then he'd delete it. He'd go, "Sorry," you know, like just respectfully, you know, like we're dating for years. I never felt comfortable. But that's me as an internet person, so I don't know. I don't know how normies do it, because sometimes normies like, "Oh, I'm gonna make a video for my boyfriend, it's so sexy," and then like normies get their shit leaked, and then, "Oh my god, like that's so crazy," no one even finds out. But internet people, trust and be certain.
So I'm
Would you go as
curious
far as
if
to press
you.
charges. Go ahead.
I don't know if you're close with like Pixie or any of these people, but like
I don't
if
even
one
know
of
who
your
that is.
okay, if one of your friends was like, you know, had their nudes leaked by Destiny or something, and they said, "Hey, what this guy did was really fucked up. Like, you need to not talk to him anymore." Would you do that,
Then I
or
wouldn't.
would you?
I'm
You
really
wouldn't talk to
ride or
him?
die for my friends. So low key, if my friend said, like, even if my friend said some dumb shit like, "We don't fuck this guy because he gave me a weird look," or "We don't fuck with this guy," I'd be like, "Fuck that MF," and I'd just be going off. Like, I am so ride or die for my friends to the point where it's gotten me in a lot of like trouble sometimes. So like, if one of my friends said, "This person over here, low key lame, we don't fuck with him," I would just like for example, there's some guy. Sorry, I'm yapping too much. Let's stay on topic.
No, we're all ears. Honestly, let's keep hearing about the guy.
Like, one time I went to a bar with two of my best friends that I love so dearly, and like, I'm like such a ride or die for women, like it's kind of bad, because this isn't a bad story though. He literally came into my chat the other day and was mad about it. But 2 years ago, we went to a bar and this guy was like trying to riz me, right? And, "Oh, riz. And then he says, 'You're so much prettier and funnier than these other girls," talking about my friends that I came with. And I was like, "What the fuck?" And I never talked to him again. And then he like will message request me every couple months saying, "I don't know what I did wrong. I'm so sorry, blah, 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 blah. Please talk to me, this and that." And then he came into my chat the other day, 2 years later after the, "I don't know what I ever did to offend you, this and that." Well, I said, "Bruh, I will never look your direction ever again because of that shit you said."
Yeah, that's.
You said
just
you were.
A lot of people would
Wait,
use.
Are you
attack-
funnier? Are you funnier than your friends?
It doesn't even matter if I am or not because
Maybe
because that's
maybe
fucked
he's just keeping it
up.
100%. No,
But
it's
there's
not.
no
It's
reason
not.
to,
being
there's no
completely
reason to
honest.
bring down my friends to lift me up.
Also,
Oh,
What if
he's
he-
just keeping it 100%. You know, like I don't know.
Wait,
Sorry,
Maybe
my
it's-
cat-
maybe
you
it's not
can't
that bad.
you can't get Riz feedback on
I
women.
unbanned
So we'll take
Zena.
this with a
I
grain of
unbanned
salt.
Zena.
Grain of salt.
It was banned. What the fuck?
She was banned. That's why she couldn't join. I gave her the link. I was wondering where she's at.
yeah, we got into it a while ago. At a banner.
Anyway,
Uh,
sorry. That's
all-
that's my yap. I didn't unnecessary.
Speaking of which,
Sorry.
all people are getting unbanned from the Discord for this.
No.
new arc. All people are getting unbanned. If you're seeing your name right now in the Discord, you're getting unbanned. Congratulations. True Gaming God, Friendly Fire Jerk, Sad People,
Bro.
Abby,
What are you
Gavin.
doing?
Not Alta counts.
Bro,
Alta
Gavin's
counts
gonna come
stay
on the
banned.
show.
Alta counts
We
stay
gotta
banned.
get Gavin.
But all people are unbanned. So if you have anything you'd like to add, or you have any takes that you think you have to bring, join the Yappers channel, and which is the new waiting room for right now, and we'll drag you in at some point when we're gonna hear your opinion. But yeah, no. So so a common tactic by men is to belittle other people to make something else seem better. I don't think that's a very great tactic. It seems like you wouldn't use that in the food service industry. You wouldn't say like, "Oh, this waiter makes food a lot worse than you do at home," because that wouldn't make someone happy. That's just like disrespectful. It's just rude. But a lot of men
it
think they have.
mostly means like you can. I don't mind if someone says to me, if I'm alone, right, and my boyfriend Chicken Eddie come up to me and said, "You're prettier than any other girl in here," I'd be like, "Aw." But if my friend was right next to me, then I'd be like, "That's fucked up. That's my friend right next to me, and I think she's beautiful." You know what I mean? Like,
Even
but
if
if
Chicken
no
Andy
other,
said it?
no, like let's
Even
say
if Chicken said it?
hypothetically, no. This is hypothetical. If he said that to me in a room full of randoms, then I'd be like, "Aw." But if it's my friends, then it's like, bruh. You know what I mean?
Even if it's your boyfriend? You'd
Do you
still
understand
think
what
that's
I'm
like an
saying?
offense to your friend?
If my boyfriend comes up to me and I'm the only girl that I know in that function, I'm the only girl that I know in the 500-foot vicinity, and he says, and they're just random girls, and says, "Oh, you're prettier than other girl in here," I'd be like, "Aw." But if I'm in the function with all my friends, and someone said that to me, I'd be like, bruh. Do you understand?
Because she's
I
with
understand.
the crew, and you're now disrespecting the vibe of the crew. Because
Yeah.
it's like you all hang out together, and how you're doing a disrespect on your gang that is going out. Like if you're hanging out with the Bloods, and someone says all Bloods are cringe, you're gonna obviously defend your blood brother. You know what I mean? Like it's not you're
Yeah,
not just gonna
especially
leave
in
it
front of
alone.
them. Especially in front of
Yeah,
them.
like if anybody right now said this panel show sucked, I'd beat the shit out of them. Like if anyone had anything negative to say at a non-fawn, I'd dox their family. I'm not even just because we're all in here together.
Oh no.
Doing
Wow.
this panel show, absolutely keeping it real. So right now, non-fun. As long as you're in this call, you're my homie. But as soon as you leave, I'm gonna talk shit about you, cuz. But like that's about it. That's about it. So just stay here as long as you can, man. But anyways, boosted Discord server. Obviously, like we obviously have like listen. I haven't been using the Discord. It's the first time I used the Discord really in about 30 months. Great. Xena, you're unbanned from the Discord unless you have 16 different alt accounts that have been banned that I need to go through. So if you could just join back. If not, that means I have to
We
unban.
unbanned you.
If she's not unbanned, that means
I told her she should be able to come in now.
If she no, it's no. We want to know what the thing is. Her account is either deleted user 9B or deleted user 04 or Freshie or Watermelon Drea or one of these random ass fucking accounts is one of her. I've been in the Discord and there isn't alt. I said, what is the content? But okay, just join. We're doing a panel show and we're speculating. We're
I
speculating.
invited her to the server. I sent her a DM with like a new invite.
Oh, my boy EMP Dave wants to get up in here. We have honestly a great cast of people that want to come in and give their opinions.
Thanks to our amazing booker for the show, right?
Yo, thank you, Princess, the co-host and obviously the lead guy here, lead engineer. Do we have any videos that we need to watch to get some takes? Like what's going on in the media today, guys? Anything I'm missing out on?
No, you
wanna know
gotta,
about, like, the
you
recent
gotta
news?
ask us what we feel about certain things.
All right, well let me get some screen sharing going then. Let's share my.
Let me say, let's invite Turkey Tom to the function.
Let's invite Turkey Tom to the function. He knows a lot about
I
drama.
totally agree.
So this girl's about to commit crimes. Do you feel like she could hurt anybody? Like how are we feeling, boys or ladies? This person said they're gonna do something. They're gonna hurt people. I don't know if it's fact or not.
I mean, emotionally,
What
she could
the
do
hell are
some
we
real
looking
damage if
at?
she wanted to.
To
any
you,
man out there.
particularly? Not
Well,
me, not
well,
me.
I
would
mean,
never
certainly
fall
to
for
me,
this.
but to most
Not
men out
honestly,
there, I
not.
feel like
This person looks incredibly shy, incredibly obnoxious. Wouldn't do anything to me. Could easily. Never mind.
All I know is,
this
is
like,
if she
it's-
tried committing a crime to me, I'd beat the shit out of her.
My feelings exactly. Your take, Prawn?
Yes,
This is-
devastating.
this
I would
is
love to
not-
slide into this girl's DMs and get canceled.
Okay, I don't know what's going on here.
Bruh.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
Get off of Twitter.
Look up. Where's their drama? Drama Network. What's the website called?
my
Drama Alert. Drama Alert. Drama Alert. There you go. There.
Oh, someone sent a good video to react to. Vibes
Wait.
are off.
Vibes are off. Okay, Vibes are off. Gave us a video to new pirate software drama. Okay, never mind. I'm not looking at anything pirate software related. I'm sorry.
Tom Foolery is going to join soon as well.
Oh, Tom Foolery. That guy knows drama. We need that guy. Why is Xena always here? Well, she's not in the VC. Okay, so let's watch this. So Selena Gomez is crying because Trump is deporting people. She's a rich Mexican woman. Let's see what she has to say.
Only people are getting attacked. The children. I don't understand.
I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't. I don't know what to do. I'll try everything, I promise.
All right, there you go. So let me ask you this: Where was
Before we
Selena
react to
Gomez?
that, yeah.
Where was Selena
Is there
Gomez
something
during
she can
Gaza?
do?
Jesus
Where is
Christ.
Selena Gomez crying for the Palestinian children? Not saying that there's anything. Listen, it's okay to cry, but like, where's the Palestinian energy? Let's go down. Non-Fawn, your opinion?
I mean, I guess those just aren't our people. I guess. I
guess
obviously,
so.
listen. This is the most annoying part about liberals. Obviously, like mass deportations are probably not the ideal thing to do, but like thinking that you can like just go on fucking your Instagram stories and like cry about it and like have that do anything. I just hate it so much. But that's
I'm going to tell you right now. Every conservative is making a come tribute to this video. This is awesome to them. You can't
Jesus
post stuff
Christ.
like this.
my-
You just can't.
There,
It doesn't
yeah,
help
sorry.
our side. It doesn't make anyone on our side want to
Suggestion.
vote.
It doesn't help.
Unfortunately, it doesn't
liberals,
help.
no.
Like I say, it's this is literally conservative cum bait, and that's all it is. Also, was she crying under Obama? That guy has the most deportations in history. Where's that?
okay.
Where's that?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Like, come on.
buddy. I mean, sending ICE to a bunch of towns to deport a bunch of people and rounding up like illegal permanent residents
It
along
is-
with them. It's different than just like what Obama did, which is turning away people at the border.
Wait,
okay,
has that
buddy.
even happened yet? I thought he just released executive orders. Has that even happened yet?
Yeah, he's already done ICE raids. There's already been.
Oh,
I guess
really?
I feel this is going
That's-
off the rails. I do want to. Sorry, I'm taking over. I know this is your show, Darius, but I have tomfoolery in here. Melody Costa Fox. They're going to bring the drama, but I do want to say also maybe besides the Selena Gomez, you could react to the new Destiny stream today. He just went live for the first time after all this. Maybe you react to that.
Wait, we
Might
all
be a
wanna
good
go-
idea.
Okay, yeah, let's all go over the Destiny video. Prawn, do you wanna manage it? I could just go to your screen share because I gotta take a piss.
Oh my God.
I gotta take a piss. I have to take a piss. What am I gonna do?
All right. Well, okay. I think tomfoolery wanted to get in here. It's very busy.
Tomfoolery,
Yo.
loving the hat.
Yo, before you take a piss, can you get my
Nice.
boy a chair?
What's
Can
up,
you get
Tom?
him a place to
Every
sit?
show.
Yeah, let me give Tomfoolery a chair up in here.
Please,
Hold on, wait.
please get our boy Tom Fuller a chair. You know, I just
So
feel like it's
glad to
kind of
have you.
rude.
It
Not
is,
taking him a chair.
It's actually mad disrespectful. And Melanie as well. Nice to see you, Melanie. I don't think we've ever talked outside of maybe once. Let me get you a chair.
I had to resell it. One of the chatters said, "So much bisexual lighting
Just
happening right
everyone
now,"
share.
and I totally agree. I back that.
Yeah, there is a lot of.
Hey, I was doing this before it was ever even called
I
bisexual
got
lighting.
straight
Okay,
lighting
it should be
today.
called tomfoolery lighting. I invented this. All right.
They're the same thing. So
I was
That's
gonna
what
say,
we're
yeah,
talking.
what's the difference?
All right, there you
Tom.
go. Non-Fawn and Prawn,
Okay,
you're gonna share a chair.
Darius,
I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back.
yes, you can go take a piss. I'll try to
Hey,
get
start
some,
the stream, Ray, start your
structure to
stream.
this panel show. I'm streaming right now.
Wait, no, start your like on this Discord, bro.
He's saying share the,
Oh, okay,
the
okay,
screen
yeah.
share.
Yeah. I'm gonna follow with you. I had to piss so bad. Oh, dude, I'm literally pinching my dick. Okay, so
Destiny stream.
Ready?
Bruh.
Melanie, nice to meet
Me
you.
too.
Melanie, nice to meet you. How are you doing, Melanie Cosmic Fox?
You as well. I was
Yes.
not expecting to come onto a panel talking about Destiny at the moment, and I'm currently scrambling to find out where I'm mentioned in his manifesto, because I totally got canceled by him and his fans over exactly the stuff that I'm now being
Oh
vindicated
shit!
for.
Maybe you're confused with Melina.
Wait, what did you?
what Melanie? You by Destiny's manifesto?
Wait, what did
Yes,
you do
and
to
of all things.
Destiny?
Didn't you go and like didn't you go and like defend like Teffels or some bullshit and like talk about the rape the what was it the
I gotta go pee. Hold up.
Well,
the
defensive capitals would be-
Wait,
stealthing
Ron.
shit?
Wait, Prawn, please share the
No,
screen
not
so I can go pee.
Okay,
I-
okay.
I personally
It was the
disagree with
stealthing
rape.
stuff.
I think that rape is just like not a good thing, and
It's
I don't know
not.
why you would. I don't know why you would like defend rape.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Brave take,
Obviously
brave take.
not.
Let's fucking go, dude.
So,
We got hot takes in here.
someone asked me if I thought Destiny was a rapist.
Your
And I
audio,
was
your audio
like-
is really scuffed, Melanie. Oh, it's better now.
Oh, sorry. And I was like, well, I don't really know the guy, and haven't seen any evidence directly about him. He just reminds me of the people who have victimized me, and that makes me feel like he probably is. And I literally I gave a huge disclaimer before saying that, take all this with a grain of salt. I don't know the guy, et cetera, not an accusation. Guess what his fans did? They took it as an accusation.
Wait, but you're saying that it's not an accusation and you're being vindicated for it right now. You can't both say it's not an accusation and I'm totally vindicated for it now because now I think it's real. Which one is it?
They're so freaking mad at me for not even accusing him, and they still get mad at me for accusing him. I think it's hilarious
so you're
that
not
they were
vindicated.
valid accusers. And the fact that I was canceled over that so many people stopped working with me over Destiny whining about it, was just hilarious. It makes it even more hilarious to me now that there are so many people coming out about this.
Yeah.
What if
so
I
you're
told
not
you
vindicated?
Destiny is backstage, and we're gonna drag him in right now?
What would you say to him?
I said what I said, and I meant what I said.
Well, actually, I think this is a good segue to something I want to talk about. Some of the more recent things people have been looking back on is the Lauren De Laguna, some of the stuff. Destiny was kind of painting her as a little crazy, and I do think in hindsight that looks a little different. I think I'm gonna quote, so not quote the same, but I'm gonna have the paraphrase. I think you're saying Lauren is being irresponsible and saying oh, you're implying Lauren's implying that I'm recording sexual things, but it's not sexual stuff. It's just conversations. But in hindsight, that might have been not the case. I don't know what Lauren knew at the time though, or knows now. But I think it paints that past interaction in a different light. Does anyone want to jump off of that?
The one with which Lauren?
De Laguna.
You're talking about the recording situation.
Because I think she was the first one to kind of bring this up before any of this actually got leaked.
But hers wasn't like a sexual interaction. She was just mad that he recorded her without her permission. She same thing with Denims, but these things were inside of his house. It was inside of his own fucking house. It's weird. You can record people inside of your own house. You can have security cameras. You can have nanny cams and shit like that. It's very different when you're recording people inside of your house. As long as you're not recording them in the bathroom, changing, in any sort of sexual interactions or anything like that. Yeah, record people in your own fucking house. Who cares? Especially if you think they're lying about you.
It's not when you distribute it to other people.
I don't think that's a very disagreeable thing if you think someone is lying about you. I think Destiny previously said the things he recorded in his house were 2 conversations where they were fighting. I guess I don't have a huge issue with that as long as it doesn't obviously any sexual recordings would be bad, but
my understanding is that Lauren De Laguna never said that they were sexual until way later in the fact. Seems like there are arguments that they ended up having. Now, there's a video we could all watch right now that Ryle Kittenhouse made about Lauren De Laguna's previous statements. Maybe we can go ahead and take a gander at that.
I wouldn't trust anything that guy makes.
I'll be back.
Why trust a fucking thing?
Wait, why wouldn't you trust him?
No.
Because most of the shit that he puts out, he's put out numerous videos on me. In each one of them, he'll cut it off right before I'm nah, just kidding. I'm just fucking around. Or he'll cut a thing of me saying something over and over throughout a panel, and then cut out the 10 times, 15 times that other people said the same exact thing as me, but just doesn't show it and just shows me saying it over and over to make it look like I'm being weird about it or something. He manipulates the content hardcore to try to make it seem like something else. So yeah, we can watch it, but I would assume it's out of context.
Interesting. I'm very eager to see that if I feel the same way. I've never felt Kyle Rittenhouse was like that, honestly, but maybe I don't know. I've only seen the videos. Ryle Kittenhouse, Kyle Rittenhouse, the shooter, internet shooter. Who cares?
Kyle Rittenhouse has way more integrity than Ryle Kittenhouse.
Really? That's a bold claim.
Yeah.
That's a bold claim. I just thought his editing was pretty cool. I was gonna hire him as my editor, but if he's unfair, Tom is the guy who I know is fair. So I would like only to know who fair people are when I'm hiring them as my editor. So I'm gonna definitely look into this. But we could probably watch this video later. But for now, we can go over the statements. What did Melanie say earlier? I missed that while I was peeing. Because the only one we're going to address what Melanie was saying, or are we going to go past that?
Destiny canceled her somehow.
But what for?
So I was asked if I thought he was a rapist, and I said, I've never met the guy, and none of this counts as evidence, but he reminds me of people who have victimized me, and his
Okay.
fans just like took that as like an accusation, even though I heavily caveated that it was not an accusation in any way.
When was this?
I think about like 2 years ago.
So 2 years ago, and you said this on a stream, and then they demonized you.
No, even better yet, on Twitter. It was just on Twitter.
It was just on Twitter. That makes sense. Because honestly, you could, especially when everyone there is so hostile. I mean, like, they probably were pretty mad, and they probably thought you were just calling him a rapist. But obviously, I don't think it seems like you didn't mean it that way, and you just explained yourself. If you could talk to Destiny's audience right now, what's something you would say about Steven? Do you think he is a rapist, especially with the recent information coming up?
I think his behavior shows that like he doesn't understand sexual boundaries well, and that is a red flag. I don't know. Like at the end of the day, I don't know the guy, so I can't say anything with certainty. But
You know
these
what?
are
That's a take.
So you do think he might be a rapist?
Oh, he's definitely higher on the list of people who could be than anyone who doesn't raise any red flags. That's for goddamn sure.
Wow. That's a bold statement. I honestly I agree with
What
you.
are red flags for, right? Like,
Yeah. No, I mean they are definitely red flags, but I mean we also still haven't been able to hear Destiny's full side. It could be completely. We could end up finding out in the next 3 years, 2 months. Depends on however long this legal stuff takes. That Destiny actually has consent from every single person to do what he did. I mean,
not to
it actually
be
did
like
tell-
mean or anything, but if we're going by that logic, then you also can give me kind of like the vibes that like you would rape someone. So I just kind of don't feel like safe being in this call like that.
Wait, do you?
I think
wait,
I think we already have logs, unless you're gonna like suggest that they're
Because
fake. That he definitely shared
I've
at least
dated
some
people-
nudes unconsensually.
Well,
by the way, I
Listen,
wasn't
I've,
the one
like,
Yeah, I
trying
wanna
to
bring that
keep
up
I've
as well.
dated people that like have not respected my boundaries, and they're like pretty similar to like the way that you like behave.
By the
So it
way,
just
I
makes
wasn't the
me
one
kinda
saying
feel
to
like-
cancel Destiny or to avoid Destiny. Someone just asked me my goddamn opinion.
No, yeah, no. Listen, there's no hostility here towards you. I was just curious. I thought that you were actually canceled, but it sounds like you just had a dispute. You were not
Oh,
canceled.
no,
Though.
like,
It sounds like
plenty
you-
of people,
What-
yeah, plenty of like panel.
Can I
hosts
ask you
and
this,
stuff
Melanie?
are, like,
'Cause
can't
it sounds like
work
you were
it out.
also possibly name dropped in a manifesto at a point. At some
I'm
point, is that
trying
true?
to find it. It's fucking.
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Control F isn't working.
Yeah, I'm
This thing
curious
is
to see what
107 pages.
Which manifesto? Because there's a couple.
I think it's End of All Things, but that might explain why.
The Keffels
Control
one,
F
maybe?
doesn't work.
Yeah, I was gonna say is the Keffels Vosh one. I'm pretty sure because it was over the Stelding thing, right?
No, had nothing to do with that.
Oh, I thought you said just a minute ago that it was.
No, someone else said that, and I was like, no, I don't think so. I promise you.
I'm curious. I would like to sink my teeth into this, honestly, at some point. But if we'll wait till you have the more information. But for now, Legacy, you just entered the show.
Yeah, how's it going?
Vehement
Actually, I just thought
JSOK
of something
fighter.
real quick.
What's up with you? How's your day?
Oh, not much. I just got out of a riveting conversation with Lav.
Okay,
Tell
cool.
her to come here. Tell her to come here. Tell her to join this.
I literally did. I was trying to remove because I didn't want her in that call, but now she's in that call, so I'm here to not be there.
I think we're okay with Lav not being here. It just seems like it'd be very productive to the conversation we're about to have. This is going to be very
Agreed, and I have more expertise with these things, so.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, so let's dig into our first thing. Destiny's comments today. Destiny said pretty much he can't say anything at all. Do you think that is cope? Or do you think that is him actually not being able to say stuff because of legal procedures? I personally trust that Steven's saying it because he has legal stuff that he can't say, and people are going to use it against him. I've seen people like JSTLK say he's not going to have Pixie say anything on his stream, even though she was trying to get on, because
I didn't hear that. That's surprising.
that was the first day. She accidentally joined JSTLK's Discord, and JSTLK verbatim said, I actually would probably ban you from my server to keep you out of here from saying anything. That could hurt your case. But so it seems like Destiny is relatively taking the same step where he is just kind of memeing and making slight jokes, but not really saying anything too concrete on the internet to kind of hurt his case. Do we think that's what's going on, or do we think that Destiny is coping because he is obviously guilty and he's going to serve months in jail? Let's start
We
down.
don't really have to speculate. Like both Pixie and do you want to?
Oh, you can go first.
I was gonna say we don't really have to speculate. Like Pixie and Cherry have both said that they're both like filing lawsuits or have filed police reports, and so it's we do know that there are legal issues and that it's obviously a dumb thing to do to talk about it. I think he's already said too much and kind of hurt himself in some of these cases. But yeah, obviously there are cases and it's not smart to talk about it.
100% agree. I saw some people in some people's chat rooms earlier saying things along the lines of like Destiny's just trying to pivot, or he's trying to just go back to business as usual. And honestly, just seems like there's no possible way to engage in this sort of stuff when there's litigation around, because anything you could say could hold yourself up in court. I'll be completely honest with all of you here. When I got to that fight with E-Rob, every single stream he was watching, I had someone watching to clip every single thing he was saying, so that way I would sue that nigga. And I know the opposite was happening as well to me, because I was going to sue him for the fighting situation. And of course, I didn't end up suing him.
What happened with that?
Pretty much, I ended up not suing him because Darius is fair. I'm on the principle of
What?
yes. I'm on the principle
You
of
got lazy.
No,
No,
if
dude,
you
you
want to
got
punch
lazy and
me,
you didn't do
if
it.
you want to punch me, you verbally.
You are retarded.
No, I've now accepted the standard of if you hit me or if you do anything physical to me, I have full permission to physically kill you. So now I'm going to wait for it to happen again, and then next time I'm just. Here's the thing: if I sue him, I'm never gonna see the guy again in my life, right? But now I could possibly see him again, and then if he touches me, I will just kill him on the spot.
I want to engage with your comment because I do think it's a little bit convenient and like, oh, I can't say anything. I had to do the lawyer thing. That being said, I do get it.
I mean, I was gonna say 100%. It wouldn't be smart to talk about it, but 100%. It's also really convenient for him that he can't say anything on it.
And I want to also back him a little bit. We've never seen anyone do an apology video that was like good for them. That's almost never the best. It's never a good thing to really do unless like you just want to like save face. But usually someone makes an apology video, which I feel is like the only other option besides being quiet. That never really ends up working out. So I can see why he didn't do that.
Okay, not fun.
I mean, I don't know. I think we've seen some apologies go well. Like Pyrocynical had his whole whatever like grooming scandal, and he was able to like refute that pretty well, even though he did admit that he did fuck up in some places. I think it might have been possible for Destiny to do the same thing.
Wait, was Pyrocynical getting sued?
No, Pyrocynical wasn't getting sued though, so he was actually able to make an apology video. I understand.
That's
Destiny.
what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying can see even apologize. Like, that's my thing too. When I'm watching a lot of these other content creators, and I'm watching them be very critical about his behavior and stuff like that. But when there's litigation around, he can't even like speak about it. He can't say like I did this badly, because it's like you're putting yourself at so much risk. And it's like, okay, maybe he does like maybe there's like an argument there that you deserve to just lose the case. But it's like, come on, dude. That's not how the law works, and that's how the courts work. We don't need to we don't need to shove knives up our ass in order to prove a point that we're sorry about something. We could just say we're sorry and then not have to like literally start bleeding out the fucking anus over it. Melanie, your thoughts? Is that Danny?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to find the thing again. I did find it, and Tom, you did slightly remember it better than I did. I forgot that they had that was completely different than the outrage I had experienced that actually got me canceled. And it was something to do with like, because Sonsol had asked me, do I think Keffels is lying? I didn't know enough about what claim Keffels actually made. So I said, no, I don't have an opinion on that, which they took as to mean it is true, because after that I stuck with my if the shoe fits kind of narrative of, you know, I'm just going to go with the idea that it's more likely to be true than not, as far as I'm concerned. But, you know,
But you didn't you didn't keep like doubling down on that on Twitter and like kind of calling him out for going after Keffels, saying that he has like a pattern of going after trans people, that he seems to like talk about trans people in a transphobic way. Like these, I could be misremembering those things as well, but that's.
Well, if you look at like what I said, it's his pattern of lashing out at accusers that seems suspicious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you're lashing out at accusers, if your accusers are attacking you, and it's like a pattern of behavior? Is that like bad? I mean, like, you could see me.
No, that's I've had the same thing.
Lucia, is it like my
ex about me?
Yeah, my ex-fiance, if you ever look up DariusIRL anywhere, you all you see is me lashing out at almost all my exes. And And I mean, like, are you gonna say like I'm like I'm showing? I mean, you could say I'm showing a behavior of abuser, and that makes sense. But when it's on the internet and there's like so much reputation and there's so much like weird things that go on the line, I think it's reasonable. Like even Tom Fuller said he's having this stuff happen. Like obviously, if I'm a real human being, I'm not gonna be doing like I'm not gonna be lashing out at people online with my friends and doing all this fucking weird shit. But when there's like internet reputation and all these things at stake, it kind of makes sense that you're like, okay, this is frustrating. I have like 20 people a day just kind of down my throats about this one person that gave me a bad experience or is trying to assassinate my character. So do you think it's like reasonable, or do you think it's like?
I'm not saying it's unreasonable to lash out in other circumstances.
So do you think it's okay to?
From the perspective of somebody, who just feels like since I have nothing to hide, if I was in that scenario, I would defend myself, but I wouldn't lash out. But also, seeing people who I tried to call out, who I knew that to be the case, just because, and I'm not going to bring up names in this case because it has nothing to do with online, and how they'll lash out at you for being right. That just kind of reminded me of that. And yeah, typically speaking, I think it's a bad look if you're trying to like deny the allegations to particularly lash out at the person making the accusations, right? We're not talking about like all the other people, all the fanfare and stuff like that.
The problem is
we're talking about like the person themselves.
You're obviously right that like people play team sports in these ways, and it's kind of weird and obnoxious. But on top of that, if somebody is making like an accusation and you know that they know they're lying, they're not just confused, they're not just like possibly missing something. You know that they know they're lying. You know they are being malicious. Yeah, no, there's no reason to not like completely go after them. Show everybody how like horrible of a person they are, show that they have a pattern of behavior where they continue to do these same sorts of things, like, and show that they continue to double down on lies after they've been disproven. But that is
I already pointed out between evidence and lashing out, right? Like if you have evidence of these things, by all means put it out there. If you're lashing out at them, if you're trying to attack them, basically ad homing them, then all that does, in my opinion,
that's the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
To the accusations.
But that's what I'm saying is that if you're doing both, if you are coming out with evidence and then proving that they're lying, and then after you've proven that they've lied over and over, now you're talking about them like a piece of shit, like scum human who just can't stop lying about everybody and can't stop making up shit about people just to tear them down and, character assassinate them, then yeah, of course, like you should do that. That's like if they're going to be malicious and come after you about lies, you should be honest and go after them with the truth. Why not?
Cool. So long as we agree that you have to have the evidence first, you can't just be like, someone's accused me, now I lash out. And I think what we're also kind of seeing with Destiny are like these waves of accusations, kind of like, I'm not saying he's at their level, but like what we saw with like Harvey Weinstein and that other asshole who I can't think of his name right now, but just as bad. Jeffrey Epstein, there was always like these waves of accusations. People would pay attention for 10 seconds and then, something else would distract us. I think we've kind of seen that with Destiny where there's repeated patterns of even just different things that he's done coming up and being like, whoa, okay, that's a little bit weird. But then people seem to forget it.
And I just want to interrupt for 1 second. I do have Destiny's latest statement here from his last stream. I don't know if we're going to react to that. I do want to also invite Ghosty, because I feel like it was leaning a little bit Destiny defending side. I feel like Ghosty's going to come in here and give the other side a little bit. Unless I'm wrong, Ghosty. Where are you coming into this?
I'm mostly against Destiny. I don't really have a defense for what he did. I do think I don't know. Honestly, like out of the leaks, I think honestly the most embarrassing ones are his leaks, what was leaked about him, his DMs, the videos and everything. But I do think Pixie is the biggest victim here, and he only has himself to blame for this. I don't consider him like a rapist for this. I think he could probably maybe not, I'm not talking about his career, but on a personal level, maybe recover from this in the future. I just think he's been probably irresponsible, might have some kind of like sex problem. But I think the people he engages with are, I don't know, I can't judge them, but his lifestyle and the people he engages with are probably. I feel like streamers are kind of a different breed of people, a little bit.
Streamers are definitely a different breed of people. Definitely having celebrity status and having a lot of people that are just willing to throw themselves at you probably doesn't help the situation. If you need to maybe work on who you're interacting with sexually, especially when there's so many types of people and people interacting with you. I mean, like, yeah, for sure. Like, Pixie's obviously the victim here. There's no explanation for Destiny's behavior that's like reasonable if it just comes down to sharing things consensually. But I think the motives and arguing for all this stuff coming out is a little bit questionable. And there's conversation to be had about why it decided to come out when it seemed like, from the logs I saw, seemed like they were relatively trying to resolve something. Seemed like there was some sort of agreement they were maybe talking about. It was kind of hard for them to even discuss it because of the whole situation going on. But it seemed like a lot of Pixies, a lot of like the whole situation just seemed kind of like rough. I mean, like, they were like friends. I mean, like, you could not, you have to excuse someone's behavior when they're bad, but to the point to where they're like suing them and seeking criminal charges for laws where you don't even know if like this is a crime that is committed seems a little off.
I think
she's suing that would be civil, right?
She's
Well,
suing you
yeah,
civilly.
the one for Pixie is civil. The one for Cherry is criminal. But I don't think, like, if you think it's criminal and you're going to like try to have charges filed, or you think it's something that you can sue them for, which I do think that is the best direction. I don't think that like Destiny and Pixie could have come to a reasonable amount of money with the two of them negotiating. That's something that like lawyers should do. That's something that should be done with some sort of like, with third parties negotiating these sorts of things, not the two of them negotiating with each other. But if you think there is like something that you should, if you think there's something criminal, you should file charges. If you think that you should have some sort of reward, or like Pixie said, she thinks that like the best way for him to learn from his mistakes is to have a financial penalty, then like that is something that you should do. I don't think there's anything wrong with her doing it. I just think that like a lot of people are making it more about like if you continue watching him, like you've done something wrong. If you continue engaging with him, you've done something wrong. Which is weird because most of us like we debate fucking like neo-Nazis, we debate pedophiles, we debate like all sorts of horrible people all the time, and somehow Destiny is like the one that's too far off. I can understand if you're friends with them and you have like somebody who like sticks up for their character, like if it's like Kyla or people like Pisco, if they're people who are really close to them, I understand that they're in like a bit of a different circumstance, but I don't think that this is something that most people are going to stop watching him over.
I've already personally had multiple people talk about behind the scenes about my takes on. So just from me like spurging out, like I'm not even like a political commentator or like any sort of like really commentator in general until like recently. But like I have had people already
take on this.
My take was that I think like Pixie obviously is a victim. It's pretty disappointing to hear that Steven was doing that without her consent. But I thought the route she was going about it was incredibly like. Especially given what she was saying, I thought it was kind of like dumb, and it was like going to have no, like it's not going to kind of fix things in the way she wants. If anything, it seems like she is going to end up going to court, and if she can't get any money out of this, she's going to end up spending a bunch of money on lawyers, in hopes of possibly getting whatever sum of money she's hoping to get.
I don't think it's just about the money, though. I mean, I think Destiny has a problem. Like,
I mean, but the messages that she was sending was literally about how she wanted him to pay monetarily.
Well, yeah, but I think part of that is
he
like
could give it to a charity too. She said
him having a consequence.
She didn't have to have the money.
Didn't Destiny offer the money first? I just don't know the timeline.
I don't think the amount of money that she's looking for.
I thought he offered to like pay her bills first.
No. Yes. These are totally separate things. I'm going to give you money to where you don't want to sue me anymore, versus I want to give you money to help you with your bills while you're like going through, your psychological problems. Yeah. So yeah, very different things.
I mean, that could just be seen as trying to form a codependent relationship. I wanted to just touch on the idea.
I
that,
don't.
You know,
How is it? How is it forming a codependent relationship? He's just saying.
I think he wants to cut ties completely, essentially, in any way that he can. The easiest route.
So if you're paying bills and stuff like that, that makes someone dependent on you. But
Well, somebody offered. Somebody suggested to him to suggest to her to offer to her to pay her. Yeah, because she needed help. She needed help with money. She was like suicidal. She was psychologically obviously in a really bad place. And I think the DM showed that he was like, isn't that kind of weird? I don't want this to come off like I'm trying to silence her. But it from the DMs, it was suggested by somebody else.
So I wanted
to Straighterade was the one who suggested it.
Tom, you kind of framed it as like evil, that people are like, don't work with Destiny and stuff like that. I think it's reasonable at this point to like, if for people who are concerned about the future of their careers, to be like, do I want, like, let's say something comes out that's even worse in the future. We're already seeing red flags that there might be. Do I want to be associated with that more than I already am? And this is kind of, in a low-key way, what I meant about feeling very vindicated about this whole thing is like, it used to be like the big thing to work with Destiny, you know, to get on the same panel with him, or so everybody was getting their dicks hard so that way they could just get next to him. And it was like, holy crap, like, he's probably not that great of a guy at the end of the day. And that's what's turning out, is like, there's so many better people out there
people
who we can platform.
But it sounds like you're salty because you got blacklisted.
I'm gonna be honest, like,
I'm always
Milo Yiannopoulos goes on a ton of like podcasts too. People get excited over that. I mean, like, there's a lot of really bad people that people are excited for.
Also, Destiny is unique where he's
people aren't
Bro,
trying to
JC
get
Ok's like not hanging out with
this.
Destiny anymore, but he's hanging out with Mr. Girl and he's hanging out with Lav. Didn't Mr. Girl like do something to his wife like live on stream? Like this, like way worse than like what Destiny's doing, in my opinion.
I have no idea.
Wait, hold on. Wait, no. Wait, no,
I disagree with that.
This is the thing I brought up the other night.
They're bad people, but I don't think anything happened with Shaylin that was like awful. And
Yeah,
I talked to
I don't
Shaylin,
think
and
Mr.
Shaylin
Girl
is
was
not someone who's like,
vindicated.
I'm in a bad situation, like help, or like seems like there's any issues between her and her.
He's admitted to hitting ex-girlfriends. I think that's the worst I've heard him admit to, but just
and some of the stuff that he was doing was fairly like abusive in like the ways that he would interact with her in a way, but like it's kind of like in this like gray area where it's not very clear. Obviously, what Destiny did not, or what you know allegedly did is not in a gray area really. But the thing that I think happens with like Mr. Curl and Lav that like is a problem when we're talking about JSTLK pulling these people on all of a sudden is that they are running around saying that like they're vindicated. See, I told you. See, I was right the whole time. You didn't listen to me. And none of this changed anything that they came up with before. Like whether or not, you know, Destiny was trying to put Lav in the orbiter circle for feet pics. That didn't change because of this. That didn't change because of this. That's still the same. Like none of their claims changed at all. So I don't understand people kind of like, you know, bringing that stuff back up. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. We didn't listen to them. We were so wrong the whole time. Like, no, that didn't change.
Even with the Lord de Laguna or Bob 7 situation, like Bob 7's the whole issue Steven had with Bob 7 is that he was prematurely messaging girls to warn them about Destiny before he like interacted with them. Girls that he was hearing that Destiny was interacting with through Melina, and it's like, who cares? Let's say he had a good reason because he heard that he was a bad husband to Melina. Like it's not like Bob 7 was reaching out to them because I heard Destiny was like raping and pillaging women. It's that he just heard that he was a bad guy and he was like, oh, I'm gonna message girls to talk about Destiny and like get them away from Destiny because I hear that he's a bad boyfriend and he's hurting Melina and I want to protect her because of whatever. Like, how does that make him right? How does that make him validated or vindicated in any of this?
I mean, if the justification is that he's going to record them and then send out,
but that's not what it was. First off, that's never what it was. This again,
but
I don't know.
You can't say he didn't know that.
But no, you can say he didn't know that because if that was ever a thing, this would have got brought up ages ago. This was brought up in the last 30 days, and Lord de Laguna, I need to watch this video. I'm pretty sure I watched a lot of the Lord de Laguna stuff. I don't remember her once saying explicitly Destiny has recorded women sexually inside of his room without their consent.
She never said that. I've watched the video. She never said that explicitly.
I'm almost positive
Even
she said I'm almost positive she said it wasn't sexual. I could have sworn. I'm almost positive she came on my show and said it wasn't. I could be misremembering this as well, so I'll have to go back and check. But that's what I feel like I remember when I was going over it. But you said that you were going to pull up a video showing that she seemingly changed her story on this. So
Yeah,
where's that?
The Raul Kittenhouse one. I know she is now saying that it was sexual or whatever. Blah 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 blah. And I was like, I don't remember at any time. I watched her talk to Xena in a car about it. I watched her and like when she was just randomly ranting about it.
Does she have new statements? Because actually, I've not heard her make a new statement. But the Raul Kittenhouse is just old clips, kind of like now kind of resurfaced or put together in a compilation related to that topic. But I don't think there's any new statements coming from. Okay, I could be wrong.
Well, what I understand is that I don't think she said anything particularly, but I'm just going by her silence when so just we're clear. She can definitely make a comment because she spent her time to message me to tell me that I was on like pretty much the wrong side of history, and she's obviously seeing that people are saying that Lauren De Laguna was right. Destiny does record people sexually. She can make a statement and say, "Hey, I was only talking about X, Y, or Z. I wasn't talking about this. I didn't know about this until recently, and this is sad to hear." But instead, she's looking into random people. What the fuck is Dina texting right now? What do you mean? Wait,
let me jump in here. I remember now Lauren's at least one allegation. One allegation she said very clearly is she was getting audio clips of Farha that were taken out of context that Destiny was giving her. Destiny was recording Farha, clipping it, and sending it to Lauren. And
it was Farha.
I remember that.
I thought it was Farha. I thought it was Farha, and it somehow included Jasmine Jafar as well. I don't know if she's the one who told Lauren or if Jasmine was part of it, but I do remember Destiny even talked about it on stream, just saying that they were all like in a room talking about things. I believe they might have even been like close to his computer, and so he just left the computer recording when he walked away, and that they were all just sitting there talking about things, and he felt like that like vindicated his thought process on what happened, was that he was able to get a recording and hear what they were saying when he wasn't there.
So just to be clear, we're not saying that because Lauren De Laguna is now saying it's sexual that necessarily invalidates it, right? Because I think that there's a couple reasons that someone could make that pivot.
Again, I would like to see that because I haven't. This is the first time hearing of it, and again, also on top of that, the fact that
I think it is very hard to make that pivot. If you very much believe. So here's the thing: recording someone sexually without their consent and sharing it is incredibly that's crazy. Like, you would have mentioned this, especially if you're Lauren De Laguna, and you would have talked about maybe who it was, or just said, I know there's girls in his orbit that are doing this. You would make these statements, but she didn't do that.
So, especially you might not mention it publicly. You might not.
She was on Heal. Why would you not mention that publicly, but then you're going to make also the same accusation that he's recording people secretly? Like,
because it's embarrassing. You're admitting, first of all, you're admitting that you had a sexual relationship with somebody, and then there's like a recording of it. Like, I don't know.
She's already admitted that she had a sexual relationship with it. It's already embarrassing that she's talking about the guy still at other people. Yeah,
okay, I didn't know that.
That stuff was already.
The other side is like you'd be telling people that your nudes are out there, and people might go looking for.
Well,
them
no,
now.
this isn't hers. This is other. She's saying other girls. She could just say other girls. She doesn't have to even say the names. She could just say, I know other girls that Destiny hangs out with were sexually recorded because he would send me them. I never once heard her say that at all in the last year when she was having these arguments. I saw her on 3 different streams: Heal Mike's stream, fucking Ben and Grace's stream, Xena's stream, and I think either a own stream, some random stream, talking about this, and not once do I remember her saying it was a sexual thing that Destiny was recording other women and then sharing it with her. And
I'm
she fucking
video
hated
on
that
this.
guy.
I'm almost positive she explicitly said that it wasn't, and so I gotta try to find it real quick because I think it was either on my show or it was in a tweet, but I'm fairly positive she explicitly said it wasn't. And I know for a fact that Destiny explicitly said it wasn't and described the entire scenario of what happened. But every time she said it, she said he recorded people without their permission. And said that it was a crime. So it was, I thought again, I think like if we're gonna say that this is the idea that she's changing her tone on this is that it's in a video somewhere. I thought we were gonna pull up the video because I would like to see what we're even talking about.
Darius, do you want me to share it? Do you want to share it on your end? I have all the video links in the chat.
Yeah, Xena might have an argument here she wants to do real quick, and then after that I'm down to just watch the video because I'm very curious.
Part of it, was her talking to Xena about it in the car.
Xena, did you want to beef or something?
She's clipped there.
You said woman logic or something, and you wanted to fight with someone. You could just talk and see what you have to say. Otherwise, we can watch this video. The Scuff talk show became into a real talk show because it is a real talk show. That is, this is the new meta. We're only going to get better at this. This is the first show ever, and we always have a goated cast here. Non-Fawn, my favorite cast member so far. And we're just growing. We're growing. What theme song? What are you talking about? Are you gonna join or not?
And maybe soon, maybe in the next couple episodes, I'll do some voices from around the world.
Yeah, give us one.
Well,
Different accents from around the world.
I could do my serious voice. If we're gonna get into an argument, I may have to
do the
bust
Asian
out this
one.
voice. No, well, I won't do the. I don't do an Asian voice, and I never have.
Yeah, don't do that, please.
Okay, well, they liked it. They liked it, and you know what? You know who liked that one? The
Cena,
Gistical
you don't
people.
need-
Okay,
Cena,
you want me
you
to go
don't
back
need-
over
I was
there? You want me to go
laughing.
back over to the Gistical people?
Cena, if you want a theme song, come in and
I
then
liked
do
it.
it
I
on
was
camera. And do it.
laughing.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I am curious for Tom. I haven't seen. I watched some of your stuff, but I haven't seen you talk about the Destiny drama. Are you changing the way you interact with Destiny at all?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. I guess I've thought about it, and I don't know that I've heard anything that would make it to where I would change the way that I would engage with him as of right now. But to be clear, like Destiny would never like consider me like a friend. I wouldn't consider him a friend. But we have always been friendly. We have met in person numerous times. He's been very helpful to me. Like we've coordinated on tons of things. I would say it's mostly
Maybe
like
some
a
sex
friendly
pest allegations?
business relationship. But yeah, as of right now, like even on top of that, I would think lots of times when we talk about business relationships and the way that you engage with people, it's rare that there is a time where somebody does something where you break off those business relationships. It's normally, again, it is when you are like using their character as something that you're promoting. You are somebody who is defending their character, promoting their character. And I think that lots of times, like if you work at Taco Bell and you find out that your boss at Taco Bell raped somebody, you're not going to quit your job and be like, I'm not working. I'm going to lose my income and no longer have money because my
If
boss
you
is a
rape someone?
dirtbag.
Wait,
Yes, if your boss did it. Yes. You're saying
Well,
you're
that's
going to
probably
punish
just a
yourself
blatant-
It's a
because
consent
your
issue.
boss did something bad. That doesn't make sense. And so, yeah, we're talking about the fact that, like, in professional areas where
Well,
lots
if
of
they
times
continue
your
to
engagement
employ
with
your
these people
boss-
is a professional.
Wait, if you're a woman and they
what?
continue to employ if you're a woman and they continue to employ your boss, you're not going to feel safe there.
Sure, no, that makes sense. That's a different issue though. Like if you have like a fear of them actually like doing something to you and you're afraid for your own safety, that's a very different scenario than what we're talking about.
I-
Where I'm
Of course, 'cause
sitting in
we're also in a
Discord call
gig
with
economy.
people, right?
Well,
We're
let me just
also in a gig
what-
economy, so, like, our-
because I think it's a good
individual-
analogy. I want to get.
No,
I want to,
no, I don't think it's a good analogy because we have individual brands here.
Let me explain because I think that's why like Erudite and Pisco and are like a unique scenario because like they are partners. They have businesses co-owned with Destiny. Where if you're doing a panel with someone, I think that's different. Like I wouldn't say that person's my boss. Like
I think
there's
it's
a
valid-
level of separation when you're doing a panel with someone. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's valid for Pisco. Somebody like Pisco, who's a political streamer who's like trying to represent the Democratic Party and needs to hold like high moral standards and stuff like that. I think that's fine for him to disassociate with Destiny, at least for now. Someone like Not So Erudite, if she's friends with him, like close friends with him, I think that's also appropriate for her to not disassociate because it's like a different type of relationship.
Or I think what she's doing now is good.
I
Where
mean-
she's sort of disassociating professionally, but I think personally it seems like they're probably still
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and so
I mean-
that's what I was saying is that if you're promoting their character, that makes sense. But when we think of the viewers as well, when we're talking about people saying that you shouldn't even be watching him anymore, like we're talking about now the consumers of his product. Like to go back to Taco Bell, if I'm going to Taco Bell and the guy who makes my fucking burrito at Taco Bell turns out to be like a horrible person and has crimes there or something, I don't care. I want him to make my fucking burrito. That's what I'm coming to him for. For Destiny, this is somebody who talks about politics. This is somebody who debates. This is somebody who's really good rhetorically. People go to him for. They're not going to him for like, and they do get advice from him. And so far, still, when we go and look back on the way that he talks about consent, the way that he talks about relationships, he's still correct in all these things. He's just really bad at practicing what he preaches. But I think when it comes to like what people are going to him for, they're still getting that. Just as when I go to Taco Bell, the motherfucker who makes my burrito, I don't care about his character. I don't care how moral he is. I just want him to make my fucking burrito. That's it.
So my problem with this is like if you've spent any time in the
He just wants
manosphere,
his fries in the bag.
Oh,
If you-
welcome,
Real-
Zena. Wait, real quick, Zena just joined in. Can Zena introduce yourself?
Oh.
Obviously new to the show. You want to do like a little intro, get on camera or something? Interesting.
Long time
Maybe-
listener, first time
or maybe-
caller. Welcome.
Maybe twerk or something.
No, I'm not gonna talk.
All right.
Get
Do you
my
have-
work.
Wow, Xena perspective. Let's get this.
Your
did
audio
you-
is a little quiet.
So
Audio?
yeah. Anyway. So yeah.
By the way,
yeah, you
I
talk- you talk
adore
about it.
everything about your aesthetic. There's just I kind of see like a black and purple vibe, and I really love it.
Wait, who's aesthetic?
Y'all flirting now?
That's like
Xena.
That's
Yeah,
like
well-
half the.
I'm assuming Xena.
You got. You got
Oh, me?
You got
Oh,
her
thank you
blushing.
very much. I really appreciate that. I've worked
Yes.
so hard to kind of set up my lights in my room.
Although, okay, so
Really
the Israel
get the
flag,
blanket just perfectly the amount of
perfect
messy on the
spot.
edge of the bed. And
Ben Thorpe
yeah.
made fun of it, but I think it's good. I think it looks
So,
good.
so you're losing points for that.
Yeah,
Israel
with
Too much
that,
flag.
nice- too much
as well.
nicety, too
I
much
also,
nicety.
I think that Dan also, I kind of admire the way that he's dealt with this as well. I have friends that have like been to prison. I have friends that have fucking robbed me. I have friends that have done horrible shit to me and committed horrible crimes. But them and I have been through everything together, and we will continue to be friends for the rest of our lives. If he murdered somebody, I'd probably help that motherfucker go bury the body afterwards. I'd give him a lot of shit for putting me through it. I'd give him a lot of shit for killing somebody and making me help bury the fucking body and putting me in this position, but I'd go help him bury the fucking body afterwards, and I know Dan would help Destiny bury a body as well.
But
are
it wasn't
you-
even like
yeah,
that
but
with
you're
Dan, because
criticizing
Dan
him.
made it very
Argument.
clear that like even there was 1 or 2 instances on the Anything Else stream the other night where Dan said he was talking to Destiny and he's like, listen, if I get kicked off of this stream right now, I'm ready to burn the bridge, but I'm gonna say this to him. And I think he did that once or twice, which like, so he is like having his friends back, but I think he's also pushing back where I feel like Destiny most
That's what I'm
likely in
saying.
the
He's
DMs
still
is trying to
friends
make a
with him,
joke of
but
it.
he calls him out.
Yeah.
That's what
I
I'm
think
saying,
another
yeah.
critical distinction is that you would actually criticize your friend for having done that instead of just standing by and being like, oh well, I guess it was okay because you're my friend or something, or because I make money off of you. Like clearly,
what Dan
it's
did.
important to be able to call someone out.
Yeah, that is what Dan did, and I'm using Dan as like the person that I'm analogizing here, and I'm saying that yes, Dan stood by his friend, but also said, yeah, this is fucked up. He shouldn't have done this, and I'm not going to excuse this shit.
Yeah, I guess sometimes when I hear like platforming people, like I assume like because of how a lot of professional relationships go, you don't bring up like personal drama when you're doing a show about politics, right? So it sounds to me like a carte blanche kind of thing.
I do think Dan's in a really unique position where a lot of the other orbiters, in some way, they're like financially tied to Destiny. Where Dan, from my understanding, is like pretty independently wealthy. He's like a CEO. He's had previously sold businesses. So I think it's a little unique there. I feel like he's like less to lose in a way by staying with Destiny. Does that make sense?
And see,
Yeah,
it's
but,
the
but,
thing
but,
where
like if he
people-
thinks Destiny really did something awful, his reputation professionally in his personal life is going to be affected if anybody can look up his name and see that he's connected to this person who did awful stuff.
Yeah, Dan doesn't
Exactly.
need Destiny to make money. This guy's
Yeah.
got it made already.
That's-
He's
And
Oh,
even
that's what I'm
sticking
saying.
with Destiny
He's
is
so
something
rich, like, he
Destiny
can
could have
stay by
done
Destiny,
something.
he'll be fine.
But process
he
this
really
whole
thinks-
thing that you talked about where people don't feel like they can speak up because they're not Dan is what bothers me about this situation.
Yes.
But I don't think anybody's like actually going after people who are speaking up. I don't think anybody's trashing people who are saying, hey, this happened to me. Even with Cherry, somebody who everybody very much hates and is just a very hateable type of person, nobody's going after her for coming out with her story and saying that she
I'd be
has
surprised.
Well, in
she
fact,
was
I think
also
it's the
bullied.
opposite.
DGG, I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to say
That's-
nobody. I'm saying that this isn't like a big enough thing to where I think that people are I don't think it's a big enough thing to where people are less likely to come out. And I think even Destiny coming out and saying, hey, don't try to defend me on this stupid bullshit. Don't try to come out and say that like this stuff's
Did he?
okay. Don't start acting like murder is a good thing. Like, that's not cool. Like, I think that it's going to be a very, very small amount of like probably red pill fucks who are doing that shit.
Yeah, and plenty of DDGers are now donating to like Pixie's legal fund even.
Yes,
so.
I think a lot. I think that like the widespread consensus is like, okay, if we're gonna keep watching Destiny, because we enjoy his takes, we think he's funny, blah blah blah, we can't just like turn against these other people. You contribute to them, you side with them, you agree with them, but you say like at the end of the day, he did some really fucked up shit, but he didn't rape somebody. He didn't like kill somebody. He didn't do something that's like completely irredeemable. We just have to see how he handles things going forward, and hope that the people involved, the victims, get some sort of like restitution for what happened.
Like that's a good idea for like restorative justice. I think systemically we're ignoring the idea that like if there's not justice for these things, and sure there's court and stuff like that, but I kind of mean in a social sense, then the space is just going to continue to look the other way with these sort of things like,
No,
oh, we donate
I
to
don't- I
Pixie,
disagree.
that makes everything okay. Okay.
I mean, I don't
Like,
think he
no.
could get away if something else like this came out again. Like, I don't. That might
I
be.
think that
Sure,
Sorry.
and we can talk about that down the road. But what I was trying to get at mostly is that, so long as people like him have the majority of viewers and stuff like that, and the people who sympathize with him will sort of maybe reflect these tendencies as well, possibly, that makes the whole space more hostile towards women. And I'm just saying, like, I've seen a lot of spaces that become hostile towards women, and they're not good places to be around. They become very, very just overall like the sort of cyberbullying culture that you tend to see. I know that sounds like I'm not really trying to make a slippery slope argument so much as a cultural argument. Like, what kind of community are we culturing here?
But the thing is, I don't think we're culturing like a community that thinks this is okay. I think almost, I would say the vast majority of people that are fans of Destiny, the vast, like there's like single-digit percentage of people that are like, I don't care about this. Who cares? I think everybody does care.
I think
But
the
it's
people
just
that-
like we have to see how things are going forward. We have to. This is the first time something came up like this where the people involved were like really attached to the idea of like getting justice and going to court, whether it be Cherry filing criminally or filing a report, and Pixie filing civilly. Like I think that like this is we're gonna really see Destiny's character after this, because if anything else comes up, everybody's gonna turn their
Darius,
backs on
I
him.
mean, Destiny
wait a
had
minute, I wanna-
60,000 viewers today on YouTube. Just
It was his first stream back. He's gonna have big
he's,
viewers no
he's
matter
had
what.
he's
All I'm
had
saying
like
is that
10K
if it's-
plus.
Wait, let me jump
regular.
in.
All I'm saying is
We're getting
that-
off topic. Let me one second.
Well,
No.
can I
Is
just
it pro-
have my
is it-
last
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
response? All I'm going to say is that I hope Ghosty's right that he can't get away with again what I see as a culture where it's way too easy to redeem yourself for something that definitely hurt a lot more people than what his actions to redeem himself have actually healed.
Well, it's more
Sorry.
like, what do you mean he can't get away with it again? Like, if he does it again, what? Like, when you're someone as big as Destiny, what
Well,
happens? Like,
Is it problematic that
It's part
he'd
of
be
his
called out
brand
to
now
not-
is the
to not
point.
do this in the first place? Shouldn't he have known to not do this in the first place? It's kind of weird that he'd be called out by more than one person for him to be like, "Oh, let me change my actions." I feel like he probably should have known that beforehand.
Well, so
Well,
again,
this is
the
the
last
bad
time
thing to
he
do.
did this was in like 2023. It seems like even like towards the middle of 2023, and so a lot of this stuff is like
the last
fairly
time he
old
did
in
this,
his.
this happened before?
We're saying the last like one of the logs that came out, the last like all of the accusations are from things that happened in 2023 or before, and so we're
Well-
saying that like everything since then, when people are talking about like him changing, rehabilitating, like those sorts of things, we're well over a year out from all of these things
I
happening.
don't think
and the
that's how you
fact
should
that, like,
account for it. You
it's-
should just account about the fact that it's a minuscule thing versus, because you could use that same argument now, just being the devil's advocate, you could use that same argument for an actual little rapist. Be like, well, that was years, like they do with Nicki Minaj's husband. Oh, well, he was 18. That was years ago.
Wait, no.
Like, yeah,
Those are
that's
different
not a
things. We're
good
talking about
argument.
whether or not he's changed his behavior versus whether or not it's good. I'm not saying it's a good thing,
It's
and I'm
not
not
even
saying
about
it's
changing the
excusable,
behavior, but
and I'm
the
saying
behavior that we're talking about him changing is not as bad as. So that's what's more important. That's what I'm saying. Because guess what? A robber, actual sexual offender can change their behavior over the years. So changing the behavior is not the problem. Like, that shouldn't be the
Wait,
subject.
what do you mean?
How much time has passed to
I'm
be like,
so
oh,
lost.
what do you mean you're lost?
I'm lost. What do you? I'm saying that if we're talking about whether or not he has changed his behavior and whether or not he's still doing it
Whether
today,
or not he
but,
changed
like,
his
condemning him-
behavior from what he did in let's just make a fake hypothetical here. Let's say his name is John and he assaulted 16 women in 2018. Oh, well, he's changed his behavior and he's been rehabilitated since. You know, you can see he hasn't done this since then. I'm saying you can use that same argument for that. He didn't have a necessary reason to change because what he was doing was not looked at as necessarily as bad. His action is not that bad. It's some weirdo, creepy gooner thing that it takes two parties to fucking do. they agree to make videos with that man. So they're just as like, what are you saying? So it's like describing it as if he's like that is crazy.
I'm so sorry. Him Destiny sending the videos to other people without without the consent
It's
of the parties in
bad,
the videos.
but it's not
So
the
that's
same
what I'm
level
talking
as
about.
the
Is that
sexual, like,
right? No, of course not. Of course, yes, it's not the same as raping somebody, and it's definitely not even the same as like revenge porn, which is what
you
people
can't
keep
say
using to characterize it.
rehabilitation. You
It's
can't
not
say
revenge
that
porn.
it's about
Like,
rehabilitation. It should be the focus.
No, I
no,
think
I'm
changing
not
his
saying that
behavior
rehabilitation should be the
is
focus.
important.
I'm saying I'm saying that yes, people are talking about this as though he needs to be condemned more because the main thing is that he won't change his behavior if nobody condemns him and everybody continues watching him. And I'm saying, well, it sounds like he already changed his behavior. These things all happened a long time ago, and unless we have anything that's more recent that comes out, it sounds like he
Slayer,
already
yeah,
changed
Kitty
that
Slayer
behavior, and so he
literally just
doesn't
said
need to
it.
stop.
Thank you. Kitty Slayer literally just said it
Can you read Kitty Slayer's comment? Because I can't
in
see
the
that.
chat. Yeah, she said she's trying to say that his crimes are not irredeemable. If he was convicted of SA, it would be different because that's irredeemable, and there is no rehab for that. Like,
Right.
it's how people are judging based off what he did. Because some people are sitting there acting like he's a sexual offender that needs to be registered from SA and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not doing that though.
Yeah, no, that's
But I'm definitely
just
not
because
doing
it's
that.
not
Like,
SA doesn't mean he doesn't have some like behavior.
No, it was sexual
patterns to
misconduct
change.
for sure. Absolutely.
He deeply betrayed somebody's trust, and he has like a high responsibility as a famous streamer. Like this is it's not rape. It's not like sexual assault, but it is a violation of consent. And it's a big deal. Like I don't know. There's still like
it is a big deal,
room
but
for rehabilitation, recovery, like changing your behavior.
I think it's hard because, like, you don't know the sentiment of everybody in the community who's like reacting to this. But I'm getting the feeling that we're in a situation where we're sort of holding Destiny over the ledge by his legs, mafia style. Okay, we're on the fire escape, the whatever in New York. Okay, we're holding him over, we're shaking him down. We're like, you do this again, and we're dropping you. I think that's sort of where we're at with Destiny right now.
Even
like,
how he handles this, yeah.
But he can't handle it in any other way than he has handled it, because right now he's in the middle of a court case. He has, from what he said, 2 legal teams. I'm sure they're both telling him to not say a single word about it. And I think we even got more today on his stream than any of his lawyers would have advised him to say publicly.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying I feel like people were waiting to see how he handled this. Like if he started like victim blaming Pixie or something, I feel like people would have immediately been like, okay, that's too far, and I'm not going to stick around with you. But because he's kind of like, we've seen the DMs and stuff, and he seems remorseful and shit like that, I feel like people are willing to give him a chance.
But
I
I don't think he's allowed to even act like
hold
that.
that position. I was going to say, I don't know if I hold that position, because after JCL came out with the DM showing that he let Destiny know, like, way before Pixie or any of the other girls found out about these things, JSTLK supposedly went and told Destiny that this was happening, and that it was going to get out, and he needed to go let these women know. And supposedly, like, from what I've been told, and from what other people have now verified for me, is that he did not tell any of these people, and it was maybe a month or 2 before the women found out that they were the ones in the videos, and that it got bigger. And so the idea is that yes, he just didn't even tell any of these people that this was going to that their naked bodies and sexual actions were going to be public, and that would be a big part of like remorse and
okay,
crap
yeah,
like
no,
that.
I didn't know
I'm not
that.
sure what happened there.
That's
I like to ask this
kinda
question.
weird.
Okay. I think I agree in restorative justice. Do you think content creators, social personalities, like people like influence, should they have a higher standard? Like, because I can see an argument for that. Or like, should we treat them like an average person?
Yeah.
I do feel like there might be a different standard based on,
especially because like the
them being a public figure.
parasociality. Sorry, but especially because the parasociality that they develop with their audience, on top of like, well, as you get more and more audience, you can just tell that audience, you're an influencer, right? So you can tell the audience, this person's wrong, this person's evil. Give them a huge PowerPoint presentation that's more convincing than anything that person could say, because that person is parasocially tied to you. And so that I think that
I'm
that's
so
dangerous.
hungry.
And the fact that these people could even be role models for kids.
Danny, what did you eat today?
In and out.
I don't think Destiny ever should have been a role model for kids.
I was about to say,
before this.
we're not talking about role models for kids. Like, Destiny doesn't have like a large group of kids watching him. Even my audience, I have 0% under the age of 25. Like, kids aren't watching like very like in-depth conversations about philosophy and politics and crap like that. Like, we don't have like 10 or 15-year-olds like really
You realize he
interested in
brought
like,
people
you know,
into
what H-1B visas are.
But you
I'm
know,
pretty
he
sure, like,
brought
he's,
people
like-
into debate through League of Legends, which kids play, by the way.
Yeah, but
No,
like,
he
he's been-
hasn't
he's been
played that game
transparent.
in like
He
4
hasn't
years.
done that in years. Yeah.
Let me show you, because he's
I'm
been
not
pretty
saying they're
transparent like,
kids
about his YouTube
still.
stats, and YouTube is like a youth oriented platform, and I don't think Destiny is actually getting that audience. If you look at his stats, I bet it's like mostly 20 and 30-year-olds.
No, he's shown it
if-
before. It's not. He does not have kids in his
public.
audience.
It's public.
There's probably
If Destiny is within the
17
statutory
fucking
limits
idiots,
of the crime, then what would be wrong with holding him responsible for the crimes at the time that they're convicted?
no. I think he should be.
What are you
I think-
saying that he should be held responsible?
Because I think you said because you don't have any evidence that he's been acting or doing these sorts of things in the last like 2024, 2025, that you don't think he's worthy of a same degree of condemnation, say if this happened last month, right? But if we're looking at statutory
No, I was
limits
saying
for a
that if-
crime, why would it not make sense that then he's obviously being held for, you know, within the statutory limitations of the law? Obviously, it would make sense that he faces a degree of consequences, right? Like the time passed isn't considered in the law there, so why would you grant that to him?
Because the law is not a rehabilitation thing. Like our legal system is a justice system, so it is not made for rehabilitation. Whereas other people, if they're making the argument that he has to be condemned more in order to be willing to change, I'm saying, well, that argument doesn't seem to fit, because based on what we can see, it looks like he's already changed. And he's put a lot of that on like his, taking 5ants and really changing even the type of content he does, the way he interacts with people, whether or not he's willing to get involved in drama, and that this has like drastically changed his patterns of behavior already. So that's
we
I'm
don't
saying,
know
if that's
that.
your argument. This is my argument against it. That's all I'm saying.
We don't know that. He could be like still in his private life, acting like this. But so that's why
I'm saying what we have evidence of.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah,
saying we
yeah,
don't have
yeah.
any evidence.
No, we don't. And it's definitely like he seems like he's cleaned up, at least like not doing drama content and sharing his like personal life and stuff. We don't know what he has been like very busy, like doing a lot of things with working and stuff. So maybe, he has changed. It's, like, we don't have any evidence for that, but I don't know.
We just have to look at that going forward. I mean, at this point, it seems like most people are willing to.
Well, that's what I'm
forgive.
saying. I think
Yeah.
he should be held I think he should be held liable for what he did still, even though it was like 2 years ago. I'm talking about from the viewer's standpoint. Like, is it wrong to still continue? Like, should people feel bad continue like watching his channel and shit?
I don't think so, but I will say, if anything else like this comes out, that he's doing like past December of last year, if anything else like this comes out, I think that he's going to lose a big portion of his audience. I think at this point it's like he made some pretty fucked up mistakes, and we should condemn him for it. We should hold him accountable. If I were him, I would settle with Pixie out of court, but I would pay her the entire the maximum limit or whatever of the civil court thing. I think it's like $250K, something like that. I would pay that. I'd say I fucked up. And
I mean, he's making it sound like she's not going to get anything now. Yeah, he's making it sound like she's not going to get anything now. But is there anybody here who thinks that like we should condemn people who are continuing to watch him? Is there anybody here who has an issue with folks continuing to like engage in his content? Promote him as somebody who's a good debater or good at like analyzing politics or something? Is there anybody with that position?
Well, I wasn't going to say this for viewers, but for like content creators who platform him without criticizing him of this, yeah, that kind of bothers me.
Yeah, I think everybody's been.
Sorry,
I don't know.
I
of
would
anybody
agree as far as
not
orbiters, yes,
criticizing him.
but I would never accept like I would never assume that people that aren't orbiters, like people that he interviews or goes to events and talks to, I mean, they're not going to bring it up. because they probably most likely won't know, or won't find it relevant. But yeah, anybody that interacts with him and is like an orbiter, or a frequent guest, yeah, they should acknowledge it. If like not even necessarily on his stream, at all, but you know, they're saying, "Oh, I'm gonna go talk to Destiny. I know this, and this has happened, and I condemn those actions, but I'm still going to talk to this person because I think they're doing a positive as far as, you know, the liberal cause or whatever he's working on at the moment."
Wait, Tom, what did you mean when you said? Because I haven't kept up. Like I haven't caught up with this stuff for like maybe 2 or 3 days. What did you mean by it seems like she's not going to get anything now?
I said that's what Destiny said. Is that he was making it sound like she's not going to get anything by going.
Like he's not willing to pay her.
Sort of way. It's yeah. It sounds like he thinks that he's going to be able to just win the suit outright. And
see, like I don't like that. I feel like
yeah.
I don't like him fighting against us.
When did he say that?
In logs, I can probably find them real quick.
Okay.
But yeah, I believe
like
it was
DGG
DGG logs that came out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it was DGG chat that came out. Like
I don't know
the
why
day
you would say that.
after. But yeah, I'll try to find it real quick and then let you know.
I'd say most likely he loses this civilly. But even beyond that, I don't know why he would say something like that. That's
I don't know why he would even try to
say.
I think he essentially opened his wallet with those Snapchat or those not Snapchats, those screenshots of the messages of him talking about being willing to reach some sort of financial conclusion. I think it only became when the amount became like $1 million that the talks of extortion or this back channeling to try and whatever drain his wallet sort of became a talking point. But prior to that, I think in a civil conversation, it seems like he, if they're able to get those messages admitted as evidence in the court proceedings, then from my side of things, he's demonstrated a willingness to pay the victim. So I don't see how he wins civilly at all. But
I just don't know why he would try to fight it. Like how he handles this is going to determine if I would support him like in the future. So if he's like gonna start fighting against Pixie now and shit, like that would probably be problematic for me. Like,
you don't understand why he would fight against a civil suit?
Yeah, I mean he betrayed her trust. Like I mean, like if it's like
yeah, but if you don't think you're civilly liable for something, then I don't know why you wouldn't want to fight it. And also, like, if he comes back from this, if he wins this case in a year, he can be vindicated. He can make a whole Destiny Pixie manifesto. Well, I don't know. I mean, he said that he didn't think he broke any laws. He admitted that he.
The civil lawsuit isn't just the action. The civil lawsuit includes the emotional damage. She's suing him for a malicious intent to distribute revenge porn. That's the civil thing that he's fighting back. Did he send pictures without
malicious?
Sure. No, it says malicious on the thing.
Okay, but that's not what he did. He did it maliciously.
I'm not saying no. That's what
no. Tom is right. Yeah, she may have said that.
Hold on.
That's what he's fighting.
She is right that she's saying that. But the law that she
What's up, Big JC?
Yes, but the law that
everyone in chat. I've been ignoring you, but welcome back, everyone.
Not something that requires malice, and it's not even clear whether or not it fits what it is that she's describing. And she did imply a couple of times that she thinks he might have even leaked it himself, and that she said it was just as likely that he was the one who leaked it himself. She did say that
she would have to say that in order to get it to stop revenge porn. The only way she could be a victim of revenge porn is if he distributed it himself on the internet.
I mean, he did send it without her consent. I don't know if that. So you're saying that doesn't count as revenge porn?
That's sort of up in the air.
That usually never flies in cases like when your ex-boyfriend sends a sex video of you to his homeboy. That doesn't usually apply in most cases. It's really hard to take that civilly.
Yeah,
as revenge porn.
It's once it's made public, and it's making something public for the reason of like embarrassing the person and trying to like humiliate them. Like that's what revenge porn is. And so if you didn't make it public and you weren't sending it to people even behind the scenes just to like make that person look bad, it just doesn't qualify as revenge porn. So the person who leaked it publicly 100% engaged in revenge porn. But as of right now, I see absolutely no way to believe that like he was the one who was behind that or had any part in it.
I don't know why he would. I feel like the leak, his own leaks were really bad. So I don't know why he would leak those themselves.
I also thought it might have been President Sunday who made this allegation, or it might have been someone else, that when Destiny was like beefing with Melina and like threatening to release logs, people argue like that's an implicit threat or revenge porn because those logs included nudes. I think there was someone who levied that accusation.
I don't know if he ever mentioned releasing nudes of Melina, but I think okay. So I think this is a good question for the group.
He did mention
very quickly
a long time ago.
Okay, all right. But like, I think that a good question is like, does anybody in here think that, like, if Destiny went to civil court and he won, and he had to pay nothing, do you guys feel like that would be okay, or do you guys get a really icky feeling about that? And that, like, despite him like winning or losing the case, I personally feel like some restitution to like Pixie or Cherry is deserved in some way.
Yeah, I think I need to see an acknowledgement, some form of remorse, and then some sort of gesture, and that gesture could be financial, maybe not. I think that would be.
I'd say it would almost need to be financial.
Important.
For me,
yeah, that would be really important. And then second too, it would really depend on where Pixie is, I guess, with the circumstance.
And I'm not even saying like
something.
I'm not saying like something financial that would like hurt Destiny really badly. But I would just say something that would help the victims, like immeasurably, like a lot.
I think she
like
wants
a,
it to
like
hurt
really
him.
significant amount of money. I know she does. I know she does.
We have a lot of people
but like
in
that's
this
best
call,
case scenario.
So do some statements, and then we're gonna move on to. We're gonna do an elimination round. We're gonna do an elimination thing because we got like 1,000 people in this call right now. Trying to move. Raul Kittenhouse, 44 Dynamic, and my boy Princess is gonna have a question for the people that aren't like.
Raul Kittenhouse actually wanted to confront tomfoolery, so I want to get onto that in a minute. Maybe if you want to do some closing statements on this situation. Who just moved? No. Are you retarded?
You said bring in 44.
No. Hey, retard! Let's just close what's going on right here, and then move to people. Why are you so antsy? Why are you on crack?
I told you. He seems like he's always on cocaine.
For like 7 times.
He always seems like he's on cocaine.
Seriously, like give it a second.
Do you want to bring me in here or not? Like, I mean, I can go if you want me to go. Darius.
No.
Hey, you said you should have to wait.
Just shut up a second. Okay? Just shut up. Yes, you nigga.
Right.
Okay, so
what we're gonna do is.
I'll shut my mouth.
So what we're gonna do, to kind of like cut down the amount of people that are in this call. Princess is gonna do a question to like the 6 like I guess like less known people. So it's probably gonna be like non-fawn, Nev, Melanie.
I'm gonna be more known than all of you guys.
Shut up, 44. Shut up.
Sorry.
No, we're just moving off of the Destiny stuff, and we're moving on to a separate drama that I want to do with Tom and Kyle, and also have the questions for 44. So go from there. Okay.
All right.
Just to be clear, I'm not spending the rest of the night getting into that shit, especially not with Kyle, dude. Like, this is one of the... I've gone over this for like 20, 30 times with him. I'm not going to prove he's a fucking lying piece of shit for the 100th time. I can't, like... I'm not going to do this. Every time I mention his name, he pops up to try to relitigate the same exact drama over and over and over. Yeah, no.
I've been trying to find his Discord for like a month now, and I just now found him just off of this. So this is interesting. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Danny, go.
Oh, wait, so are we gonna move people, or are we gonna do the competition thing?
Eliminate. Let's say I'm doing an elimination question. I'm gonna ask the question. Danny, you decide who answers the question, because I'm seeing a lot of moral conflicts. I'm curious. Some of us have done debate content. Some of us have literally debated like white supremacists. Some people are pretty controversial on the internet. So I'm like, what is the line for you guys? What would someone have to do for you to not work with them, to not do a panel with them? I guess like Destiny's pretty big, so maybe that's. I'm wondering what is like a line that you would draw where like, I would no longer work with that person or do a panel with them. All right, 44, you get to go first. Or Danny, you want to
go? The people that are like battling to like stay in the call. Should we move them to like a separate room and we do this whole thing in like a separate room, or?
Well, then nobody's.
Put them on the top row. Can we do that?
Oh yeah, Darius, can you put them like in the middle?
Can you move people around on Discord?
I don't think there's a way to do that.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna leave. But do you
answer the question before you leave? That's okay.
Would you like to answer the question?
I don't remember what it was, but have a good rest of your night, you guys.
Wow, the first round of eliminations, everyone.
Neve did not make the cut.
What's
All right,
funny
I
is
wanna
they
realize-
told
oh, for-
Frances, like, I vote myself off.
Yeah,
and,
go ahead,
and
go ahead.
I'm just not a pussy, so I let him pull me in.
Well, Melanie, why don't you answer that question? Yeah. What would a content creator have to do for you to not work with them? Where would you draw that line?
Probably the things that actually affect content creators at the end of the day, just for me personally, because I'm not like a big shit or anything.
Well, do you have like examples?
Yeah, doxing, you know, particularly malicious leaking of DMs, not just as like evidence and stuff. You know, like all the things that we tend to use to target each other online. Swatting is a huge one that I'm against, of course.
I've never.
I have an
experienced it.
answer.
Let's
Yeah.
hear it.
Go ahead.
Ghosty.
Anything that has to do with preying on minors, anything
That's-
malicious or sexual towards
Oh, yeah,
minors,
no.
immediately.
Sorry, I hadn't
I mean,
considered
I think
that.
if there's
That's
any
a
evidence
lot.
of you like abusing your platform to, you know, solicit nudes from either minors or even just even fans that are of age, if you're consistently doing it in an unethical way, like I wouldn't want to collaborate with you. It'd be very hard for someone to do something where I wouldn't like be on a panel with them. I've been on panels with neo-Nazi J6ers, right?
Yeah.
But if you're like consistently abusing your audience or consistently abusing people in your audience, I wouldn't want to like collaborate with you because I feel like I would be helping you like make content and reach that goal. That's what it would feel like, at least. But
Does anyone else want to jump and give their hot take on that? I will say, based on what I just heard, those seem different than what Destiny's done so far. Maybe like on a definitely different side of the scale. So it seems like you guys would be willing to go on a panel with Destiny if that came up.
Oh yeah, because
Just
Me
'cause
and him are like
the lines-
they're similar.
So if I was Destiny, I would have a much broader like lines. Like for
I'm
example,
early. Okay.
within the
Relax.
professional
I'm early.
sphere, it's generally not cool to platform someone who's impersonating someone else while you know that they're doing that. There's a whole lot more rules once you're actually in the professional sphere and you're trying to do professional stuff. So if I was a bigger platformer, like, yeah, like all sorts of things, like I probably wouldn't tolerate people who do cyberbullying or engage in hate speech and stuff like that. But since I'm smaller and have such little impact, I'm really just here to debate, and I need opposition, so I have incredibly low standards.
I want to see Xena's at any ad because I felt like you were rolling your eyes a second ago. If I was seeing that correctly.
Well, no, the only people that are debating right now are the people that are like at stake of like getting kicked out of the call, and then we're gonna vote to keep one person. So it's 44
Am I at
dynamic,
stake? Am I at
Ghosty,
stake?
Melanie, Non-Fawn. Do you want to join this battle? Do you want to be at stake?
Well, Don gave us.
You know what?
The legacy. You want to get?
Hey, flip it. I'll join the battle.
Okay, so Legacy's also joining the battle. So it's 44 dynamic, Ghosty, Melanie, Non-Fawn, and Legacy.
Wait,
and you
so
just
I'm
have
in
to
the
get-
battle?
44 is not giving. 44 is
Yep.
has to get his take, but legacy, and then we'll go 44.
I'm probably gonna win, but whatever.
Okay,
Give
so
your take to the question.
Famous last
I have a
words.
cute cat, so there's that.
You guys can all just kind of like battle royale. Like you guys can all just like, if someone's saying something stupid, call them out. You're just
Yeah,
trying
Legacy,
to
I
entertain
was
the
You're
gonna
audience
say-
all
because they're gonna vote.
fucking brain
Legacy, I was gonna
dead.
say I love you. I love your
That's-
new,
come on
new
now, you don't mean
California
that.
Republic flag, but that Israel flag makes you lose major points. So
no, it's good. But look in the corner. There's a little Twitch. I have a little Twitch sign in the corner.
Oh, I hate
Incredible.
You also, you also have something else down
Incredible.
there. What
Because
flag, what
Twitch
flag
loves
is that?
Israel.
I fucking hate it.
Twitch loves
Oh my
Israel.
gosh. Fuck.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
It's
so
a
is this
political
legacy's?
statement.
Is this legacy's response?
Okay, all right,
Let's
no.
go for it.
Okay, so my response is okay. Essentially, if I'm gonna stop like talking, or like not engage with a content creator, my lines would be like any sort of like I would say any sort of like physical sexual misconduct is incredibly bad.
Yeah.
And I think you essentially need to cut ties with people in that case, which is one of the like I understand that Destiny did sexual misconduct, but he wasn't with the person. I feel like it's at a different level. It sounds bad when you say it, but if you think about the situations, like if you get your sex tape leaked to somebody versus actually being physically assaulted, like if you put yourself in that space, like I would take somebody sharing videos of me having sex with them without consent 10 times out of 10 over being like assaulted.
Well,
I mean, I feel like
that's
when it
why-
comes to like making content with someone, though, I care a lot more whether or not like they're abusing their power as a content creator than I do if they just like let's say incidentally physically assaulted someone. Like at the end of the day,
What do you mean
like, I mean,
incidentally
Tom,
physically assault?
I mean, like weren't using their like status as a content creator to put someone in a situation where they physically assaulted them. Like if they are just the type of person to, you know, physically, sexually assault someone. I don't know when it comes to like being on a panel with them or something, if I care about that more than I care about if they're using their power as a content creator to like get nudes out of people in their audience. I would care more about the second case when it comes to making content with them.
I don't know.
Beyond insane.
Both are pretty bad.
Also, we're gonna do a 10-minute timer, and once that timer runs out, then the chat is gonna vote on.
I have yeah, okay, so I have
So we're
probably
starting that
less than
now.
a minute left. Yeah, I probably have less than a minute left here on my thing.
Oh,
It's
you have
just
a
like,
10. We have 10
Okay.
minutes. You guys can all. It's a like a battle royale. Everyone give your take, and everyone say when
Actually,
you
no,
disagree,
Legacy.
when
You still only
agree.
have 1 minute.
I just wanted to comment on what Legacy said too. I hear a couple people, I think it was Mr. Girl and somebody else, conflating being recorded without consent as rape, and I find that problematic. I think if we start conflating,
That ain't true
these-
though. That's not.
Yeah, no, I don't
Sorry.
agree with that. I don't
I've heard
want
it conflated with
to.
revenge porn, but not rape.
I've heard a couple people conflate it as rape because it's a violation. It's a sexual consent violation. They're calling it rape, and I think that's hugely problematic. Start conflating those two.
Exactly.
yes,
There
no,
we go.
definition.
I would
It's
agree.
important to like nail down definitions with things. Yes, yep, I agree 100%.
So regarding whether or not someone has like a criminal history outside of like their streaming thing, I think we have a good question to ask. Is like, how many rapists do we want in the streamer space?
No, none. We don't want any. We want
Well, yeah,
zero
that's
rapists
my
in
argument.
the streamer
Is-
space.
is
Okay.
like if you well, that's my argument though. Is like if you find out
Zero.
someone has done that, then you don't want to
But-
associate with them based on that logic.
But hold on.
Right.
Even if like you zero, but everyone's always accused of some kind of shit. Like even if it's not true, it's slander. You know what I mean?
Always accused.
Everyone's accused of that.
I don't think that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I also don't even know. I don't even know when it comes to like, again, I think it matters more, A, if they use their position as a content creator to do that. That's what matters if I'm going to decide whether to like help them in their content creation journey by creating content with them. And B, it would matter if they've changed their behavior since then as well. Like, I guess like I wouldn't, I think we're all for rehabilitation here, right? Like, I wouldn't necessarily hold the fact that like someone raped someone when they were 18 against them forever when it comes to like, can I interact with them? Can I be on a panel with them? I don't know if I would care about that
I don't
forever.
think we're qualified to determine when someone's rehabilitated, and like they could just become better at hiding it, and we wouldn't know because we're not particularly like clued into every
be right
aspect
back.
of their
Well,
life.
how would you ever falsify that?
At the same time, I think that this is the problem that we're kind of getting into is like, yeah, you have your own personal motivations, but I think we should also have our collective motivation for, we probably don't want rapists in this scene just as a general rule, right? So that's probably good not to interact with them. There are other people who can provide the same value without being a rapist, and those people are inherently better, in my opinion.
So to
I
play
feel like
devil's-
it's very dependent on the sorry, just 1 second. I feel like it's very dependent on the situation, but I feel like as a general rule, if somebody like is like legitimately raping people, they should probably be gone. And
Well, first they
I
should be
mean-
stopped from raping people. Sorry.
no, yes, thank you, thank you. Yes,
As
they
a
should
devil's
be. They should first be
advocate,
stopped.
so I've been watching recently these like extreme Muslim debaters arguing like the age of consent laws and stuff, which I feel like if you're advocating for grown men to be able to marry prepubescent girls, that's like kind of rapey. I would probably still debate those people. That's probably the one exception.
Well, I don't think you're always
what do
bringing
you
people
guys think is
into-
worse? Being a pedophile or rape? What would you guys say is worse?
I mean, being a non-offending pedophile obviously is better than
I
raping
was-
someone.
Okay, well, shit.
Like if
Now
you're
you've
just a
added- now you've added
non-offending
nuance, you
pedophile,
Like if you're just
Like-
sitting in your room, like, man, I really like Stranger Things season 1, versus a guy who's going out and like getting in women's restrooms and fucking raping them. Yeah, sure.
yeah, I'd say
being a
the second
pedophile's
person there is causing actual harm. The first person there is,
Yes.
I
I
mean,
agree.
there's a
This is
potential
why
for harm,
people
but
hate nuance because I had such an easy answer and now I have to give two answers. You've
I
literally
want to
Oh,
give
damn.
the devil advocate at one point. Oh, wait till you go, Mel.
You have
Oh no,
three.
well obviously it's what they said. Like if you're not offending, that's better than being like someone who has raped somebody. But like,
Well, but you're just, you asked the question in like a weird way. You could have just said, "Hey, is like raping a child worse than raping an adult?"
Well,
Could've just
yeah.
said that.
If you're an
it's-
offending pedophile, then not only are you raping, but you're also raping a minor. So it's kind of, you know.
I just want to point out
it's two
Zena's
crimes in one,
eating
two crimes
while
in one.
listening to this conversation. I don't know how squeamish she is, but I couldn't. I couldn't.
I want to go back to the politics for a little bit because I do think we should scrutinize people's behavior. But I will say one thing the right does really well is when someone fucks up, they all sweep for him, and I think it's in a way it's like really effective for the party where like someone is something really bad in their right wing, everyone will ignore that completely and they'll put that guy up. Could you maybe?
Yeah,
like,
but
good for
that's
the
not
left,
why we're not
pragmatically?
them.
Yeah.
That's why we're not them. Like, that's why
I
we
think
choose
it-
our side and not theirs. Is because we don't do that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think
It does hurt us,
probably
but-
better for us if we like say. I mean, I maybe they're more connected, but like I don't view like the streamer space as having a big impact on like actual politics. Like I think it's fair to say like it's kind of be weird if Destiny was still interviewing people in the DNC. That might not necessarily be a great thing. I just don't know. I just really don't think Destiny and Hassan and all these even big streamers have that big of an effect on like actual politics. So I don't know if it matters that much if Destiny sent these
You
nudes
say
a
that,
year
but
ago.
Aiden Ross was called out in the Trump inauguration speech. So I don't
Also,
know.
what a
Maybe
lot
they
of
do make
But
it.
he's not a political streamer. Like,
Yeah,
it's-
he's not.
it's-
He's
he's a
not.
streamer.
But he
It
did do
doesn't
a
matter.
stream with,
Well,
with
I mean,
Donald
doesn't
Trump.
matter.
He did do a stream
Yeah.
with Trump, so I think that's important to note.
non-political streamers have bigger impact than political streamers.
But it's also
Couldn't he-
worth
couldn't he,
pointing
like,
out that
not
like
pronounce
a lot of
fascism or
people
something?
go to like the right wing, right? When they have these accusations and they're no like persona non grata with like liberals and the left. That's who their new bread and butter becomes. And so I think that in that sense we have an argument of like, do we really want Destiny going to the left? I'd personally just rather minimize his impact, but if we can't avoid that, then maybe there is something to be worried about there.
I would agree with you if we were just talking about like streams and him interviewing people and debating people, because like we can't quantify how much that actually does politically for the left. But unfortunately, he did stuff like Georgia, and he did some other ones, but I was like out of the space at the time. He did a bunch of canvassing stuff, and they broke records as far as like how many people they could get on the streets canvassing. I wouldn't discount that at all, especially the Georgia one.
And I
That
think
is
on
true,
the
I
left
guess.
right now, we have a lack of like entertainers in the political space, which I think Destiny is good at, being entertaining and like politically aware too. And the right has a lot of that right now, and the left is kind of lacking that.
We definitely need
44.
more
I haven't
DEI.
heard anything from you. Would you like to give your opinion on the original question and maybe on do you think pedophilia is
Would you-
worse or do you think rape is worse?
I would say that.
Whoa. Wait, who made that question, Danny? You?
Danny made the question.
Yeah.
It's the
That's
question. It's the
extreme.
question for the panel.
You know what I mean?
It's,
No, I mean that's an
Question for the
extreme.
panel.
But if I were to pick, like if I were to actually have to pick one, I would say that rape is worse because pedophilia. Hold on, before everyone goes ahead and riots on me
Hot
and
take, hot take.
pitchforks. Hold on. So with pedophilia, I mean you can be a pedophile, but don't you're not raping anybody. You can feel like you like children or whatever. But
What
like
if it's like
rape,
a little
like,
3-year-old and you're like finger blasting like a 3-year-old with your like hand?
Holy
Okay,
shit,
Danny,
dude.
first of all, let's not make hypotheticals
Chill
like
out,
that on
chill out,
Twitch.
chill out,
No,
chill
you
out.
pretty
can't even say that. No.
Yeah, Jesus.
But
No.
see what I mean? But I mean,
That's
okay,
why
so
I-
rape.
Let's not imagine that. Let's not do that.
Yeah, you see, I like
We're
it
on
already.
pig.
Do that, dude. It's a fucked up world.
Why would
So
you even
look,
think about
because-
that
Danny.
sentence?
This
I'm
is the-
thinking
this
worst
is the
case
Pig.
scenario.
We're on
Oh
pig.
my
We are
worst case
streaming.
scenario.
Can I answer?
That's
Can I
like
answer?
worst case scenario.
So okay,
And
so
then,
pretty much what I'm saying
like,
here
worst case
is
scenario for
that
rape. Think about like
if
the
you-
two worst case scenarios.
okay, being a pedophile is a little bit better than rape because I mean a pedophile. Hold on, a pedophile may
This is
have
the
these
conversation
thoughts,
to have
but a
on it.
rapist will rape, which is gonna pretty much traumatize somebody.
What if the
their
pedophile?
head.
What if the pedophile is like not raping kids, but they're sharing explicit content of kids?
It depends with who though. It depends at the end of the day with who.
No, it doesn't depend. It's fucking
Yeah, it does
disgusting.
not- yeah.
Like, I
Oh,
don't
I
even.
know.
Yeah.
I know. Oh,
That's
hold
what
on.
I'm
Whoever
saying.
said
Legally,
that's
if you share it with one person, I think
I
that's
think
that's
pedophiles
the
are
same
But
worse.
as
still, yeah,
disgusting.
yeah.
Hold on.
Here's the thing.
this is a-
Here's how you got fucked with this
Oh my-
question.
I mean,
You should never be the
No, it's
devil's
not.
advocate when it goes when it's rape versus pedophilia. Never be the
No,
devil's
no, hold
advocate.
on,
Argue
hold
with
on.
the
That's
court.
what I'm
It's
saying.
that
No,
simple.
like the
You
relax,
sound
chill
fucking
out.
insane.
Can I answer? Chill out.
You
Can I
coming
answer?
up with what ifs of maybe this
No,
would be so bad. No, it's all
Can I
fucking
answer? Can I
disgusting. There
answer?
shouldn't even be a discussion. Your brain shouldn't even be wrapping around the idea of
We all
children in
know
any
it's
way, shape, or
disgusting. We're
form.
on a
Hold on.
fucking kick panel talking about
Answer.
pedophilia.
Answer.
You
Not
don't have to like verse
justified.
who signal
Yeah, and
about.
getting
I
clipped
didn't-
out of context with shit that literally people will put on
Look-
Twitter and get people
Yeah, I'm
banned.
sure
And I'm
all
on
the
this
careers
bitch
will be
too.
ended tomorrow,
And I don't
at
want to
least.
get clipped out of no fucking context.
Well, you
Oh,
are.
okay.
Change topics. We can change topics.
Look, I can't call you an old man because you're not a man. But look, relax. chill
44.
out.
How do you
You
want
can
to
just call
conclude this
her
topic? Let's see,
abuela.
50 seconds left.
Yeah,
You said the
abuela,
least. How do you
grandma.
want to conclude this segment?
What?
44. Wrap us up.
Keep
with
dating
I'm
this
just gonna
conclusion.
say, like, who asked the question? I mean, it's not my fault. I'm just saying, like, if
The
you're if they're
fucking
sharing
finger
that shit with,
blast guy.
oh my god,
Let's not.
Don't
we
even
have to
bring
say
it
again.
back
Let's
up.
say again.
Legacy.
you guys
What's
are
up?
weird.
Sorry,
All
I'm
you guys are weird.
shaming him. I have to shame him. That was disturbing.
Yeah, for shame.
All of you guys are fucking
For
weird
shame.
as fuck. All of you, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Am I not able to answer?
What's wrong with
Let-
all
let
of
him
you?
I like my evil lighting. You guys like
I
that?
think,
When
I
I
think
pointed
Danny
out that
should. I think
Xena was
Danny might be up
eating-
for
It matches
elimination of
the
that.
Israel flag, right? Yeah.
Like, literally, what the fuck am I supposed? Like, what am I supposed to answer? It's all like, don't ask that question
Pedophile's
if
the
you don't want
worst
to.
one.
This is my Israeli flag, basically the same thing.
Listen, I'm fucking Jewish.
Jeez.
Look, I support my people. I'm not gonna litigate
Time's
hating
up, guys.
Israel,
Time's
loving
up.
Palestine.
Oh, you guys are
I think
voting.
everybody
Oh
needs
my
to
gosh,
get along.
man.
Everybody should. We should have a one state. Everybody integrates.
You know what this is?
It's gonna be
The
all
dark side of the dark
You
side
know what?
of
Israelis
Discord
should,
is what this is. You know what it is? You know what I mean? The
What are-
dark side.
Israelis
I just
already
looked at your
have their
camera.
own
What are you in a
state.
gay
Wait,
bar? What's
quiet,
going on?
Everyone quiet. Everyone
me?
quiet. 1 second. Hey, shut up. Time is up. Someone will be eliminated from this panel. How do you want to do the voting, Danny? Because this is your idea. Do you want there's chat to vote?
Yeah, do like a kick poll, and then we're gonna vote to keep. I guess.
Let's vote. Let's vote, guys. Let's
Whoever
vote.
gave the best take.
I have
out
a
of all
lot.
these
I have a
people.
lot of juicy stuff planned for the conversation after this. So let's
Kick
get
or
this
keep?
on the
Kick or
road.
keep?
I
honestly,
can't imagine
kind of-
what kind of
So you're
depravity
voting
it
me.
would take for someone to vote me.
We should
Yeah.
kick tomfoolery.
Yeah, so let's get the. How do you do a poll?
Yeah, he's not even on risk.
Tomfoolery's cool because
I
I'm pretty
got
sure
it,
he
I got
plays
it, I got it.
Minecraft, so he goes
Really?
hard.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't know.
Um,
We'll make a poll.
So you guys are voting to keep
Danny
with
for that
like,
weirdo shit.
Melanie goes hard. I'd honestly, I'd vote off like
Danny.
Xena or Princess or Danny probably if I had to
guys.
give my personal opinion.
I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
not
we
on
need
there.
writing
I'm not on
options.
there.
People need to be
You guys
able
are
to write
voting.
Oh
to
no!
keep- you guys
Oh
are voting-
really?
I made the
Oh no
poll.
shit!
It's
Oh,
the people
really?
we don't know. It's the people that aren't as well known.
Just so we're
It's
clear, so we're-
not
That's
official.
so fun.
Not official cast
Who's
members.
not well known here? Francis? Sorry.
Me.
I take that back. Sorry.
Just so we're clear, we're voting
I
for.
have
keeping.
perms to kick you. I'm part of the show.
Vote
Oh,
for
sorry.
keep.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's the co-host.
Keep,
Don't
keep,
disrespect
not
him.
kick. Vote keep.
I'm sorry. I'm
Not
sorry.
kick.
I know.
So
Yeah,
in the
well,
meantime,
I'm here because of
today,
Princess. I'm here because of
I
Princess.
was
Sorry.
doing
Shut.
monkey.
All right,
I
guys,
was
shut up.
doing
Shut
a
up. One at a time.
meatball
One at a
and
time.
monkey.
Okay.
And some random guy recognized me, and he was streaming on Kick too.
God, you look so pretty right now, Xena.
Stop.
So what are we doing? We're posting who was getting keep.
I wish
keeping
I
the
could have
people-
some of that pizza.
Does
I wish
chat
you,
know
me,
what
and
we're doing?
Darius could kind of.
Does chat know what's happening right now? Have we explained
I
this
don't know.
correctly?
No,
Danny,
yes,
how-
yes,
tell
we're
me
voting.
out.
Voting in
Okay,
Darius's chat.
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 Vote.
Keep,
Chat, you're
not
voting to
kick.
kick me off.
No.
Keep,
Are they even?
not kick.
I don't know why.
Chat,
It's on there,
you're
vote
voting
keep.
to kick me off. Chat, vote to kick me off.
No,
Right-
keep,
oh,
I actually
right.
like Melody. Keep Melody.
Right now, 44 is in last place.
Vote Melanie.
I'm in last
Looks
place.
like Monfon's like
Yeah, keep
totally
this. Get
crushing
this
you-
it.
fucking
I honestly, I don't know. They might have been
44 dynamic.
trying to vote
or
to
like
kick me.
44
That's
static.
kind of what I
Oh
assumed.
my god. Why are they gonna vote to kick me off? I'm almost gonna
44.
pass tomfoolery. I probably already get more views than tomfoolery.
I just want to point this out. I just want to point this out.
There's no way you get
Just
more.
just some neutral advice, 44. I
What?
often worry that I ramble incoherently, but then I listen to you and I know I'll never run that risk.
And your mic is
Based.
so loud.
So based.
Sorry.
Or it was.
That's
it
how
was
he
at one point. I
wins.
think it's okay now.
I'm
Yours
I'm
is
just
like
like
I
to
wait
get on
for
your
the
microphone
content.
and win any
I
argument.
just gotta say this.
As far
Yeah.
as can I say something
One at a
real
time,
quick?
yes, one at a
Hold on.
time.
Bro, you got hella crazy lights, dude. It looks like the LGBT police be outside your window right now.
Stop.
44.
I'm just gonna
44.
say, like,
Before you say
as
something,
far
I just
as
wait.
the sec-
44. I just want to point this out real quick. Before you say anything, I just want to point out we now have about 712 viewers, and you have 2 votes.
Of course, your viewers don't.
You know what? I respect
Yeah. Also,
the
we want to make
sympathy
sure
more-
that we don't end up
I respect
kicking
the
the
sympathy
people,
vote.
the few people who are actually disagreeing with us, right? Like if
Oh
they're
my
like people like
gosh,
Melanie.
man.
No,
and
dude,
what-
you
like,
barely
we
had
don't
any
want them
opinions.
to
You
lose.
barely spoke. You didn't say anything. And when you did say something, you said almost nothing of substance.
Real.
Tom was right, but 44 is not one of those people that we're okay.
Blow your nose.
Of course, like I mean, look. To be fair though, Princess and tomfoolery, my audience is probably a lot different than your guys's, but I do pull more, if not, similar viewers than tomfoolery. If not, I'm gonna pass tomfoolery very soon here. In viewership.
Oh,
I don't
nice.
believe
Awesome.
this.
That was sick.
I'm checking
happy
right
you
now.
said that.
I mean, like, why? Like,
Dude,
I mean,
44 's
to be fair though,
44 's
like
goated.
your viewership, like you, obviously they're gonna vote me off though because they don't know me. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
so what we're gonna do?
Well, they don't know
Right.
me, bro.
Yeah.
I way less views than both of you.
Hold on. You keep
Oh
saying
my
that.
God.
What is your viewership that you said it like 3 times. I thought you were.
He
meaning
sounds
that.
like the Mexicans I did
Yeah, I
fraud
clicked on
with.
his profile.
Sorry,
He doesn't
racist.
even have any
Instagram
links. He has
account.
no links. I don't know who you are, where you come from.
You
Where
sound
do
like
you
the
stream?
Mexicans I was doing fraud with Ben and
Okay,
Instagram
okay,
account. You sound just
Can I
like
speak?
him.
Can I
Dude,
speak?
I'm looking at view stats right now. 44 Dynamic has 7K views in the last 28 days. Tomfoolery has 184,000. What are you on about, bro?
You're not looking at the right
Bro, I have more views than you in the last 28
bro.
days,
Yeah.
man.
That is some multiple.
Okay,
of
hold on.
100
How
and
many
something
do you have in the
thousand.
last 28 days?
In the last 28 days, let me check. I think it's around 9,000.
Oh, dude, wait, Nonfon's
No,
the
hold on,
goat.
then,
Wait,
hold on,
he's pulling
hold
up the receipts.
Local
Yes!
Kings. Local Kings. I'm
I have
local Kings, right? Switch it up.
10,000. Over 10,000 in the last 28 days, buddy.
Okay.
Okay.
More than you
I
in the
had
last-
2 months in a row with over 1 million
Local
views
King.
within the
Local
last 3
Kings,
months.
okay.
He has the professional
All right, guys.
lighting.
The votes are in. The votes are in, guys. It seems like
Well, hold on,
won.
tomfoolery. Like I said again,
Wait, shut the fuck
tomfoolery.
up. Shut the fuck up. Mute. I'm gonna mute you. All right, guys. So the votes are in. What we're gonna end up doing is we're gonna move the people that lost into the waiting room, and when we run out of content, we're gonna move you back in to do another round. Just in order to win, usually what's best for these things is to just literally not take it seriously and just be entertaining. But yeah, we're gonna move you guys out to the waiting room. If you guys want to stick around in case we do another one, you guys are totally welcome to do so. So thank you 44 Dynamic, thank you Melanie, thank you 6 Hosty, thank you Nonfon,
Ghosty.
thank you Legacy. Oh
Wait, this is not how vote keep works, by the way.
Toasty.
You eliminate
this
one
is-
person. Are you
this
saying you're
isn't
gonna move
kicker
all of
keep.
us?
Yeah, bro.
No, you vote.
Too many
No,
people.
wait.
We're keeping
No,
non-fawn.
you don't know how
We're
this
keeping
works.
everyone but non-fawn.
Listen.
Okay.
I just want to review this video
We do
that
the
Destiny did
rule.
today. Let's just review Destiny's VOD for today and call it a day. Can we just do that, please? I've been waiting for that.
I
I'm
had
gonna
the
come
link.
to
I had
Danny's room.
I had
and
the
I'm gonna
link with the
tickle Danny.
timestamp in chat. I've got the link with the timestamp in chat.
All right. Do
Okay.
you want me to screen share?
I can do it. Whatever you want.
We'll screen share.
All right, we're gonna move you guys to waiting room.
Let me know when
Okay,
you're ready.
bye.
Give me 1 second. Can I pull it up again?
All right. So what's this timestamp of?
Legacy, like,
This is his latest stream, the beginning of the stream, where he made a new statement today.
Again, we got
Alright.
rid of Melanie, who was like the one dissenting opinion here, right? Like,
Yeah, I also like
Well-
the keep not kick is like you vote the least voted person gets
We had,
kicked.
like, 10
You don't
people.
kick
We just had, like, 10
everybody
people.
that doesn't get voted the most.
I'll
like
sacrifice
myself.
myself for Melanie.
I don't know. I'm happy with this outcome.
No, you don't have to. It's fine. We'll try to, I'll be quiet.
It's okay. Let's do Melanie and
You
for
be a
Danny.
little quiet. We can just
No.
try to
Ghosty was
Be chill.
Ghosty was
I
also a big
sacrificed.
contrarian.
Sacrifice for Melanie. Melanie, they really wanted you to stay. I'll be sacrificing my spot for you.
All right.
Thank you.
Long
No,
live Melanie.
All right. Let's watch your statement.
All of a
Let's.
sudden,
Darius.
Well, then
Who
bring
cares?
Ghosty
I'm not
back, too.
acknowledging. Listen, who cares? He'll come back whenever he's ready. This is autistic.
Alright,
Okay,
alright.
so we're gonna watch it, see what Destiny's opinion is. Obviously, Stephen Kenneth Bonnell's first comments might change some of your perspectives, Melanie, on how you're feeling about how Destiny's handling this, or maybe it'll keep it the same. We're gonna find out right now. Let's go ahead. Let's dig in. Are you guys ready? Is everyone watching?
Yep.
All right,
Let's go.
A lot of you. It's going to be a really disappointing stream, and I'm glad. I'm glad it's going to be disappointing. I wanted to disappoint you.
I'd put it like 1.2.
Can we? Yeah,
1.25.
yeah, I was gonna say 1.25. Dude,
Or
Bron,
1.5.
Okay.
genius. What a god. What a god. Princess, I love you, brother.
If you have something to add, just tell us when to pause.
Okay.
Fuck, I should have written stuff down actually. For the juicy stuff, this is what I will say. I'm glad that I've inspired so many people to go the litigation route. However, unfortunately, that severely restricts what would be wise for me or what I'm capable of saying publicly about anything. I do look forward to the continuation of and ideally the resolution of that process, hopefully sooner rather than later. But I think my 2 legal teams now are probably going to hate me for saying anything at all. So I can't really say much insofar as that goes, unfortunately. Fuck, I should have written down what I wanted to say. Here are a couple of things that I'll say that have been kind of like bouncing around in my brain. The first thing is, the first thing I will say, well, I'll say the most important thing, okay? Regardless of what you've heard online, or regardless of your desire to simp for me, or shit on me, or simp for anybody else or whatever, obviously, taking any things or sharing any things non-consensually is never good. Don't ever do that. Don't defend that. Don't be that guy. I only say that because I saw some people were typing shit over the past week who are like, oh, like, this doesn't matter. Who cares? Even if this did happen or whatever. That's not cool, okay? So, number one, don't be that guy, okay? Number one, who's defending anything like that, okay? Don't do that. Number one. Number two, there are a lot of communities that are preying on my downfall, okay? Because all of this is now super public, but because it's also coupled with litigation or threats of litigation, it kind of restricts the public movements that I can make.
Okay, so something I heard a lot of other people talking about, and again, he's talking about litigation and the moves he can make. I saw people also commenting on this video as it was going live in other Discords and other communities about how he wasn't making any statements, or he wasn't like showing any apologizing for any of his behaviors. Again, this was all because of, again, litigation, right? Because of the law, he can't like apologize and say, hey, I did this, and I apologize for it, or whatever, because he is getting sued, correct? Or am I fucking retarded?
No, you're
there's already an apology.
You're already correct.
No,
technically, no. There's telling your fans and like being a good like he's a role model. Like he's telling them obviously wrong is wrong. Don't defend wrong just because you're a fan of me. Yeah. He can't say, oh, I'm really sorry. The moment he says sorry, they could clip that and be like he's showing remorse, meaning he's showing guilt, as in he's admitting he did this, that, and the third. They use that literally anything and everything you do can and will be used against you. So he cannot even apologize until after.
Yeah.
Whatever
Wrong
conviction.
in like a lot of cases, but you can also look at like corporations and how they apologize even when they're under legal scrutiny, and they just choose their words very, very carefully. And I'll agree. Like, first of all, I wouldn't be satisfied if Destiny did that. Also, it's a bit much of it to ask for him, but it almost seems like in that case maybe you shouldn't say anything. Just you shouldn't do the stream if like you're actually that worried.
I mean, but he has to come back. He has to. Like,
yeah, he still has a
continue his
fucking
career.
job.
Everyone would be yelling at him to address it, and even saying the thing he can say, which is "Don't defend this." By the way, is probably a good thing. Telling his audience to not.
Yeah. So
the problem is that he did already like kind of admit. So an apology is going to be seen as some sort of admission to guilt, and he said in the DMs with Pixie, he said in DGG chat, he said like in a number of places, I know I fucked up. I know I screwed up. I'm really sorry.
And after that, he can't
put
say
you in this
anymore.
situation. Yeah. So now, like, he's already kind of fucked with those public statements, and he's got to just keep it as quiet as possible. And for anybody who's upset that he's not apologizing, those things should be what they're looking at to say, oh, he is apologizing to the people that matter, not a bunch of fucking dumb chatters. He's apologizing to the people that were actually hurt by this.
Yeah, I was thinking the counter argument that you're going to see is that he did kind of admit to doing it consensually already previously, and I think in his, I don't remember if his Reddit statement, did his Reddit statement say that he did send out things unconsensually to other people?
Just said that he apologized for it.
That he apologized for it. So does that mean he can't do it on stream?
There's a couple quotes.
I'm saying that he's probably not going to want to keep repeating the apology. It's probably bad enough that the apology is out there, so he doesn't want to keep repeating it.
Gotcha. What? How would that even? If you've already said it once, does it really matter legally if you say it?
I mean,
like,
no, different people. Like he
it's
mentioned
not
that years
better,
ago, like
but-
with Melina. I'm saying it has been a recurring theme of that's been discussed.
Video evidence would be more admissible than like a text-based thing, and so I'll give that much credit. I will point out though, like another example is like rock stars who say like who apologize to their fans about letting them down for these sort of things. They don't always make an admission of guilt, but they just say, I'm sorry if I've let you down.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, Darius. You admitted to what did I admit to, nigga. What are you talking about? Why does Darius Destiny look like Nathan? Yeah, he looks fucking. What is up with his filter thing here? Is this like a filter? Like his face is smoothed out. It must be like a camera thing, or like.
His lighting is different. His aperture is messed up on the
it's just
video
like
right
brand
now.
new and normal.
So
Yeah.
Is that a new room?
Yeah,
That background
but
looks new. Is
yeah,
it?
I'm not saying it is a new room. I'm not saying that he shouldn't
put it in a
apologize to the
different
fans and
room
that there's no value in an apology whatsoever. I'm not saying there's no value in a like an apology to the community whatsoever. I'm saying that when there is litigation in the future, that like obviously the court cases are going to be the more important thing, and that he has to prioritize those. And so, yeah, there's no reason for people to expect that from him while that's what's happening.
I think this is what Ghosty was going back to saying. Those like, if you did it and you are remorseful, then why fight it? Like he's putting himself in a position to fight it. I'm a little.
Yeah.
I'm a foot in both lanes on that. Like I kind of get why you also kind of want to protect your ass, because then people can actually lie about you if more easily by doing that and stuff like that. So there's also a reason not to just, just because you did it, just open up the floodgates. But there's definitely a difference in how I think people should approach things if they're innocent versus remorseful because they're guilty.
Does it matter if he admits on video that he's sorry? Low IQ monkey says pushing P. It does. I think it does matter, and it does matter again for what Tom Fuller was saying. It just sounds like it matters if he's repeating it a bunch and just consistently doing it. Makes it harder for him to engage legally with it.
Okay.
When the apology
just
is like kind of an admission of guilt in a way. Go ahead.
just real quick, Carrier is in the waiting room. They're gonna probably say the most retarded shit you've ever heard in your entire life, but
I'm down for
44?
Carrier. I'm down for Carrier, but let's continue the video. Are you ready?
okay.
That was my third.
Okay, this is just gonna be Destiny for like 5
What? The
minutes,
door's not even closed.
doing shit with
What's
the
your
cat
problem?
and asking the
You can't- I
cat if
can't
they
close the
want to
door to
open the door to the bathroom. It's just this for like another.
With the cat here because he freaks
Maybe
the fuck
skip
out.
like a minute or two ahead.
Are you saying that that's not valuable content?
Yeah, I will say
love a
that it
kitty
is,
cat, but it's probably
That
not
could heavily sway my
too-
opinion about him.
Yeah. Talking
That says
together
a lot
and doing
about
really
you.
weird things. I don't know
know.
why. I mean, I guess I kind of know why, but
While we're finding time, I have a
Yeah.
question because I didn't watch this entire stream. Is it true that he sold erudite like bridges? I thought I read that somewhere.
He
but
makes
didn't
a
confirm
comment.
it.
He makes a comment about it going. We'll get into it in a minute.
crazy. Some people have been waiting with a knife behind their back, waiting to strike. Well, all I'll say is that fuck me. I should have written down a speech or something. I fucked myself. There's a lot of weird. There's a lot of weird like people talking together and doing really weird things. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I kind of know why, but I really am looking forward to the litigation process, depending on how far it goes or whatever. I'm really looking forward to that being finished so that I can speak a little bit more about this, although I won't as much. I will say that hold on, I can't mention any particular thing. I can't mention anything with any specificity. Yeah, fuck. I think I just have to wait for things. Yeah, that's all I can say. One thing I will say, one thing that sucks, I don't know if this should be considered signal to noise, but when I'm speaking to my community or my fan base, there's like a lot of other people that are out there and who are not looking for anything good whatsoever. Don't mind fuck yourself paying attention to the haters that we're always going to hate no matter what. There are people out there who are like fucking frothing at the mouth to bring on highly questionable people who've said stupid shit in the past and who continue to say stupid shit, who think that like now all of a sudden these people have like keen insight, and they absolutely do not. I will say that over the past year, like 2024, I've kind of like distanced myself from like a lot of these communities, and now 2025, obviously we've had the master distancing for a ton of people. So hopefully we continue to move in that direction. Or not actually, no, we don't move in that direction anymore. That's done. Now we're like hardcore fucking separated. Can you blacklist some of these people? Yeah, there's a lot of these people I'm probably just never talking to ever again. I did say, I want to write up a list of all the people, actually, hold on. Because there were some people that messaged me to like figure out like what was actually going on.
I mean, do you think it's reasonable for him to not want to interact with like, I mean, like I personally think it's reasonable for him not want to interact with like people like JSTLK anymore. But it's like for him not to say anything and him also not to say much about like what's going on. It makes kind of sense why people are like, I'm just going to take the other person's side because he's not really talking. Also, how are you supposed to reach out to someone? Because I think right after this, he says like, I'm going to show you how many people reach out to me about like this spreading around. Like, how are you supposed to reach out to someone about something like that? Like, if one of your home girls comes to you and it says like, hey, Jamar raped me, how are you supposed to like go to Jamar and be like, hey, did you rape that girl? Like, I don't know how you're supposed to engage in that conversation. Like, what? Like,
I mean, you ask them what happened, and you take whatever they say and interpret it as you feel is like right. That's it.
I mean, to me, if I'm saying, hey, there's a lot, because I've been through this as well, where I've said to people like, oh, you guys, I said over and over, there was more context to this, but I didn't want to leak everything. If people came to me behind the scenes, I would like give them information, but I didn't want to put things out in the public. Or I've said, people started to jump to conclusions about things, and instead of asking me about it, they just went live and stated their conclusions that they, the ones that they jumped to as though they were facts. And so for all of these people, yes, if they had reached out to me, I might have felt a little bit different. But now that you've just gone and made up a bunch of shit about me, or, used your conspiracy theories, or refused to actually look at, you were convinced and refused to look at any of the evidence that would prove you wrong, that like, yeah, I'm just going to cut you people off if you're not actually like willing to even reach out to me and talk to me about this shit, especially when it comes to friends, not with like random people that I don't know.
Do you think that includes people like Turkey Tom? Because like
I would assume so, because we hung out in person.
That'd be insane.
Like when you say friends, that raises the question for me. Like if from a professional business relationship, that actually kind of makes sense. They're just antagonistic towards you now. So how are you going to work together? But from like a parasocial sense, like I don't know how parasocial we should be with each other because of these things. It seems like that kind of like draws, like kind of fuels this drama culture.
I mean,
where we are so offended when somebody we do like does something wrong, or that we don't like does something wrong, and we have these kind of like predetermined biases.
Why does everyone have to make a statement? Because IRL, like you could just not talk about the stuff and that's perceived normally. But I think when you're a content creator and you're public facing, it's kind of like if you don't say anything, you don't make a statement, it's almost seen as like an endorsement. Like,
yeah, it sounds like you're standing by it for sure.
Yeah. It's also your audience is always going to berate you about it to say something. So.
Well, also, I mean, like a lot of these people like went on to Jizzy's stream and were like talking about stuff, and he was a little bit like, hey, this person needs to make a statement. He was kind of like bothering people about it. And being pretty strong. Like, well, I don't know if you guys watched him talk to Wes about it, but he was very much trying to like push him in a certain way to like talk about it or condemn Destiny. Same thing for Vegan Gains when I saw him talk to him as well. It seems pretty hard to exist in these spaces or exist in places around him and not like say something about it. But I mean, like someone like Turkey Tom, I'm very shocked that Turkey Tom didn't engage with him, because like that guy that met him in real life, I thought they were relatively close friends. And for him not to message him, if that is true, seems. I saw him on stream say that he was talking to Destiny about it. So I don't know if like he just didn't talk about the cherry stuff or whatever Steven's talking about, but maybe he's exaggerating. Maybe he's talking about. I doubt Tom didn't message him. That's what I was thinking. I was like, dude, Tom had to. I remember on our stream saying something about talking to him about it. What?
Also, I just want to add he did real quick. I feel like also commentators are in this also other weird niche where like what I just said earlier, commentators have like even more of a pressure to talk or make a statement on things, and also they had to like kind of remain biased. Where I can see why Turkey Tom probably felt like he had to cut him off, regardless of like whether he agreed with what he did was bad or not, just because he has to kind of seem more neutral as a commentary YouTuber.
I mean, but there's also there's a bunch of other things as well that would like, if things are happening, obviously people expect Turkey Tom to talk about it, and if he doesn't talk about it, yes, now he's gonna look bad. But if Destiny did reach out to him and say like, hey, I would appreciate you just not talking about this and not hyping it up. Like, I've had a ton of scenarios where people who I wasn't even super close with, that I was just kind of friendly with, who were willing to just reach out to me and say, hey, could you just not talk about this thing? And most of the time I just wouldn't, because like if that relationship or that bridge was more important to me than covering some drama and getting some views off of it, I can't think of a single time that I ever covered something anyways. I think every time somebody asked me not to, I didn't. So there's some part of this that would be incumbent upon Destiny as well to just reach out to somebody and say, hey,
But
I don't really like
doesn't that
talking about
depend
this.
on what the drama is? Doesn't like, because like if it's like, oh, somebody leaked DMs but it was really inconsequential because it was nothing important leaked, then like, oh well. But like if it, and it wasn't malicious as well, then who cares, right? But if it's like when it's these sort of things and someone asks you to cover it up, like I feel like you're kind of it's more important to get that message out there, like, hey, this person has a red flag about this. You know, we should all be kind of aware of that.
Well, it depends. I'm pretty sure Turkey Tom said that he was like breaking things off with Destiny anyway. So I don't know that part matters. I'm more so just talking about like the ethics of covering something and kind of the thought processes that I go through. Because when I do cover something that I know the people involved and I've had interactions with them, almost every time, the whole time I'm covering it, I am thinking about what it would feel like from their perspective to watch me cover that thing. But in the case of
like, even if they were a PDF, you'd be like, yeah, I'm going to let you cover this up.
No, again, hold on. As I said, like it's about like your relationship with that person. If you're somebody who doesn't want a relationship with that person,
you better subscribe.
You're not going to give a
hit that
fuck
Twitch
if they
follow
want
button,
you to
that
not
kick
talk
follow
about
button,
it. Like that doesn't mean
that
anything.
YouTube sub button.
How are you talking about ethics where like the morality of the act does not come into question at all? It's just your relationship with them.
Because the morality of the act is what's going to likely dictate whether or not you keep that relationship with them.
So just to be clear, like someone could someone have theoretically a strong enough relationship with you that you would cover them up being a PDF?
Being a pedophile? No, probably not. No.
It's covering up. It's covering up, not covering something. Is that the same thing?
She's calling not covering it a cover up. Yeah.
I just sounded like at first like you were saying like absolutely. If a friend came, if they were good enough friends and they asked me to cover something up, I'd always do it because that bridge is more important to keep. And it's like, how is it more important to keep it with something like a PDF? So thank you for clarifying.
Just to clarify as well, that was just an example. It is, but I just to like also add this in. I was just giving like an example of like kind of the thought processes that people go through when they're going to cover these things. There's no reason to believe that Destiny ever asked anybody not to cover this stuff, nor did he ever have a problem with anybody covering it. He just wanted, I guess, if people were jumping to conclusions or if they were just ending relationships with him without ever talking to him first, without ever like, checking with him and saying, hey, what of this is true, what's not true. Like, I believe that's what he's talking about, where he's saying that he's not happy that people didn't reach out to him. Because obviously we know Erudite did reach out to him. We know, I believe Turkey Tom reached out to him. We know a number of people like did reach out to him and talk to him about these things. So when he says 0, he's obviously talking about like a very specific group of people, because we know a lot of people did reach out to him. JCLK reached out to him. So yeah.
I just thought of another way that like people might feel pressured out of this. I don't know how relevant it is, but like
he said 0 people reached out to him.
Yeah, he said nobody reached out to him, regarding if it's true or not.
He said, I appreciate all of the people who reached out to me, and that list is absolutely nobody. So,
but just to be clear, like, this isn't the only thing that gets in the way of like talking about these things. Destiny has a huge fan base that gets really upset whether or not something's true if you talk about Destiny in a negative light.
Yeah, it's very
earlier, and I think
for sure.
Do we all agree whether or not the statements are true? Do we not agree? Destiny has a really unique power. He has a lot of power to control the narrative. One, just because he's a bigger audience. Yeah, his followers are very passionate. They'll almost like take his message and run with it. Do we all agree he like has like a unique power when it comes to like having a narrative and spreading it, whether it be true
Yeah.
or false.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I think what he says here will be really important.
Let's continue then.
Before they kind of decided to do all this like crazy public stuff about it. I just want to read off a list of those people. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, and that's all of them. That was a little bit shocking as well, but okay. What do you want? But yeah, that's basically, that's truly a lot of.
Did you message him, Xena?
Yeah, we spoke.
About if it's true or not?
No, we talked about other stuff.
Like what?
Like
Sexual?
just talking. No.
Well, I mean, obviously he's talking about whether or not people reached out to him about this specific scenario, not just in general.
Do you think he's,
all of us have
do you
reached
think
out to him at some point?
Let me go see, because I'm not gonna say what we. It was like just brief, like just normal stuff, like
When he's talking about people that made public statements.
his reply. Like I talked to him, I sent him a paragraph. I did send him a big ass paragraph. And then he just was like, oh, thank you, matey. And then he was like, regardless of everything, I appreciate you. That's it. Like, it wasn't...
Wait,
Good
I
to
didn't
know,
respond.
sounds so
I messaged him
welcome.
too. He didn't respond to me.
I've talked to Melody before. I don't
He
know.
did say
I
that
mean,
he
I know she
appreciated
doesn't like
the
Israel,
people who
but
sent him messages of support and crap like that.
He did say that.
He said it like, yeah, he does say this later. So again, when he's talking about the fact that like people didn't reach out to him, it's obvious that he's talking about a very specific
he's talking about people
and
who
not just
covered
anybody.
He's talking about people who covered his thing and have been making streams about whether or not he did it and are condemning him. People who he was friendly with, people he collabed with, people he was putting on, friends and such alike. None of those people before starting a stream being like, oh, did Destiny do this? Not any of them did they reach out to him, is what he's saying.
But I also know
before giving their
that is
opinion to
also-
condemn him.
That well, so yeah, so I think that's the part is like condemning him over it or something like that, because I know it is like it again, it's based on the relationship, because it's hard when you're somebody who has like just a a business relationship with somebody, or you're just friendly with each other, and then they're going through something that everybody is covering. There's obviously a lot going on at that time, and then you're gonna cover it like somebody like me. Like it's I'm thinking.
That's what I'm saying. Like I didn't
reach out to
cover
him,
it ever.
I'm not gonna go. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
I
go
wrote my
ask him about
message
this,
to
but I am
him, and that was that. And then I didn't cover it because, like, his situation, like, maybe I'm retarded, but I consider Destiny a real friend since I knew him for so long and, like, in history, whatever. So, like, I'm like, this situation's got to get handled. I'm not, like, interested in covering it for my own stream. Like,
it just
crazy.
sounds like a paradox to me, though, because like on one hand you have this agreement, and I agree that the professional kind of business relationship thing does kind of rely on the assumption that you're not going to screw the other person over. But on the other hand, like
I don't do content with him. Like, we're not coworker friends. He's said that before. Like, we go get food.
I was trying to talk
say,
back
like, I don't
to like the general
work
thing
with
that he
him.
was saying, was just like if you expect your coworkers to also be your friends, and then thus like you're in this competitive market where this might be really good content to make. Like we're being pitted against each other by like the financial incentivization while also trying to maintain these social ties. Like what I've noticed is like this creates an atmosphere where it's mostly just people who sound like they're opposed to him, but not a lot of voices of people who might actually like be seen trying to see things from his perspective and stuff like that, while also, you know, maybe having a more critical voice on it because that's the kind of content they make. I think it's better if, just because of like, if you understand journalism, this is also how it kind of works when things aren't corrupt, is like you have a duty to report first, so long as you're, you know, evidence-based and stuff like that. And then maybe your professional ties kind of matter. But like the key thing is like, we are here to bring information to our viewers, and that probably should come first.
It depends. Again, it totally depends. I
didn't hear a single thing that was just said.
Oh,
there's lots of times where
I'm so sorry.
Like most of my friends, I will cover their
audio?
drama. Like
Sorry,
if they're
sorry,
going
Thomas.
through some shit.
No, your audio's fine.
No, your audio's fine.
Okay.
No, it's me.
Yeah, your audio's fine. But yeah, most of my friends, if they're going through some sort of drama and there's something happening worth covering, most of the time I'll cover it. And most of the time, but yeah, most of the time I'm not going to reach out to them ahead of time either. But as I said, there's been tons of people who, even though they knew that I was like more defensive of them and more likely.
Why wouldn't you? Like, not to cut you off, but why wouldn't you? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they're your friend, before having an opinion or saying something, you don't speak to them first at all. You just have your opinion,
because
and
lots
you
of times
condemn or not condemn. You'd either be like, "Oh, they're innocent," or "Oh, damn, what they did was fucked up," without having and that's your friend, and you don't have their version of the story. You just have the version from other people.
No, yeah. So most of the time I would want to, especially if I know that they're getting a lot of heat over something, most of the time I would want to cover it on stream, kind of go over it, see what perspective everybody has, and then have like questions that I would have based on this, and then go and ask them those questions. But if I go and get their version of things first, and I'm already like kind of like twisted on what it is that I'm going into this believing, then yeah, that's kind of gonna like change my perspective. So I want to
Dude, that's why you're friends with the same dude that robbed you. Like, you're not thinking logically, dude. That's why you're friends with
No,
dudes
I am.
that robbed you.
No,
that's not right. No, that is not
No,
logical.
it is. That's what I'm saying. I want to go in and I want to like cover it fairly and know that like what I know is true, what I don't know is true, and then based on what I don't know is true, now I know what it is that I would want to go ask them and talk to them about.
What doesn't make sense to me is that you said
that's how
you're
I
gonna
would expect
stream
people to
this
cover
first.
my shit as well.
What doesn't make sense to me is that you said you're going to.
What do you mean? You're literally going, and not even to cut you off, but if you're already going over the story, where did the story come from? One side. There's always there's three sides to the story. His, the other person, and the truth. So already if there's a story, guess what? That means you're already reacting to a side. What's wrong with getting his side and then fully analyzing the full picture? And that's how you come to find the truth. Why do you think when you get arrested, but you don't get convicted of fucking guilty until there's your side and the other side, and then the jury and everybody goes from that. Like, what are you saying?
It makes sense if you're good friends.
The way it works most of the time,
especially if it's your friend, you of course want the decency to ask them if they're okay with it.
That's not how it is most of the time, though. Most of the time, like what it is that people put out that a lot of people are getting heat for is
most of the time their friends aren't the ones doing it. Most of the time, their friends aren't the ones
allow me to
reacting.
get through a fucking sentence.
Yeah,
I understand. Before you
when you finally come up with a sentence that makes sense, yes, I'll stop cutting you off.
I haven't gotten through a sentence.
I need a coherent statement from you.
You wouldn't know. So I'm saying that most of the time when people are coming out with shit and they're just attacking people, most of the time, if you go over that, it's pretty clear that they do not have the evidence that they're claiming they have. If they do have the evidence, you don't even need to ask your friend because it's already proven there. If they don't have the evidence, yet they're claiming they have proof, then you're able to sit here and say, yeah, they're acting like this is proof. This isn't proof of shit. Then, yes, now you know where the holes are and your friend is allowed to fill in the gaps, maybe give you the evidence that tells the rest of the story, and you're able to come out with that and vindicate them on those points. But most of the time, whatever it is that they're attacking them with is complete bullshit from the beginning.
Dude, rest in peace, your friends for real, man. Oh my god.
What did you say? Why is? Go ahead. You want to respond to that? Let me get back and try.
I don't know what I didn't even understand it. She's cutting it out.
This might be a dumbass question, but I'm thinking, why do you have this weird expectation for commentary YouTubers like to make comments about their friends? I think the close now she's like a reporter, like for a newspaper. I would assume like if you're close friends with someone, you would not be the person writing that story. That'd like you'd have a weird level of bias where like, yeah, you probably should not do that. We should probably have someone else not involved cover this scenario.
Well, we're not really journalists. I brought up the journalism.
I know it's
thing
not
to say,
exactly the same.
Like they're like as media people and public figures, we might want to just alter our standards a bit than like whatever's most personal. What I'm trying to say is that like Tom does have a bias, but I think that actually is like if we want to have a complete narrative about Destiny, we don't just want the people who hate Destiny the most to be the ones reviewing this. And Tom, like if you actually are being diligent about this, you should be able to check your own biases by first of all doing your research off stream, also doing these interviews.
I don't watch any of this shit off stream.
Off stream.
I'm very clear about the fact
before a stream.
No, yes. I'm very clear about the fact that anything that I watch, anything that I go over, it's the first time I see it when
that's
they.
why
So
we can't do this.
So yes.
Profession. Then that's why you can't do it professionally, because the professional way to do this would be to review this stuff off stream, then come to your.
That's not true.
Come to your conclusion, and then give like
That's
a very.
not true.
Because what you do in journalism, by the way, is you give facts analysis, analysis, and then commentary, where you start with the facts.
Yeah, I'm not
and
a
then you
journalist.
analyze them, and then you do commentary. But no, that's what I'm saying though. Like the professional way to handle this, if you have bias, is to stick to that format. And to
Right,
mention
and
your
I'm sticking
bias,
to
too.
my format where they know I'm watching it, I'm going over it, I'm giving my thoughts on it. But if they have proof, they have proof. If they don't have proof,
I'll
they don't
stop
have
directing
proof.
this at you
And
then.
that's what you go over.
You're getting really defensive. I'll stop directing this at you. If
I'm not,
anybody in
I'm
general
not getting
has a
defensive.
bias,
I'm saying you're wrong.
if anyone in general has a bias because they love Destiny as much as Tom, and they really want to still talk about this, then that would be the way to do it, is to have an objective analysis of this.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Like, yes, if you're going and reaching out to people ahead of time and getting their side because they're your friend, that is not an objective analysis.
No,
I did bring this
it
up.
very much
I
can
actually
be,
don't
like-
think that's. I do think that's how it's for. That's especially for journalists, but I do think commentary YouTubers, you're going for their opinion. When you go to watch Turkey Tom, you want to get Turkey Tom's internalized opinion. You want
Sure,
his
no, but
take
I'm
on
not
the
saying-
situation.
I'm not saying you have to
you actually do
format.
want his bias. Yeah, because I did make.
Yeah.
I asked that question, and I do see an analogy there. But I do think we're looking for different things in a commentary YouTuber versus a journalist.
For sure. No, what I'm saying is, like, if you want to handle it more professionally, that's how you would do it. If you realize that, like, people are here to
Depends
hear
on
my
what
biases,
the profession is.
Sure, yeah, but if you're acknowledging, like what Pranza said, that if people are here to acknowledge my biases, then the only thing I think that's important to do is that you acknowledge, first of all, I have these biases. Now let's go on and talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, yes, if you're going to analyze it objectively, you're going to go and look at what it is that everybody else is seeing and have that information. And most of the time, you can
That's
come
not
to some sort of
objective.
conclusion based on that.
That's
You
just
are going
hearsay
to come to a
evidence.
conclusion based. You are going to come to a conclusion based on what is out there and what is shown to you. There can be proof that's already out there that it doesn't, like, going and reaching out to the person will not change fucking shit, because there's already fucking proof. There's a phone call, there's like all the DMs, there's all, there's a video, like you don't always need another side on things. Sometimes there is just fucking proof and there's nothing,
But you
there's
won't
not
know
much
if you
that
need
they
the
can
other
do.
side or not until you get the other side. But as Zena pointed out, anyways, I
Well,
think
No, you need the other side until you go over it and you know what questions you have, what holes there are, and what it is that you would want to get from the other person. So you first need to know what it is that I'm going to ask the other person and what it is that I think I need from them. Not just like, oh, let me go get your side and then I'll go analyze this information.
Sure, if you want to
It's
talk
an extreme
about order,
analogy, but
that-
do you need
Okay,
do you really have to get Harvey
so-
Weinstein's side on like that? Like, I don't-
Because he's
yeah, I
talking
don't think
about
he's-
going in with proof, but then you don't. Without that other side, you don't necessarily know what proof is to defer it, because there's AI images out there, right? So let's say I went and I said someone raped me, an artist, like some fucking rapper, right? And now I have text messages and DMs from this rapper, and I'm posting it, and it's going viral all over Twitter, and you're friends with this rapper, right? You're just gonna react based off what everybody's seeing, like you said. So you're reacting off the viral tweets and that, and the twit longer I made, right? You don't ask your homie while there's a whole smear campaign going on. You don't be like, yo, did you see this shit? But now, mind you, you react, all that stuff. You do ask your homie, and they're like, oh, I don't even know who that person is. You see that we never, ever interacted a day in our lives. And it was just a clout chase. And you could have possibly
Right, but
helped clear
again,
that up
that
with
based
your
on-
friend to stop that from spiraling out of control. Now your friend
No,
done
that's
lost
what I'm saying.
sponsors, deals, all of that. So yeah, you could. It is a decency thing if you're friends
Look at
with
her
someone.
respond.
That's about your character as a friend.
Let's let Tom
It's
respond.
all hearsay. Are you not able to tell that by going over the evidence that it's all hearsay? Do you not know that from looking at it?
If you're
No,
looking
here-
at what
here's
you just said was facts, how do you know it's facts? It could be all fake messages.
Okay, yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that, like, yes, once you go over it and you know what is there,
So you're
like,
still
now,
reacting, and
can-
you are still responding to a side of a story. Any
Correct.
way you look at it, it
That's
is
it.
a side.
Yeah, of course.
And then you're deciding off rip whether or not that side is true or false without hearing the other side.
No, you're deciding on the value of the evidence, and then most of the time, yes, you do want to go get the other side. So like there were times with you, I reached out to you when you had shit and you talked to me. There were also times with you where you said, hey, I just would rather you not cover this, and I didn't. There's a number of times where yes, like based on what it is that's going on with people, if they want like based on that relationship, maybe I'm able to reach out to them and ask some questions and they're able to tell me, but I'm asking the questions based on what it is.
But you just contradicted yourself because you just proved to everyone that you do reach out to your friends.
No, I didn't say no. I said I don't reach out to them before I even watch it or have a clue what it is that I'm covering. I'm saying that yes, I'm covering it, and then I get questions based on what I'm covering. So as I'm covering it and I'm watching it on stream, I'm DMing you saying, hey, this thing seems weird. This didn't make sense, right? And you're like, yeah, no, that was bullshit. Here's this, here's that. And I'm like, oh, okay, can I share this? You're like, yeah, sure. And then I pull up the DMs and show everybody. Like, and yes, I'm able to disprove it live there while I'm going over it. I do reach out to people and ask them questions.
Do you think Destiny will mention in this clip if he was actually, in fact, reached out by anybody? Because I think when he said he wasn't reached out by anybody, he was talking more like what
he's talking about streamers that have actually done cover pieces on his current situation. That's why
I don't think he was intending to like.
He wasn't saying, "Oh, not a single person I interact with reached out to me." That's not what
I
he
am
said
willing
at
to give
all.
him that much credit there. By the way,
Is it even 100% accurate? Like, didn't him and Nicholas DariusIRL talk a little bit before, like his video? I don't know. That's what I thought.
I just maybe he's lying. Maybe we need to have Nicholas DiOrio's side on this. Nicholas DiOrio probably
I was gonna say, even just based on the people here, even Darius as well. With Darius as well, I went and talked to somebody who was accusing him of things and talked to them about it. Was able to very quickly call out their bullshit, tell them that they were lying, tell them that I knew that they were lying because the evidence that they were showing was obvious that they were trying to fabricate some shit. And then after we got rid of them, Darius was able to come on and say, yes, I know that they're making up all this shit about me. I know they're fabricating all this stuff about me, and it's kind of obnoxious. So yeah, like I'm not saying that yes, I would never get sides from people because the people who are here literally know that I do these things.
Well, you know what? The only way we'll get more answers here is if we dig into this video. So let's go out.
Culture streams tonight. A lot of cloud hungry people that wanted to spend 12 hours reacting to this are going to be very disappointed, and I'm sure they'll have their own conspiratorial reasons for why I'm saying what I am saying. I do think it is kind of funny how crazy the conspiracy spin around me, but yeah, I think that's about all I can say. Yeah. Give us an ETA on when this is all done. I don't really think I can do that. I don't know if that's even possible. But I mean, if stuff starts getting filed, obviously. What's the name of that one guy who did the what's the name of that one guy? Henry Resilient? Maybe he'll go on and he'll start reviewing everything. Has anyone covered it fairly, or should they not cover it at all? I mean, I can't.
Sorry, this video. Has Destiny denied, like, we're talking about whether or not, like, or is it Destiny complaining that he didn't give his side? Has he, like, and I guess he can't legally, but it sounds like he's admitted to a lot of this stuff. I think that the fairy stuff is the only thing that's not been confirmed, but it seems at least the Pixie stuff did accidentally send that to someone.
He did say he doesn't believe that he broke any laws. He said that in his Reddit post. So
I've seen like his apology being used like, oh, it's proof. Like he definitely did this for Pixie. Like he sent an apology. Like, I'm sorry, Pixie, I messed up. This leak happened.
Darius, how do you make the names bounce?
A subset of guilt.
How about you? What?
How do you make the names bounce on your layover?
It's like an overlay when the things will bounce when they talk.
I want to do that.
You're gonna do Discord calls?
No, but I still want it.
Okay, sure. All right, we're going to do
stream James.
I can't
All
really
right,
say
Darius,
anything,
you want to keep running your panel for you, or you want to add this?
Wait, add the what? I don't know what you said. What you were saying? I was watching this video. I'm also doing my impulse control classes before I go to jail tomorrow. If I don't
You
finish
should
these
do that.
impulse
That's
control
important.
classes, I'm going to jail. I know, and it's already 12 a.m. So I have to do it, or before I fall asleep, or I'm gonna go to jail. I got knocked back 3 different times because the conversation was going, and I was like, "Fuck."
Alright,
I
I'll
can't
run
continue this
through- I gotta
Bro,
go.
why are you
Finish
on
your-
stream if you have to finish that? Do you have court tomorrow? Like, why are you even on stream, dude? Go do that
I don't
shit.
know whether to be laughed or
I
laughing
can
or
do
concerned.
both. I can do both.
He's taking an
Alright.
impulse control class
They're
right
gonna
now.
set a bench
It
warrant
takes like
out
8
for my
hours.
arrest. If I don't finish this
You
tonight,
getting
they're gonna
deported?
set a bench warrant out. No, I'm not Mexican.
You're
or
getting
other-
deported.
Other
I got
country
it.
in.
I don't think
No,
he cares
I just-
much.
They said they're gonna give me a bench
He's getting
warrant,
deported.
whatever that fucking means.
It
That's
means
why you're
so
sleeping for
it's a
Destiny so
warrant to
hard. You
hold
want
you,
him
like
to win
arrest you
politically.
to make you appear in court, and then they'll judge whether or not, like, because of that, like if you took anything serious, and then decide if you need to go on probation and do all this dumb shit. So yeah, finish that.
I'm
Can I
trying.
ask, what is this? Is this related to the E-Rob thing or something else?
The E-Rob thing.
Yeah, it
You think
sounds
I
like
would-
the class
You
is
think
not
I would go?
working very well.
You think I would go to jail for the E-Rob thing, or I would take an impulse control class for the E-Rob thing? Why would that ever be anything negative on me? You should be taking the classes for that. All right.
Maybe he'd take one too.
That
I
sounds
have no
like there
idea.
was an
Okay.
impulse to stream, and the classes are
No,
not working very
no.
well.
Yeah, the impulse is my bank account. Okay, let's continue.
Also, to be fair, and I'll
For
defend
obvious
Darius.
reasons.
Darius is a. Yeah, actually, let's watch the Destiny and then I'll do it after.
Wait, no,
Yeah, bro, Prawn, shut
Okay,
the
no.
fuck up sometimes.
I was gonna defend Darius.
For real.
Oh,
And stream and do it. I'm doing it right now. We're making an open panel, and then tomorrow there's going to be a lot more clear because I'm going to be able to workshop this with Prawn in the morning.
I'll
So
have a
you know
docket
what?
tomorrow.
This was literally, we did this in 2 hours, and you know what? It's been okay, successful. We've been holding 700 viewers this whole time, and you know what? That's pretty awesome. We're killing it in DDG. We have plenty of people in the chat. I hated it. You hated what? It's fun. We're literally peaking right now. This is peak content. All right, continue. It only gets up from here. This is the first time workshop. It only goes up from here.
Darius, if you go to jail, make sure if someone puts a honey bun on your bed, you don't take the honey bun.
Why?
For Snickers.
Yep. That sounds delicious.
No, you don't take the honey bun.
It's a free
Take
food,
it. You're
motherfucker.
gonna need
Tom.
the calories. You're gonna
Tom,
need the
can you
calories.
explain why he doesn't take the honey bun?
Yeah, if it's 2 honey buns, now it's definitely worth it. Take 2 honey buns, never just one. That's always the rule.
Yeah, that-
never,
just
always hold
I'll-
out for 2.
Just leave it for future Darius to deal with the implications.
I'm pretty sure I'm on a
The
cut.
good
right now.
negotiation tactics.
I'm on a cut. I'm not going to worry about that stuff.
I feel like we should
I wanna
explain it
take
because people in chat do not know why. I've never been in jail, but I've heard this. Some people leave a snack, a little present on your bed, and if you take it, you're in debt to someone. That's not.
No, it means you're there. No, Prawn, you're a retard. It means you're their bitch. Like that's them trying to.
What do you think?
blame
What do you think the debt is? What do you think the debt?
You're not in
is?
debt to them. No. It's when they say, "Oh, I got you," and they try to help you, like with a phone call or anything like that. Then you're in debt to them. If you take their honey bun, that's like a proposal. You're basically married to them.
Tom, can you confirm or deny?
That is the same thing. Is that he's saying that like because you take the honey bun now you owe them because they're taking care of you. They're taking care of you. You're in debt to them now, and
Give their
now
honey
they
bun.
gave you a honey bun, so you give them your honey bun.
How do you even know who gave you the honey bun to be able
Yeah.
to?
What if
Oh,
I
they'll
wanna
be
get
there.
married?
You'll
They'll
find
be
out.
there.
You
They
will
know.
find out.
They know. They knows. That's all that matters.
Next time you go to take a
Hey,
shower, you'll know.
You'll know.
I know it wasn't a guard that took the honey bun or something else. Like it seems weird.
We need to take back, or we need to bring back
They'll
tradition
know.
Mayor's proposal.
Also, if you
Yeah.
don't take the honey bun, how are you supposed to give it back to him?
You give
Oh,
it to the guard.
And they give it back to the guy?
No, you just give it
Somebody
to the
lost
guard.
a honey
You just
bun.
say someone dropped
You
it.
think the
That's
guard?
Still, that's
you
still
think,
taking it.
You think
You're
the
no
guard
matter
wants to
what.
become that guy's honey bun?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The guard's gonna
No,
take
you
it.
just pass it because it just means you're not getting involved. You just pass it off like, this was in my
I'm
room.
just
I don't
fucking
want
at this
this.
point. Yeah, I'm just fucking around.
Regardless, anyway, I'm not going to jail, so it doesn't matter because I'm gonna finish this tonight. I'm at 40%, 46% of my impulse control classes.
Don't you have to do 8 hours in a video conference?
He's halfway done though. I looked
No.
at a stream. He's 45% done somehow.
Yeah,
47 more.
with this written, I mean, with this test thing, but like, you have to do an actual 8 hours course like in the video calls.
There's no fucking video call, idiot.
That's literally what it says.
Where?
Here's the question: okay, maybe do
Wait,
you
where?
think Destiny deserves any consequences for his action?
Okay.
Should he have to take a class, maybe like how to have consent better? Like,
Are you
what do you
fucking
think, if anything,
trolling?
there should be a little bit, but I feel like it should. I feel like it should not be completely no consequences. He fucked up. He fucked
Well,
up
he's getting
in some way.
social consequences, and those social
Well, that
consequences
is true.
will, if you're
I'm asking,
and
do you
he's
think that's
obviously
fitting?
taking
Do you think-
monetarily. He'll have monetarily consequences. He's going to lose out on collaborations because he's going to lose money. He's going to take consequences in his own friendships, which he doesn't have many of. But it seems like the ones he was close to are kind of like, nope, we don't want to interact with you anymore. He lost Bridges, which is the one podcast he did with Dr. K, which I thought was really good. He's going to lose stuff like that in the future to do podcasts in general with people like that. So I mean, that's a big monetary hit to him, and it's a big social hit as well. His credibility is pretty fucked now with a lot of people. We have people going right now at this moment saying people like Crazytron are right about Destiny. It's like, okay, like it's a pretty big hit. I don't know what fucking classes you're gonna take on this to like fix it. Relly and JCOK are saying things like he should be on a sex offender registry. That requires things to actually be.
But Darius, I want to know what do you
Yeah,
think the
that was
consequences should
weird
be?
that
'Cause-
Relly said that. I couldn't believe Relly said that because that was a little surprising. Like, sex offender registries are normally for like actual like rapists or like pedophiles, like flashers, like things that are very, very different than something like this. And that's the problem with people saying this is that I don't think you can name somebody who had an incident like this that got put on the sex offender registry, yet they all somehow think he's the one person who should be on the sex offender registry.
I mean, Relly's not really making a statement that ever has been done. He's making a statement that it ought to be. So it could just be expanded to the logic that
Was,
the
I
sex
guess,
offender
ought to be for
registry
everybody, I
should be
suppose.
expanded to people who raise enough red flags that they might as well be on the list.
Wait, Nathan has an e-girlfriend? You guys see this? Oh, wait.
That's not
You mean Maddie?
Who?
I think. Are you talking about Nathan Destiny's son?
Yeah, he has an e-girlfriend? He's like 13?
Yeah.
Following in his father's footsteps.
That's fucking. That's...
Going after Discord kittens.
I mean, I had online girlfriends around that age. It's not.
I'm joking.
Yeah,
I don't even know if they're
that's
actually
scary
like.
as fuck. When you're interacting with like groypers and shit, now you have like a public e-girlfriend in your Discord. That's terrifying. That's actually terrifying. There's like so many people just sending weird shit, and you're only online, and you're gonna do it. This is, that's just scary.
I didn't know about the Groypers thing. I was just saying, in general, not a big deal in my opinion.
It's not a big deal in general, but I think with him having such a provocative father, and him also kind of engaging in his father's work, kind of terrifying for a child. But maybe he's a big boy. I don't know.
Now,
It would be weird to watch your dad talk about whether or not you, whether or not you sexted this woman, whether or not you shared this woman's nudes, whether or not you recorded this woman unconsensually. Like that would it would feel odd to watch my dad do that stuff.
Or watch your dad have an incest debate.
Will Destiny?
Yeah, and
redeem
then
his
watch a bunch of
fatherly
people
ways?
attack them for it. Yeah.
Will Destiny redeem his fatherly ways in this response clip? Let's find out.
Oh no.
Damn.
Can you talk about the media projects? Are they canceled essentially? I think I'm shutting down Bridges, but I think we're not shutting it down, but selling it basically. Fuck, I'm not trying to sound mean or anything. A lot of stuff is working really well with that, but now basically I just have that studio downstairs to shoot, I guess, what I want. So what happens to the studio? I mean,
if he's selling Bridges, does that mean they both use it? And that means your dad would still be friends with him then, as well.
Well, no.
He had
That's
a
like a way to
studio,
cut
right?
ties also.
Yeah.
Is it's kind of like when like you have a business and so your co-founder fucks up, and they get canceled. So they might have to like leave the business or sell it to the other guy.
So did he sell
Kind of absolve
bridges?
themselves. That's what he's saying.
He said
That's what he said.
He said he might.
He's like fucking said it fast as fuck, but he said he's in the process of selling it. He said it's going well. And if he's selling it to Eurydite, does it? I guess that just means they're not going to use that space anymore. I guess they could use a different space for it.
It's
But-
a little confusing. Like, I was about to say, how do you sell it without selling it to Erudite? Because you're
Yeah.
selling like the brand, but then if you're only selling the brand, I would think that she would rather, instead of paying for it, just go start her own, which she already has her own channel.
Yeah.
But then if you're getting more than that, and it makes sense that you're actually, because she moved here for all of this, right? She moved
Yeah.
there for all of this shit, and now she's kind of fucked that his brand is attached to hers now. And so it would make sense if instead it was like she was able to use the studio, she was able to use like the cameras, the mic and everything, and then she's able to like continue paying off like what it is that he put into it going into the future, and then she keeps using the channel where they've already gained like a bunch of subscribers and like possibly Patreon members and crap like that. That's the only way a sale would make sense to me.
Yeah.
Does it make sense to sell her the podcast when she's probably like she took like a financial like downturn to move to Miami, start this new business, kind of like a startup. Like it makes sense to invest. So it's kind of curious after doing all those previous investments. She also might spend more just to get the podcast back and just for her.
I wonder if there's
Well,
anything.
the two of them were already spending money on the equipment, I believe, and I believe, and I think that Destiny went and spent a lot more money just because he wanted nicer things to be there. And so, but if he's going to keep using the studio for other things, like with Dan and to do his own shit, then it sounds a little odd to even sell the stuff to her after everything she had to go through to move there from Canada. Like that's the selling word in there just makes it sound a little odd because I'm not sure what that entails.
Well, is it possible that this is a way for him to get out of the lease that he would be in for the studio itself?
Someone said that Gloomy
He wants to keep it, he said.
The studio was co-owned under Bridges, and Eurydite sold the Bridges to Destiny, and so Destiny has a studio for himself. And from what he said about having the studio downstairs, it sounds like that's more true.
I was thinking
people are saying he said settling, not selling. Can you play that again? Because I thought he said selling as well.
Maybe take out the time difference.
Just found a tweet. I don't know who the person is, but say via sexuals under the tweet.
I mean, I'll still be.
What about him?
I just sent it to you, and he's under the tweet, so I think it is another person. I don't know.
Now, basically, I just have that studio downstairs to shoot, I guess, what I want. So, what happens to the
Go back
studio?
a little bit more. I guess back.
Yeah, I thought that this was after.
You talk about the media projects. Are they canceled essentially? I think I'm shutting down Bridges, but I think
Shutting down.
We're not shutting it down, but selling it basically. Fuck, I don't want to.
That's like
I'm not trying
selling.
to.
Wait, did that just
I don't know.
did that just lag from his? Did that lag from his share, or did it lag on Destiny's side? Because when he said selling, like it just kind of cut the one part where we're looking for T's.
I think
Did
it's
you
on
hear
Destiny's VOD.
Darius?
It sounded like selling for me on my end,
I heard selling.
Selling?
It was a
Okay.
little duff, but I heard selling.
but it sounded like you're like swallowing midway where you're saying it. So
Okay.
it sounded like that's a sound.
Yeah, to me, it would make more sense because I do feel like Erudite did a big thing partnering with Destiny. I feel like in a way it would make more sense for Destiny to buy Bridges and give Erudite some money, like to kind of but that'd be better for Erudite at least. I don't know.
Again, it depends how much he's already put into it, because if he spent
Sure,
like
sure.
75% of the money on it already, then that may not make as much sense. Or if he already if he put money into helping her move, or there's a lot that would that would entail.
Continue.
Or anything. A lot of stuff is working really well with that, but now basically I just have that studio downstairs to shoot, I guess, what I want. So what happens to the studio? I mean, I'll still be using it for stuff. I recorded an interview with Evil Mike, I think like 5 days ago. But
Illuma.
I think August is having to chew through those B-raw files. So, and apparently they're really difficult to work with. So, what about anything else? I think that's still going on. Do your lawyers think you will win or lose the case as a vibe check? I want to say like cutesy stuff, but I really can't say anything. I look forward to like all of that working itself out though, like a lot. That's all I'll say for that. Yeah.
I think he should pivot into his passion, gooning, and turn the studio into OF studio.
That'd be smart. He knows a lot of OF women. He mentioned something later on about him moving his room. I remembered the comment now. I saw people saying he was moving his room because of his own mistakes or something like that, or something along the lines of like him not wanting to show that people he's like continuing to do his same behavior. And I'm like, I remember literally there's a girl named Buffy who was messaging me because she wanted to fuck Irrelevant. And she got really mad at me because when she wanted to fuck Irrelevant, I pulled up her Instagram on stream because she wanted to do like an e-date on my stream. And she got really mad at me that I pulled up her Instagram on stream. And because I pulled up her Instagram on my stream, someone found out from the Instagram on my stream on that she was on Destiny's stream fucking him because she was in the background with like a big leg tattoo. And she was just walking past. And Kiwi Farms people were like, obviously like investigating or whatever the fuck it was, and they found out through there. I don't know how anybody can like look at the actions he's made. Like I guess we'll go into it later. I don't know anyone. This is kind of I'm just frustrated with how people are perceiving this because this is the argument that I'm hearing in other communities. It's like it's like how is this? How is that not like reasonable? To not want to have people that, especially when you have someone like Destiny who has like Kiwi Farms thread dedicated to people literally trying to find out who he's fucking, when he's fucking, and what he's doing, for him to like move his location. I don't. Is there like, do anyone here think that he's trying to avoid responsibility by moving his location?
I don't know what you mean.
No.
I wish I could find the comments, or I could find a clip. If someone might have the clips.
What you said about Kiwi Farms though just grosses me the fuck out. Like, who spends their day doing shit like that? Like, I need to know who my favorite parasocial daddy is having sex with. Like, okay, if you're listening right now and you do stuff like that, there is help available out there. Please find it.
There's literally like Discords dedicated to that. There's no way to. I don't know how you would combat that or get rid of these people that do this, but it's like it's insane. Once you become like a little bit popular, people are like this invested. I mean, people do it for DSP, and he's not even that popular of a person. I mean, DSP is like popular in like I guess the lolcow aspects of life, but like, bro, you're those people.
Bro, people have obsessed over my fucking sex life and acted like I owed it to them to tell them everybody that I'd ever gotten like DMs from or had sex with or shit. Like, it's weird as fuck the way that people obsess over folks.
Of being a sex pest, Tom. Let's be a little bit more.
I was not though. I was not actually facing those accusations though. That's the thing, is that there wasn't like evidence to make people think that that was like a real credible thing. It was just a fucking like bullshit that people were saying, and then
so they were accusing you, and you were facing accusations.
Again, that's not. If I say right now that you raped me, are you facing accusations, or do I have to have something a little bit more than that before we go start digging through your fucking vagina and you know your all of your body parts to find out if I had some fucking cum in there? Or
if we're sticking to the hypothetical and you are going, and I'm going to have to defend myself against you saying that, then yes.
I mean, all it takes for a case to be opened up is for two people to have the same story against one. So,
yeah, well, that's kind of what
that
I'm
is
saying.
accusations.
You have to have like, that's what I was saying. Yeah, you would have to have something that's like a little bit more legitimate than just like people memeing on shit.
More than one person. And anyways, I'm not even saying if they're credible or not. All I was saying is that you at least objectively faced allegations. And I
Yeah,
forget
but
what I
even
was
that
getting at.
wouldn't justify that. That wouldn't even justify that, because all of a sudden now somebody else, if that somebody else, if you thought they were being sex pested or something like that and it was related somehow, that would make sense. But if instead it's that you think this person's in a relationship with somebody, which is what it was, that they wanted to know who I was talking to, who I had casual relationships with, who I was like engaging with, and crap like that. That's what
Sure,
it was.
some of
It
it
was
was
not like
gross. I
even
agree.
related in any way whatsoever.
Well, no, there was parts of it that were gross and people took it too far, but there were also some people who were talking about legitimate things. I think Rezi was one of them.
But that's what I'm saying. You're making it about this. Like you're trying to include like what people trying to like get information about my sex life that has nothing to do with that. Like if that's an accusation, you get information on that. You don't go get information
I just saw
on
them
totally
co-occur.
unrelated shit.
It just seemed to me when
Yeah.
I was in your Discord server that they were co-occurring, and to me. it
When you say
seemed like they were
co-occurring, it
related.
had been everything for the last like 4 months leading up to that. It like had co-occurred with those things. Like
Well,
it was
but
just
bear
people
in
just
mind, it's
saying
gonna
shit
seem
for
related
months
to
and
other
months.
people. Just bear in mind that it's going to seem related to other people who saw that co-occurring.
I don't care if it seems related. I care whether or not it actually is, and whether like people can always make some excuse of like, well, it feels this way to me. Okay, like I don't give a fuck about your feelings. In
Well, it seems kind of
reality, it's
pedantic
just
at this
not
point.
related.
Because
We
you
can
started
all agree
saying you're
some people
not
online
facing
will make false
accusations.
accusations for many reasons. That definitely happens. We can all agree that, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen to email me. Yeah.
I don't know how common it
Like it's
is
weird.
relative to
Earlier we're
real
talking about
accusations.
like. Yeah, but it's like when we're talking about earlier, like what's a responsible way of going over information? What's a professional way of dealing with shit? But now we're just saying, oh well, I mean, people can feel that way, and now somehow that's like justifying them doing this stuff. Like
No.
it's weird as fuck.
I never
Like,
justified anything. In fact, I said I'm not even going to talk about if they're credible, but you objectively face allegations to which you said you didn't, which is just false.
Okay, yes, I'm saying that there are not like real accusations, that is false. But there was not like a woman accusing me of those things. There was not a woman who ever made those allegations. It was men accusing me of those things for other people, and they even said that they were just speculating on those things. So those aren't real accusations. No.
I do recall a woman bringing it up, but I can't remember names, so I'll give you that much, and I'll just drop it for now.
Okay.
Anyways, now Destiny is facing allegations, folks. Let's hear what he has to say.
Why shut down bridges? I think people you invite there wouldn't even know about this drama if you resume it in a few months or so. It's more just like I'm basically like absorbing all that studio and all the assets. I'm absorbing it into my business proper. So if I want to have anybody down there to like invite for a show or whatever, I'll just like basically manage it for my business going forward.
Okay, so he's talking about taking direct ownership. Sorry.
Why didn't you stream through it like you advise other streamers who've had scandals like this?
We got it a bit wrong earlier.
I'm trying to think.
He did say sell, so it is a bit confusing.
Well, he's taking ownership.
I think I said some stuff. I'll just reiterate what I've said in my chat before.
What does that
I've
mean,
been
like,
streaming through it for like
He's talking about the space and the equipment?
Yeah, he's talking about wanting those assets in the space to be under his own company instead of that company that's shared.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting the name. I'm so bad with names. I'm sorry, people.
Am I wrong? Because it's my perception. I kind of got the vibe that seems to keep Apartment the gear, and Airtight basically has the brand. That's kind of how I took it, but I could be wrong.
Well, that's what he just said implies to me, like him saying that he's like absorbing it all into his own business, kind of makes me think that Erudite isn't involved anymore, and he just like bought all the stuff for himself.
His business with Dr. K that he's talking. I thought that. Sorry, I'm getting lost.
Well, that was the one with Dr. K. That's the podcast Bridges.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Bridges is the one he did with Dr. K, I think like 3 weeks ago.
Sorry, can I get included?
He had Dr. K on as Dr. K came on as a guest. Not So Erudite was his co-host.
Yeah.
Two of them co-hosted. The way he said it did make it sound like Dr. K was the co-host. No, they just Not So Erudite and Destiny had Dr. K on as a guest.
My perception is like almost. I think Erudite was slightly more involved. It was behind the scenes of that show compared to Destiny. It was almost like her baby.
That would make sense, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Just knowing their working relationship and what that's like.
With the intent of
Yeah, I mean, she also had to sacrifice a lot more for it too, because yeah, again, her having to move all the way from Canada with her husband, and then on top of that, Destiny literally just stayed in his apartment, bought an apartment like right next door. He just has to walk out of his apartment into the other apartment in the same building. That like, yeah, that she had like way more that she had on the line, and that she was sacrificing for that whole thing. And so it would be like insanely sad if that just disappeared after everything she had to do for that podcast.
I think Pisco was in a bad situation also, where he had that New York studio. I don't know. his
Yeah,
involvement,
and
he
it's
said
not
he had to-
DOA. It's
he had to settle some stuff.
So
That's
no,
so
this
depressing.
recontextualizes things for me, because this might actually mean he's taking it from her. Since again, it sounds like he's bringing everything under the ownership of his own company rather than the company.
Oh
he
yeah,
shared
true.
With Erudite.
Because yeah, he said that he was going to continue using it. Yeah, that's probably true. We'll see. Because yeah, it is like a really rough position. I didn't even expect Kyla to drop out. That I wouldn't expect that of her. Not that I think that she like lacks the moral fortitude to do so, but more so that, as I said earlier, I think that when you have a lot of other things on the line, and that when you have like a money relationship, that this person did something fucked up, so now I have to lose like my revenue and my income because they did something, seems a little strange. And but that I think that even think of like what's the kid who's like the big liberal kid who's been blowing up lately. He started a podcast with
There's like
another
Dean,
Fuck, what's his
somewhere,
name?
and there's another one.
Dean Withers,
Oh, no,
Parker, one of those people.
Luke Beasley.
neither one of
Dean,
them.
it's the other one.
Luke Beasley.
Luke Beasley.
Yeah,
Luke
so
Beasley.
Luke Beasley just started a podcast with like one of the biggest pieces of shit within the conservative movement, this woman. And it's obvious that like they are not like promoting each other as like, you know, I like agree with them and their politics and who they are as a person or anything, but instead like they're there to just make content together and you know, make an entertaining show and something that people would be willing to watch. And I think that it's sad that people put so much like moral weight on your engagement with somebody afterwards to the fact that you have to lose out because they did something wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, it wouldn't
sad.
surprise me if Destiny was paying Erudite quite a bit. Like he paid like I think Rachel is her name, like the ex-wife, you know, his son's mom. I think he bought like a house for her. I think he paid.
he bought a house.
He paid his parents. His parents were in a ton of debt. I think he paid some of it off because his mom has Alzheimer's. So I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if
Really
he's
different. Really different though, because in the case of Kyla, he's not like he would be paying her off for what happened, whereas in the case of like his wife or his parents, like he's just taking care of people around him. So yeah, it's massively different, and I feel really bad for Kyla in this.
I feel like what you said about like working alongside somebody as if it's a morally neutral thing, like that's great on paper, but again, from the audience perspective, it looks like you're standing by that person and not criticizing them for that pass at all. And so that it almost looks like you're kind of whitewashing what they've done almost, especially if you are bothered by the other side's past. And so I think like it's great if that would work that way, but in reality, like you get way more mixed results from that sort of thing. And it's probably it really is just easier to distance yourself from somebody with that kind of past.
Well, can I ask, have you all seen the Turkey Tom Erudite interview? Because I think she's getting a lot of shit for that, and I can see why. A little bit.
I don't see why. I went over it and I did not.
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't
It
seen
made
most of it.
absolutely no sense why she
should
was
go over
getting
tomorrow.
charges.
Why? I guess optic wise, because I think I see like I see what she was saying, but definitely I can see how she came off negatively to certain audiences. I mean, even before that, like the meme was like, oh, she's like the Ghislaine Maxwell of the Destiny orbit. But I don't know.
Although, like I literally asked everybody, and I couldn't get a single. I couldn't get a single explanation.
Erudite was kind of saying. I can do it, but it sounds like you might be more.
Well, it depends. They went over like 100 different things, and so there's a bunch of different aspects that it depends on which one people think she did something wrong in. Like, my best understanding, my best steel man, is that people thought that it was wrong of her to be the one who was negotiating between Pixie and Destiny, because she had like a financial foundation with Destiny, to where her relationship with Destiny was so much more important and had so much more weighing on it, that she would benefit greatly from Pixie just staying quiet about this and not coming out. And everybody thinks that now, because everybody didn't say anything, and Kyla was going around behind the scenes telling people like, hey, the victims don't want you talking about this. Please stop mentioning their names. Please stop. You can talk about the issue. Just stop mentioning their names. Stop saying who's there. And so then people saw that it's her doing this because Destiny would benefit from it. But the problem is that you have to consider, okay, let's say she didn't benefit from Destiny. What would we expect her to do in that case? And we still did exactly that. We would still expect her to go and protect the victims. It's not like Pixie is somebody that she doesn't know. These are people that worked very closely together through Progressive Victory. I've had the both of them on my panels and on my show numerous times together. The two of them have their own relationship, their own friendships, their own engagements, totally off stream and totally unrelated to what it is that everybody sees. And so where she wants to go and check in on Pixie, from what I saw, is the one who wanted her to play mediator between the two of them. And when you say, oh, well, it can't be Kyla because she's too close to Destiny, it has to be somebody close to Destiny. Pixie was trying to choose somebody who was close to Destiny because she wanted somebody that Destiny would listen to. So literally, there is nobody that she could choose except for somebody who was close to Destiny. So your reasoning for why Kyla shouldn't have done this is, kind of backwards as to what it is. Like, it's the whole reason that Pixie chose her to be the one to do it in the first place. You're kind of taking agency away from Pixie to make her own decisions on what it is that she wants done in this scenario.
I know not everyone has seen the full interview. Does anyone disagree or have any additions to that?
Yeah, I need to see
I do
the
want to focus
interview.
on another part of the interview.
No, I saw the interview.
It's a whole hour long. Go ahead.
Yeah, I saw the interview and I agree with Tom here. It's just like I don't think Erudite had a position that she could win perceptually. I think a lot of people just inherently are going to be like, she's going to always defend Destiny, even though it seems like from the actions that she's taken and the actions that have been linked to the public, the interview itself, there's just so much there that shows that she was trying to work as a mediator between these two people that she knew. So it just doesn't seem like there's any malicious intent on her end, and I think a lot of people are just trying to apply that because of the hate that's going towards Destiny at the moment. So it just doesn't seem consistent all around for like the way that her character is being basically assassinated at the moment, because she's just tangentially connected to the situation.
I mean, Princess, you're the one who said that you could totally understand why people would see it that way, and I was kind of like giving my best steel man of why people would see it that way, but then tearing down the steel man. So I would like to know, is that the best interpretation of it, and why is it that you see it that way?
Well, actually, I was just more so further down the timeline, where I think I agree with what you're saying with all the stuff beforehand. The thing I can see where she's kind of perceived as being a flip-flopper is, I think in the Turkey Tom, she's like, yeah, I'm cool with sticking my Destiny currently because it seems like he's willing to be better. He's willing to work on himself. And then in that time, since then, something has changed. She's now distanced himself. I know there's been more revelations. I think the Cherry thing happened after that. I think that's what I'm talking about.
The Cherry thing did not happen after that.
Yeah, it was not that timeline. Well, what do you think?
No, the Cherry thing did not.
Difference then?
I can just say based on... I don't know how much I can say, but I'll just say, after watching the Turkey Tom interview, I did make a very big deal about the fact that it seemed like people were unaware of the fact that Destiny supposedly knew that this stuff was coming months ahead of time, and knew that it was going to be a big thing, knew who the women were that were in it, and didn't like reach out to any of them, didn't tell any of them, didn't like, you know, warn them about it and say, hey, this is happening, this, you were in it, this is why, blah blah blah. He just like, they had to find out by themselves through the internet. And that when people are saying, oh well, he really seems like he has like remorse, he really seems like he cares, and he's trying to like do the best he can after the fuck up, that was something that made it seem like he was not doing the best that he can. And so yeah, I with as much as I can possibly say, like, that is my best guess.
Yeah, I guess we'll never know, but that's what I was focusing on in particular, where you don't have the whole picture, because last I saw, he was like, I'm going to stick by Destiny based on what I currently know, and then suddenly I saw she's leaving the orbit, and yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what caused that change. Then also jump in. I know we have a lot of Destiny defenders. I can be the steelman of the other side if you want.
I just don't know much about that particular interview is all.
Well,
That one's not that interesting.
Well, we're gonna review it.
Wait, no,
tomorrow.
we'll do that. Well, because I was looking up the law. 'Cause I do agree. Legally, you can record people in your house with consent. Do you think it's different when there's a sexual aspect? For some reason that changes.
Yeah, of course.
For me.
Well, yeah.
Of course it is. Yeah, it's about expected privacy. So even within the law, it's about like expected privacy and what you would expect to be confidential. And so especially when we're talking about like a two-party consent state or an all-party consent state. So where I live, there have been times where I recorded people because I knew that they were like lying about shit, and then months later when they publicly lied about shit, I was able to out these things. And then yeah, they were very quickly like, oh, he's going to jail, he's getting sued. I live in Georgia. We're a fucking one-party consent state. As long as we're part of the interaction, we can record anything. It can be a phone call, it can be a Discord call, it can be, you know, an interview on the streets. As long as we are part of it, we can record it. And anybody who talks to us while we're recording is just, yeah, it's kind of on them. And so I think that it is about, especially, yes, when we're talking about two-party consent states, it's about like expected privacy, but they have a lot of exceptions for this when it comes to like California and Florida law, is that if you believe somebody is likely committing a crime, or likely going to like lie about a crime, or lying, like there's a lot of like exceptions on based on like what it is that you believe is happening. And so yeah, if like when we're talking about the Laura de Laguna situation, if that's not a sexual scenario, and he does believe that people are like accusing him of like something that's a possible crime, or something that could possibly ruin his like his business, his reputation on the internet, which would hurt his business. Like there's a lot of scenarios where now, as long as he has like reasonable belief that this is happening, that now he can record this legally without any consequences.
Okay, but so I just wanted, if it is legally recorded, then wouldn't it be easier to say, because if the whole thing's legal, there's nothing sexual, and he is in the proper state for doing that sort of thing, then there really shouldn't be any damage to his case from showing us, hey, there was nothing sexual in this.
In the scenario with Cherry, I do believe that like the implication is that this is sexual, that this is a sexual scenario. That's definitely what the implication is for sure. But we don't have like a whole lot of information on it. We haven't. Supposedly JSTLK came out. That's what I heard, was that he came out and said that he heard the recording and that he can verify that she was in the recording. Now it's possible that yes, Destiny can come out and say, no, like she did consent to this. She 100% consented to this. I remember, like blah blah blah. And so there's just not like a whole lot of information there, and I haven't even specifically seen JSTOK confirm this. So it's kind of a harder conversation to have.
Yeah, because even if he did go and say like she did record it, I mean he's worried that if he says that he did record or whatever, that's like legally liable of him or something, and then he has to deal with like the repercussions of that. So he can't talk about it. He can't speak on it. It's just unfortunately, it's like, again, it's because of the legal stuff. It kind of cuts any of the answers we need. What's up?
Well, do we know if they're Cherry's pursuing legal charges? Because that like actual
She said she filed a police report, but again, that
But
doesn't.
that will lead to charges.
Yeah,
That's usually
yeah,
why you
that's
would
what.
file that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's like for criminal charges, I could understand why he wouldn't want to come out in
Yeah,
the
I was
public
talking
and
about
be
the
like,
Laura de Laguna thing.
Yeah.
Mostly.
I honestly don't think he knows what it's going to lead to, and I think just like giving it time to figure out. Because again, like I fucking did a police report for E-Rob, and that came out to nothing. I didn't get a call back from a detective. Nothing came out of it. I just waited some time, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess nothing's going to come out of this. And then I started talking more about it, like after like 2-3 weeks. I was like, okay, I'm not getting. They said they were calling me like a week, didn't get anything out of it, and I was like, all right, I guess it doesn't matter at all. So I mean, I guess just like waiting to see what's going to happen with it and see if anything advances from it is all you can do.
Yeah,
The reason this
for
is
sure.
dubious for me is because, like, kind of what Tom brought up was like, if it's sexual, then it's a whole different thing. But if it's not, then it really shouldn't be a big deal. Where that doesn't satisfy it for me. It almost kind of excludes the possibility that such an ideal thing is even possible. Because, like I said, if there's no legal risk attached to this because it was like he is in the right state to do it, and there's nothing sexual about it, then I really don't see why he would just avoid releasing the evidence. I have a feeling that there probably is something sexual about it. And right now people are just
that would make
running
it
with the idea.
so much worse. Just to
Yeah.
be clear, in a two-party consent state, if you record something that's possibly illegal and you release it to the public, that makes it so much worse. So like,
Yeah,
he cannot just release it, especially not until it's cleared as like a legal recording. So
Yeah.
All I'm
Yeah.
saying is that if,
especially
like, he
with
was
criminal
legally in the
charges being
green-
potential there.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is, like, if he was totally legally in the green in some of these hypotheticals, like, you know, he was totally the Lord De Laguna thing was not sexualized and all that stuff. I just then, you know, I would expect to see some evidence at that point. So that to me is why it seems like legally dubious. As far as I can tell, he's still avoiding any sort of risk because there is risk attached to these things.
Yeah, especially when there's like 14 other people also trying to do this stuff. It sounds like Curious Cactus today, and it confirmed that she is in the leaks and that she is also seeking legal counsel of this. So it seems like you don't know, even if you do comment on this person, and if it affects the case of 2 other people that are also seeking legal counsel. I don't know if there's other people around that are doing it as well. Seems like everyone really wants to take the legal route. So it's like, if I were him, I just literally would not speak on anything. Just until, I mean, if I was him, I'd probably speak on it because I'm retarded. But it makes sense why he's not saying much. But it's like, again, watching people's reactions is, for me personally, is so infuriating because it's like there's like no. It seems like it is like it has to be a clout thing for a lot of these creators, because like how are you like watching him react in this way? And then knowing that people are like there's like 4 people trying to sue him for this, and be like, why isn't he commenting? Why is he taking this seriously? It's like, what are you supposed to do? Like, the only thing you can do really is either meme about it or just not say anything. And when you meme about it, just make it as like unrelated as possible. Or as like
Right.
like I said, the Doctor Disrespect stuff is like whatever. Just like nothing that's like, oh, making fun of the other people or making fun of like Cherry or Pixie or any of those people. Like, just meme about it in ways that's like, oh yeah, I'm just retarded.
This is a question for a lawyer, but like, could memeing about it actually be bad? Like, make a bunch of like gooning memes. Could that like ruin your case or paint a bad picture? Like, if
You'd have to-
And with
you're not
that-
you're not taking it seriously. Because
And with
Lily Dixon
that-
did that today. He made a joke about that.
Since that's a rhetorical question for a lawyer, why don't we play the video and find out if Destiny's going to meme or if he's going to make his claims sound more dubious, like I think they are.
So
Well, he made a goon meme on X or Twitter today.
Yeah.
Well, let's figure if he does it in his video. Let's go.
Because there's just been a lot of stuff working through the background. That's been a lot of but there's a lot of communities that are like moving in tandem with a bunch of things, which is like very weird and very annoying. But
Bro, did anybody see like the denim, like Cherry retweeting denims? Like okay, again, like Cherry could have legitimate reasons to be upset or stuff like that, but like retweeting denims statement, knowing the situation that happened there, and being like, okay, this holds weight. Like,
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
Like-
The
like-
whole
like-
denims thing was obviously this like a similar scenario as to I believe it was the Lauren De Laguna scenario where it just was not a sexual scenario. It was something that was recorded because he believed she was lying about him, that she was like trying to slander him, and so this was again something that could possibly ruin his his reputation on the internet and his business. And so it just it didn't seem related at all, and it was even weird for Denims to come out and talk about it right now.
Yeah,
So
and
first
it's
of all,
like
if you're worried about someone slandering you, why would you feel the need to record them in private? So that has yet to make sense to me. Secondly, again, like if these are vindicating things, like I recorded these people for my own personal protection, there's nothing sexual about them, then there's really no legal risk if he's in the state that condones that sort of thing. I don't know if can one of us confirm that? I will.
Well,
If nobody
Florida,
else will, but
Florida's a two-party consent state.
okay. So then
Uh-huh.
is he in Florida? I don't know, but
I don't. I think these were recorded in California. When he lived in California. What he's talking about Denim's situation.
I'm
For
talking about the Lauren thing. That would have been in Miami.
But if these things give
Possibly.
us like clarity that like there are at least some scenarios where they weren't sexual, then it really shouldn't be that like risky to put that out there.
Well, no, because when you're building a legal case, you're not putting your evidence out there just for everyone to see. You're basically keeping everything as close as possible. The only people that are going to be seeing that are going to be like defense attorneys and like prosecutors and stuff like that. That's something.
Destiny
that's
did
a high ask.
Destiny
I'm not
did leak
talking
the
for
logs
legal
with
case. I'm
Denims.
Yeah,
Destiny
I'm not
did
talking-
leak the logs with Denims, so it contradicted what she was saying in her own video as well.
Okay.
Zena,
So yeah, again, not something I'm super familiar with.
did you have to say
I just want
something?
to jump in here. I just want to jump in here with the law. Take a quick, and it's probably different per state, but both Florida and California are two-party consent states, and there are expectations about privacy in like a place like a bedroom, where that's even if you can record in other states, like the bedroom is like, oh yeah, there's an expectation of privacy there, or like a bathroom. I just want to jump in there.
So it sounds like he was at least admitting through saying he was doing it to protect himself to some criminally dubious activity because he would have needed the consent of them. Their consent, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you talking about sexual videos or sexual recordings?
No, the non-sexual.
Based on
okay,
the law, it
because,
sounds
okay,
like even
so
non-sexual videos could
non-sexual
be.
like voice recording stuff that's state by state. Sexual is
Yeah.
a federal thing.
So we've
But both
we figured out
California
that.
and Florida are two-party consent states.
Two-party consent
So he
states,
would
yeah.
need their consent
He
to
would
even
need
have
consent
recorded that in the first
regardless.
place.
Yeah. But when it comes to criminal matters, let's say if he did try to build a case against her, that just wouldn't make it to the case. That's the only thing that would happen there.
And that's my point though, is that if it's not really going to make it to the case, then you should be able to use it to vindicate yourself to your audience.
I don't know if perceptually that's the best idea to start leaking calls, and especially after you're in a whole leaking scandal, that would be the way to do things. I think perceptually that can make things even worse to be like, oh, look how vindictive he's being and all these other things. Like, I just don't think that would be a reasonable take for him to do at the moment.
My thing is, aside from leaking personal info, which of course we always have a responsibility to protect that kind of info from being leaked, regardless of the situation. If it's receipts for something that you're being falsely accused of, you have every fucking right to leak it.
Yeah, for sure. I just don't think I think he's caught in a really bad time where it's just like, okay, anything that he releases at this point is going to be held to a high level of scrutiny, right? Like, I don't think anyone's going to give him.
That's optimistic. I just think I'm more pessimistic. Where to me, it signals that things are more dubious for him than he's letting on, or than we're hearing about.
Well, it's not optimistic. It's just logical, right? Like, I think he obviously fucked up situation, and this could lead into fucked up circumstances.
Adding one more someone who's leaning anti-Destiny, because I know we have a lot of sweepers here.
No, he's just saying that so he can get on the panel. I know Grumple. He's a big simp for Destiny, big orbiter.
True.
Me Scoozy?
What's your take, Grumple?
I actually don't know.
If anybody believes what Melanie says out the gate, that's your own bad. It's entirely.
What's your
ridiculous.
problem,
I
Melanie?
think the word you were thinking of there was disqualifying.
No, you're disqualifying.
Yeah, I'm disqualifying you.
Wait, why? Why do
You
you?
guys must be on the same side. You guys are both the best anti-Destiny people here.
L'Oreal
He's supposed
beefing.
to say out the bag or disqualify.
Yeah, no, I don't
want to
get
use
this.
that word. He just said out the bag. He can say that too. Like, bro, why does it matter?
I'm just fucking with him. It's fine.
No, Melanie Cosmic Fox, aka Ninetails. Why are you trying to disqualify me right out the gate? Like, excuse me. Hello, y'all. I'm a Grumple.
Skin?
So
Yeah,
in
that's
this
why.
case, I'm gonna do what Melanie did to you, and I am gonna correct you. Only this time the right way, because what you just said is wrong, and you should have said, you should not have said disqualified because there's no competition. Discredit.
Yeah.
Discredit. The word you were looking for is discredit.
Oh, I never even considered that distinction. Nice.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Today I learned.
And back to the video.
And back to the.
Have you seen any of the
Thanks,
stock market
Melanie.
stuff? I saw somebody meme in chat, and then I looked up my Nvidia stock, and I think my Nvidia gains I think have been completely wiped out. Canceled my membership to make moral arguments while living your personal life the way you do. I can't justify supporting you. Disappointing. Hey, listen. If you want to leave, or if you're upset about whatever you think has happened or whatever you've heard, you're always welcome to do what you wish. I just want to do politics here. That's how I felt for the past year, at least. Whatever happens in the background where all of this stuff is going through. But you know, hey, listen. That's all I can say right now. Sorry.
Can you pause for 1 second?
Did you get?
I'm probably reading to this too much, but like the way he smirks at the very end, like I can't say anything. It's like, oh, I don't know.
It does feel like
genuine, but it's very much like,
it's
I can't say anything. Oh no. That's how it comes off to me a little bit.
It's like, really, if he wanted to say anything, could he say anything though? It's like I get it. He could just say. I was thinking the whole time he was talking, I was like, can he just say like, "Yo, I didn't do this thing with Cherry," but then the fact that he didn't say it obviously leads me to believe something with Cherry probably did happen. And if it did happen, we don't know the specifics of it, and we'll find out the specifics in due time. So I do believe that there probably is some sort of recording of Cherry. I just don't know the specifics of it because it's like he's like doing this thing where I can't speak, but because what you were allowed to say though is I never did these actions made by this person.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
Not really. No, you're not. A really good attorney is going to tell you not to confirm or deny at all. You make absolutely nothing. What do you mean? When I was first going to trial before I decided to take a fucking plea, that's exactly what I was told. Yes, 100%.
Okay, but why?
Yeah. Also, Cherry's not going to talk about any of this
Anything
stuff
and
ever.
everything will be used against you. And if you say it out of context, something else could come up. Then it's like, oh, but you did do this and da 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 da. No, you cannot at all because if he's got good ass lawyers, all this shit's getting dropped. So he can't say anything. But if he starts speaking, those lawyers are going to have to fight for more things based off what he said. Then now more people are being like, oh, well, he did do this. And then more and more stuff is coming on the table. It's better and say absolutely nothing. Let the fucking professionals handle that shit. Let the money talk.
Did he not say at some point, I broke no laws? Didn't he say that?
The reason
did he say I broke no laws?
He did in his Reddit thread.
Has anybody else ever talked to Cherry?
Whenever since he got an attorney, he can't say any of that anymore.
The actual reason lawyers tell you not to do that is in case you might plead guilty at some point, because most of these are public defenders who are taking people in who first you go through a guilty.
He does not have a public defender. He doesn't have a public defender. Jerry Cariglio, my lawyer, not a public defender. Robert Trackman, not a public defender. So no, we're not talking about public defenders here.
Guilty. The reason hypothetically, hey, yes or no? Yes or no? Could he hypothetically still plead guilty? Yes, right? That's what they're protecting him from.
Yeah, he could.
Wait,
but
no,
also,
hold on. Stop.
Also, you don't.
That's not.
He's fighting it.
That's not true
Have
at
you
all.
ever even shut the fuck up? Have you ever even sat in a fucking court of law and been prosecuted? Have you?
Yes.
That's why
Then why are you saying this dumbass shit?
It's not
there's
dumb.
no
I'm
way.
telling you exactly why they
No,
tell you that.
all lawyers will tell you that. Not just a
Comprehension
fucking
is dumb.
public
I
defender.
guess it's dumb to
Holy
understand
shit.
things.
Okay, Melanie, it's the opposite. It's if you plead innocent and go to trial, it's the fact that anything that you say can be used against you. You don't know the law. You did not go to law school. You did not pass the bar. You don't know what you can or can't say, what will implicate you, what won't implicate you, what will get more people to come out the woodwork. It is best to just allow your lawyers to be your representatives, allow them to say everything because they know what it is that will and won't implicate you, what you can or can't say.
See,
and
now
so they're
that's
the
the
ones who will
basic
say it for
pitch
you.
understanding there. That's the basic picture. Like
Oh my-
anything you say, like
Well, wait.
that's Miranda rights. That does not mean literally everything you say can hurt you. When you
Yes, it does.
Yes, it can.
Oh, literally does.
No, they will not
fucking
use
does.
everything you say against you. That is different than
Anything
anything.
that can be
Everything
used
is different
they will
than
use.
anything.
Anything that can be used against you
Yeah, that's
will
different
be
than
used, and they
everything. That's different
do.
than everything.
Dude, making a fucking claim on being innocent or guilty
I don't want to mute
is
you
something
guys.
that
I don't
will be
want to
used
mute.
against
I don't want to
you.
mute. It's gonna be
that's fine.
Grimple, Hornet,
Don't
and
mute
then it's
anybody.
open. Grimple, Hornet, and then whoever
Okay.
wants to respond.
Okay, so yes, 100%. Everything you say to any law enforcement or officer of the court or anybody ever is admissible for like forever. There's no like, maybe it was a little bit of
It's
something.
whether or not
or
it'll be
this or
held
that.
against you.
No.
Yes, that
Furby,
was the
no,
argument.
you know better than this.
Then you're
Like,
moving the
you're not
goalpost. You're
dumb.
shifting the goalpost.
I'm not shifting any goalpost. I'm stating a fact.
We're not
of if
talking
you
about whether he's
state
talking to law
things.
enforcement.
Well,
When you're
here-
talking
here-
to law enforcement, it can always be used against you. Why do
Here,
you
I
think
think-
it cannot?
I
Well,
think
also,
this is an asinine take.
Let me get in here. I'll go to Hornet. He's a streamer. I bet what you say on a stream probably can be used in a case also.
It
Keep in mind,
absolutely
but
can
Hornet,
be.
Want to go in there?
No, it's not always admissible.
Yeah.
There's a difference. The
Wait,
judge has to decide it's admissible.
Logic-
Oh my
wait,
God.
wait.
One at a
Logically,
time. One at a time.
logically,
Yeah.
you do not want to present your case out into the public because guess what? The other side is going to be viewing that, and they can build their arguments against that, right?
They can't predict
Obviously,
you're going to
don't-
say I didn't do it. Wow.
Well, it's not I didn't do it. It's like, hey, you're asking for this extreme thing of like, hey, I didn't do this for this specific reason, blah 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 blah, right? And
but
if
that-
it's
yeah,
for those, wait, that's
But now you're
how they're
extending the
building the
logic.
case. Well,
But
no,
I wasn't
that's-
going that
that's-
far. I was just simply saying I did not do it on its own should be fine. That's it.
No, it can't.
That's
No,
not
it's
what you
not
said.
because if you
Come
end up
on,
saying,
bro,
even hold
nobody's
on, just
this
to be
stupid.
clear,
They're just
even
baiting.
if
They're baiting.
One
They're
at a time,
baiting.
one at a time, man.
Even
Okay,
motherfucking
just-
Young
just be
Thug's
clear.
rap lyrics are being
Before,
used
let's-
against him, buddy. Like, are you stupid?
Yes.
They're
Even if-
literally
for anybody
using
who's
rap
like,
lyrics for racketeering
the
cases.
fact that okay,
Do those
okay,
rap
okay.
lyrics
Just
say,
the,
"I
like the
didn't do
problem
it"?
is that okay, Melanie. The problem is that even if you say I didn't do it, and it turns out that your lawyers decide okay, there's too much evidence against you. We are going to say that you did it, but there's a reason that this is legal. But if they do that, and now they have like clips of you saying, well, I didn't do it. This never happened. This can hurt your credibility. This can hurt your case. This is going to be brought up by the prosecution or the opposite side to say that you're lying about this. Like, there's so many reasons why you don't want to say anything one way or the other.
Yeah, you don't want to
just
say
allow
I
your
didn't do
lawyer
it
to
if you actually did it, and there's enough evidence to prove that you actually did it.
Let me
Yeah,
tell
good
you,
point,
I-
Tom.
It's
Good
not
point,
only
Tom.
if you did anything.
Yeah,
I did
it's
some
not
basic,
about-
I did some research. It sounds
Are
like
we talking
most
about
lawyers
legal
will say,
strategy right now?
Even for innocent, you should not make a statement either way. It'll only
Is
it can't. It doesn't really help your case, and mostly will hurt.
Yes,
your case.
because of
They
Hey,
say-
hang
because
on,
of-
I got
because
in
of
here a
guilty
little bit
pleas,
late.
Yes.
Process is, are we talking about the legal strategy right now? Because that's one thing versus what's going on with I want to make sure I understand the conversation before I get too deep into anything.
The context
I
of this
think
came
we're
up
just-
because you're kind of
I think
implying
I missed a
Destiny
few
maybe should
things.
make more. Destiny should make a more clear statement that he didn't do anything wrong. If that's the case, is that what you're saying, Melanie?
Yeah, and I think for me, it's the context of what we're about to watch here, and I'm not trying to segue into it, so we can still have a discussion. But what we're about to watch here, if we're saying that he shouldn't say anything about it, then these are all L's that he's taking. Not quite yet, but
I mean,
like assuming
legally,
that,
yeah. If legally, if you say anything, it's an L.
Please, if he is like hypothetically, for the sake of argument, blah blah blah, if he is innocent, and if he only said the words "I did not do it," I don't think that's enough to use against him in court. That's all I'm saying.
Just
So, yeah, he's
explained
gonna
how
take
it
L's
could
either
be,
way,
but it's
like,
all
we're
about
in
the
agreement there.
possibilities.
again, you're locking down your defense at that point. Like you're pretty much like locking out a whole area for yourself, like in a defensive area.
Yeah,
Because
the guilty
on
plea.
it,
Yeah, the guilty plea. You're
not
right.
not necessarily just the guilty plea, right? Because it doesn't necessarily be like you're guilty of this thing, right? It's just like, okay, I did this thing, but this thing covers that thing, and there's so many strategies that
But that's part of a
to
guilty
think.
plea.
Wait,
and bargaining
wait.
with the district attorney.
No, it's not. It's part of the whole. Like, do you think that a legal strategy just comes down to whether a person says they're innocent or guilty? Like that. That's not
Obviously,
how it works.
it
There's
comes down to a
multiple.
jury
There's
in a trial.
Well,
So-
there's
Melanie,
gonna be
you're not a
multiple
district
layers
attorney either.
in setting up a defense and setting up an offense for this situation, right? So
But just
obviously,
like-
you don't want to cut yourself off from corners, and you also don't want to give the other person too much to work with. That's just
This is
logical.
literally
Like,
Trump's defense throughout the fake elector scheme, is that they weren't going to say that he didn't do it. They're not going to say that he didn't do any of this shit. They're arguing there's some loopholes here that make this completely legal and that there's nothing wrong with it. Or they're going to argue, well, actually, the officer, went and did this thing or that thing when they arrested him, and they made it to where the evidence is contaminated, and so this is why this is bad. But yes, if the other side is able
I
to
don't
use
see
your
why I
statements
care.
of you.
Don, you're not
talking
doing
about
any
somebody-
favors with this argument.
I'm talking about somebody who could stand to gain a lot of respect from just saying, I didn't do it. If it's true, and this actually started with the
I'll
whole
back him up.
providing receipts
It is unique
of the
in
other
that
thing, but
this guy's a public figure. Okay, I can see like if he truly knows I'm innocent and I just something bad could happen. Maybe I could see a slight argument of like, okay, I'm confident I can make the statement. I think legally it's probably gonna hurt me though. But maybe you're
If
making
you look at
sacrifice. Like,
corporations, they do it all
I have
the
more value
time.
my integrity, my image publicly than my legal case. I can see that.
sorry for talking over you, but if you look at corporations, they'll do it over time, all the time. They'll be very careful with their language, and they'll have lawyers fucking like standing over their shoulder with every letter they write. Don't get me wrong, but they do it all the time.
Do what all the time?
The lawyers
Release
That's
statements
different.
while they're in the middle of a court case or something, to tell the public, no, we're actually
Yes,
our
the
brand is
lawyers
secure.
do. Yes, the lawyers do that.
What do they
Correct.
do
That's
all the
what we're
time?
saying,
I'm not-
that
I'm-
the
and I'm
lawyers
not-
would double check it.
But
And-
we can't
and
assume that
approve it.
Destiny can't also ask his lawyers to help him write a statement for this, right? Like,
Sure,
that's
but he
feasible.
did say that his lawyers are going to be mad at him for talking about this at all. He literally said that at the beginning.
Yeah,
is
that's
that my
his
lawyers
biggest-
Melanie,
pissed at me for saying anything about this at all. So,
Melanie-
so that the go ahead.
sorry, Tom. Melanie, what do they do all the time? What are you talking about right now?
Corporations, they release statements while talking about what they perceived happened or what they think the public should know about what happened in the middle of a trial or even in the midst of allegations.
Wait, lawyers releasing what they think the public should know or what they want the public statement to be? What?
Yeah, Destiny
Are
has
you
lawyers, right?
sure?
Destiny has lawyers. He's a public figure.
You're saying that lawyers will release public statements on behalf of their clients. Yes, of course. That is like a very different scenario.
Well, I
That
mean,
is
for
the point
Destiny,
of
it's not out of reach
representation,
at
is
all.
they are
But no,
represent-
but what I'm saying is for Destiny, it's not out of reach at all. And this is a feasibility for him that if he is innocent, I think he should, explore.
I think we're saying, but that would probably be against most lawyers' advice. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Not again. I think things get muddier.
It sounds
when you
like that
become a public
is his
figure.
lawyer's device. Again, it sounds like that is his lawyer's device. He's already said his
Or it
lawyers
just sounds
are
like he
going to
didn't
be
really
pissed
talk
that
to
he
his
says
lawyers about
anything
doing
about
that.
this at all.
I'm saying
It's
if you
not-
made,
or
if
it
you-
just sounds like he
Melanie,
didn't really
let's-
talk to his. Here, can I please respond? It sounds like
Go ahead.
he didn't really talk to his lawyers about doing this particular broadcast.
He did note many times in the beginning, like, "Fuck, I should have had notes. I should have had notes." So it didn't come off prep, but I don't know if that was a meme or not.
Yeah, even if that's the case, that still just kind of goes to our point that, like, yes, you would want your lawyers to approve it ahead of time. That's.
I think we nailed this in. I think we all agree. Most lawyers would be like, "Yeah, please don't say anything." The client can decide to make a public statement if he really wants to, but I don't think lawyers would recommend that.
Well, that's why
I think
corporate
sure,
lawyers are paid
Kitty
big
washing-
bucks.
Sure. And they have all the money. We're brokies. But let's play more of the video because like there's some more you want to react to it later, Melanie.
Oh yeah, let's keep.
That's
Let's
all
watch
I'm
it.
doing that.
Yes. Why did you move rooms? Setting up in the last room meant that you had like a camera shot in my living room, which wasn't good for a variety of reasons, and it always covered the door going in and out of my apartment, which was annoying.
He was accidentally
Basically, one of the things I had to kind of like come to grips.
That's a good one. That's a good one. But low key, like I said, with the thing I was talking about earlier with that chick, that goes on. It's like, again, it's like these people get recorded of them coming in at Desi's house and they're getting fucking full on dogs. It's insane. It's insane. But nobody understands that. Again, that's like, I guess, but whatever.
Grips with over the past year.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
And I'll be speaking.
Go ahead.
So the issue he's trying to address, like, there's like a doorway in the background and people would walk by it. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
again,
I was just making a joke, but yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If-
Okay, I'm
but-
glad
but-
you clarified
curious
that was a
about
joke.
his
Because
actual
I was going to
reasoning.
talk about, like, in a cross-examination, he'd be teared apart since, like, I hardly stream myself, right? But I know that, like, when my stream ends, I want to make sure that shit is done streaming. I do not want to walk away and my shit is still streaming, so I can, self-report something.
yeah.
Melanie, when do you go live, or where do you go live?
Not often enough, and I'm just in a kind of like a dead zone with streaming right now until I figure out a new direction with things.
Maybe
not
Destiny
Twitch,
give you some
not
insight.
X, no.
Less and less about this
Okay.
because it's obviously this is not relatable at all. But it's trying to live my life as more of like an actual celebrity instead of like an e-celeb, because there's a lot of like weird shit that like people are doing that I haven't been used to in the past. So I'm kind of like trying to move my life, I guess, more in that direction.
Getting away from the people who know the allegations.
Also, a nice thing about this room too is that when my girlfriend is here, if she streams in this room, this sounds stupid, but it's the most annoying thing ever. The thermostat is out there, and I think the main AC pump vent is in here. So if I'm streaming out there and I turn the AC on in here, people in this room are fucking freezing to death. And then in that room, I'm still
It was
hot.
so loud
This
in his
balances
other
out the
room as well.
stuff a little bit more.
Yeah, the noise was
But those are the two big
obnoxious
reasons.
in that other room.
Chipotle Mexican Grill donated
missed the
50
gun in the
bucks. Court
background.
litigation can be tough. Fuel up on a delicious steak burrito.
Oh.
I'm going to be honest. The steak at
Should watch
Chipotle is
Steven
way
Crowder
too much
then.
of a gamble. So I'm going to say
Wait.
no.
So A, for Tom, why do you know so much about the temperature about Steven's rooms? And then B, Princess, what was the question about firearms?
Wait,
was
I didn't
joking
say
when I said
anything about the temperature.
The noise.
That's-
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I was just saying that it makes a lot of noise. Like he had always had this like humming sound in the background, and I don't know if it was like the AC or if it was like something from outside or if it was if it was a washing machine or what. But yeah, there was just always this humming noise ever since he moved to Florida that's made it kind of obnoxious to listen to.
Yeah, did he
I know
comment
it's
on
half-
that and say it was
Go
like
ahead.
the wind or something? That's what he
Yeah.
like hated about that specific room.
That'd be crazy if your place is that drafty.
I
Well,
do
he
have to
is
be
in a,
honest.
like, super tall
This new
building, so-
background's way worse, though. I was half joking that I missed the gun, but this background
Sure,
is
he'll add some
definitely
more
worse.
lights.
Yeah, it's worse. It's so much worse.
This looks similar to what it was like when he first moved there, and then yeah, he added like the gun and other shit way later over time, and just kept adding like more shelves, more lights, crap like that.
It also helps us construct a proper timeline. We can be like, this is when Destiny added the gun, and he said all the stupid shit after that, so now we know.
I believe the shadow of the thing is an SKS, but if you could show me a picture, I could tell you exactly what it is.
It was a rifle.
Yeah, I believe he has an SK. Like the picture, dude. I don't watch Destiny. I
don't
don't
remember.
like.
Yeah, I have
I'm not
no
a particular
idea.
fan of them either.
Okay, can we talk
Just-
about dick extensions once we finish watching Destiny, please?
I believe it's an SKS in like a not an Archangel stock, but like it's a really not
I love guns, but yeah, let's
high-speed
watch more
thing.
of this video.
Let's get in here.
Can you say anything about the Erudite Bridge before we move on to politics? So I don't want to say anything about any individual for a variety of reasons. I'll just say I will give them the flexibility to say or do what they want or maneuver how they want. Yeah. Is your GF aware of all the allegations made against you? No. Anytime she opens her phone, I just swat it out of her hand, and then I throw one of those little like cat toys into the corner of the room, and she usually runs and chases it.
Okay, that was funny. That was a good one.
Can you react to the outro of Lex Friedman calling us Ukrainian bot farms? Don't take that away from me, please. Yeah, we'll probably go over that.
Damn, he probably was talking about Destiny's audience when he said that. I didn't even think about that. He's almost definitely talking about the GG shit.
Can you put it back on 2.5x or whatever?
For anything else soon?
Somebody was dead air.
You mean I don't know if he says anything else.
Is that basically it? I think
To become an ironic right-wing streamer as a massive parody. Fuck no.
Also, got to do something to be transformative, you know, commentary and such.
That's pretty much it. Mostly just like, I think the rest of it just goes like, man, I really want to talk about this, but I can't. And then that's pretty much it for the rest of it.
So some things I want to bring up. Oh, honestly, one of the worst arguments I ever heard. I just want to get you guys reaction to it. Is like, oh, if you and this, not this because they were talking about Destiny's girlfriend. I heard some people saying like, oh, people know Destiny's a G-Gen. If you are with Destiny, you should assume like you're gonna get your nudes leaked. Like that should be your expectation. I definitely thought that was a little extra.
Wait, who said that?
Yeah, that's a dumb argument to make.
Well, that's generally how red flags work. That's so this is why people want to make like a big deal about stuff like this, is so that people do know about it, because that is the assumption going in. If you date somebody who's a rapist, like you want to kind of maybe not date them, even if you think, well, I'm the special one that they won't rape. Like you probably do want to just like stay a little far away from somebody who has a bunch of rape accusations or a bunch of rape convictions. Just the same as like anybody with any sort of like problem is that they turn, like if it's, especially if they have a couple of those accusations, then yeah, it starts to look more like a pathology, and then yeah, they're just a fucking walking red flag. So I don't think it's insane for people to say like, yeah, maybe don't date somebody who has these sorts of accusations if you're like super afraid of this happening.
Well, it kind of
even without the accusations, if I could
know that.
If I could jump on top of what Tom is saying right there.
Let's get Grumple
if we could,
and then we'll go to Mel.
I'm sorry, Princess.
Grumple then Mel.
Oh, okay. Thank you. If I could jump just straight on top of that grenade of what just Tom just threw out there, getting into not even getting into bed with, but just doing anything with a known content creator, somebody who's not hiding it from Meat Space, say, it's like somebody who's doing it as a hobby. You know, like big deal content creator. You have to know what you're getting into, and that doesn't even mean sexually at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's what you're doing is going to be content for that person. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter what the context is. It's going to be content in some form or fashion, even if the gory details, even if that person is the best mentally the best streamer ever and can have like very big boundaries and keeps private life private, that what you're doing is still going to become part of that person's content.
You heard.
Well, no,
and you have
not
to
wait, that's
wait, not that person's content. Other people's content, most likely.
Yeah,
so
oh
other
no,
people
well
who
that
dislike
that person's content
they're
too.
likely going to do that. Okay, I've.
Oh, Tom,
I've had
please
tons
don't
of
put words in my mouth,
by
dude.
far the majority.
No, you're not. You're
I'm
better
not.
than that.
I'm saying I'm not. I'm asking you a clarifying
you're
question,
better than
and
that.
now I'm saying
Okay.
that by far the majority of people that I've had relationships with never became content for anybody nor me. And so it's not like it's
You're not that big of a
obviously I'm not
creator,
that
is
big.
what I'm
Sure,
talking
obviously
about,
I'm
dude.
not that big, but I don't think that
Yeah.
like I don't think
Although
that
I
they
remember
are
you from
going to
Twitch
automatically use
before you got banned.
Yeah, but I don't think that
I don't
that
remember
they're
if we interacted,
automatically
but-
going to use you as content just because
No, it's
they are
not that. It's
part
not
of
that.
the
you're-
business.
It's not that you're going to. It's not that it's going to be an intentional thing.
whenever. But
guys
people
agree?
talked about Mantis whenever they talked about content.
Oh wait, let's say about. I want to put it on Destiny because I agree. That's not the normal expectation, but like if you're a huge debater who debates Red Pill on content, content, you want to be wary of it. If you're gonna date that guy, you're probably gonna get some like content written at you because that's what happened. That's what happened.
Yeah, but
okay, so I want to get back to the thing I was going to say earlier. I needed a bit of space.
Mel, just let me jump in here real quick.
Princess, you said I could speak.
No, y'all go ahead.
But one at a time. Well, let's get Hornet and then Mel's. Okay.
Really, Princess? Again, you're double putting me back on the back burner here. I was in line.
I just wanted to say that Tom's correct. It wouldn't be on that, like, even in that instance with Prawn is saying that it would be other people making the content, not the particular person making the content, right? Like, other people are going to scrutinize your relationship. That's what's going to happen.
Thank you for the $2, the daddy and the caddy. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Going to make their relationship the content.
Really helps out. I appreciate it.
I want to get back to the idea that like these people ought to have known. First of all, that does not lay any blame on them, of course. Second of all, not everybody who enters this space knows who everybody is and knows all the lore about everybody. Also, not every single piece of lore is out in the open. Some of it has to be spread privately, and that means if you're not networked with the people who know this, they may not even know how to contact you. So this is all really important to consider before we say, oh, I guess they should have known better.
I love that long, awkward silence when somebody says some crazy ass shit.
It's like a second. It's not long.
What I was talking about is what I think most normal people would talk about is like getting into a relationship, whether it's like romantic or just, business or just even a friendship with somebody who's like a creator at that level. Yeah, you're going to become content, whether it's tangentially, like it's going to happen.
Yes, I could agree with you there, like tangentially for sure. I don't necessarily believe
there's going to be stories being told about you, even if you never name their good, never get
for sure. But I don't think that's
necessarily true.
I don't know if 100% of the time.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either.
You have to be public facing as well. Like you have to at least put yourself on their streams, or you have to appear. Inside
Oh no! If you're a creator's buddy, and that buddy then like needs to just talk about a story about something that happened one time, it's gonna come up.
Like, do you mean this in the sense that, like, someone might talk about my mom because everybody has a mom, right? But like, they don't know my mom. They're not actually talking about my mom. They're just talking.
But I'm talking about your mom.
I have a mom.
Well, I think it's a blurry line with streamers because it is so parasocial. There are certain streamers like where they just do news content. They don't talk about their life, their friends, their family, and there's other people where there's a very blurred line where they're regularly sharing that information. So I think it's
Princess.
Well, yeah, Grumple, you might not have.
Princess, there's also that intermediate. Hang on, just what. Princess, there's also that intermediate area where you've got streamers that just telling stories about their lives. And they're not giant.
But that's not
make their entire life content. That's also
I mean, you have IRL streamers,
I've asked my
vloggers.
partner, like, whenever I think about talking about him, like, I've talked about certain things he's done for me, but not like a lot of details about him, because I know that he does not want me to talk about him on stream. He does not want people trying to figure out who he is and stuff like that. So I try to minimize that information, right? Like that is 100% the responsibility of the creator you're dating, not of you.
Okay, just Melanie, I'm going to check you on this right quick. Okay, are you ready for it?
Sure.
Why did you bring up so many details about your partner? Okay. In a debate that we had 3, 4, 5 years. I don't remember how many years ago it was. And you brought up your partner as your mentor and about computer science and all about how much you know about computer science.
He's not in computer science. And yes, I talk about what fields he has degrees in that he's mentored me in. He's fine.
Well, I mean, no, that's. I mean, all I know is what you brought up, and that's what I know is what you brought up.
Okay. Well, yeah, like I said, I've checked with him on these things first before telling people. Is all.
Well, that's a question because I think we all agree. Do we? Let me know if I'm wrong. It sounds like if you're dating a streamer, there might be some expectation that some of your life might be content. I think there's definitely.
That's where I'm going.
A good line, but yeah. Like I think that should be a discussion that comes up. Like,
well, at the same time,
but you should just be clear where your boundaries are, and that's it's going to be different with different people. Some people I mean, some women aren't going to mind if they become content. And then also, like, I mean, there are some streamers where that wouldn't, that wouldn't be a big deal because, I mean, I think you get the example, like, some streamers only do news and, like, never talk about their life at all. So, like, it's, as long as the woman is clear that she doesn't want that to be discussed.
And it could work the flip side, too, non-fawn. It could be hot for some chicks to say, oh, I'm going to be part of this celebrity's life now, and I'm going to be part of this, reality show, essentially.
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah.
It might work the opposite.
But you realize that, like, even in, like, Hollywood, like, if you're a nobody dating a celebrity, like, people will be like, oh, who's this bitch? Who's this nobody coming in dating a celebrity? But, like, they're not going to make a lot of content about you unless there's something scandalous about the celebrity. There usually has to be something around the celebrity themselves that makes you worthy of content. Otherwise, it's just going to be a person they're dating.
So it's okay if that person has content worthy. Okay.
No,
that's what I'm getting from you,
being
Melanie.
Okay or not? I said that, like, most of the time,
then maybe I misunderstood.
Again,
My
most
bad.
of the time, the onus falls on the creator for probably starting or being involved in some drama to begin with that person.
Well, no, not necessarily. Like you just said, like if like a celebrity's dating a nobody, they're still going to be like, oh, they're dating a nobody, right? That's already content on its own. Like that's already a thing.
That's
pretty
like, boring.
And
the real content is if like
just like
there's a scandal.
If you're dating a celebrity,
No,
wouldn't
again,
you
we
expect your life
can
to be a little bit more dramatic. I think
hold on, we can go through most big YouTubers, most big content creators, like especially politics people who have like a large like group of a large group of haters,
watchers.
That most of these people were not going to know like the people that they've dated. Like by far the majority of them were not going to know any of the people that they've dated. It's very rare that people actually know who you've dated. And then I would say I think that's even true for streamers. I would say that the majority of streamers, we don't know the majority of people that they've dated. And, or I would say the majority of them, we probably don't know any of the people that they've dated. So it doesn't seem to be true like in any sense. Now, there are lots of people who do include their personal lives to a large degree. And I'd say for those people, it's just way more likely. And that yeah, it's like being part of like a streamer's, content makes your life just a whole lot worse, kind of inherently. But
generally, yeah.
But yeah, I don't.
Say that.
Yeah, but I don't think that's. I don't think that's the case for most people. And I think we could go through one by one with tons of people and realize that we don't know any of the people that they've dated.
I think exception would be. I agree with most people. The exception is people like Destiny, where like you stream most of your life. Like how often has Destiny like been live? Like
more than Destiny does talk about his personal life.
Who, does anybody care?
Destiny does talk about his personal life, and he has like a very different like philosophy on how he engages with his community. That like his community is very parasocial, and Destiny's like goal is to kind of like use that parasociality to grow a community and to like get people to care about him and to care about what he's doing so that they continue coming back and they continue watching, and that like it is the business strategy. So it's obviously a very different scenario versus other people like in general, and the statement is kind of like a general statement about everybody doing content.
I still feel like he's missing like giant red flags when his community literally like cyber stalks whoever they think might have appeared in the background of one of his streams because they're like, oh my god, she's fucking him. Like at that point,
I don't think he's
actually be. You might want to try to like turn down the parasociality knob a bit, just like dial it back.
Well,
that would be less money.
I don't know how people are in his community doing that, or if it's like hate watchers who are doing that. Like,
I don't think you can dial it back. I think it's just a downside of it. I don't think that it's something that you can dial back.
Parasociality is definitely
just a big.
It's something you culture as a creator. Do we think you have to? Sorry, Francis, can I quickly respond? Parasociality is 100% something you have to culture as a creator. Like I don't culture parasociality at all. By the way, I don't try to be relatable. I don't care about any of that shit. I don't care if I talk about movies or anything like that. I'm here to debate, and that's all I give a shit about.
When do we get to react to Selena Gomez crying?
We did. Did you forget about that?
Top tier comment.
Wait, I think
none of that shit interests me. Is my point. And so, like for me, a lot of these parasocial things, like sure, once I get base past a certain point, there will be some people who do it, but usually not a large amount. And the amount of people that you do it has to do with how much you enable it.
I want to listen into a question. Let me
Again,
rephrase.
it's about what aspects that you're enabling, though. Like, I'm saying that this is just like a downside of you, cultivating a parasocial audience and letting them in on your life.
Not if you're making yourself out to be a sex symbol.
Wait, let Prawn ask the question.
Okay,
guys.
yeah, because this is gonna. I'm rephrasing your question in a very concise way. We can all agree it's hard to please communities. People do crazy shit. But do you think Destiny is engaged with this community in any toxic way, negative way? Has he been irresponsible anyway with his community?
Yes.
We got one yes. Do you want to expound upon that? Does anyone else want to jump in, give their opinion?
I'm hoping Grumple will.
Yeah, sure, probably. I would say probably. Like, it is with lots of things that they do. I would say that it's probably better to try to be like more punitive with some of the actions that people take, because obviously they are like a little wild, but it's also something that's like really hard to do as well, like to try to like ban people for what they've done in other people's chats or what they've done on Twitter and not in your community. These people have different names a lot of times. It's hard to know which person is which, and so it's just it's kind of
there's a
something
difference between
that's,
moderating that, like from an end user point. Like if you're doing that and you're getting moderated for it, you're not going to feel welcome to do that. Versus if you feel like your parasocial streamer daddy is like encouraging you for doing that, you're definitely going to do it more.
I don't know that he has encouraged people to do that, though. That's different.
So when he originally started getting accusations, one of the things I noticed heavily is like in his Discord, he would immediately resort to talking shit about that person in his Discord. Like no fucking dignity whatsoever, no decency.
You keep tabs in Destiny's Discord?
Well, actually, a lot of this I will admit was hearsay, but there seems to be a pattern of people who report it every time that this happens. And the reason that's significant to me goes back to what I was saying before, is like, if you really didn't do it, then you don't need to attack the person accusing you so much as you just need to stand your ground and say you didn't do it.
Are you parasocialing right now, Melanie, about
no, I'm
this?
not, Grumple. Nice try, though.
No, it wasn't a try. It was an ask. I'm not in Destiny's Discord, but
I'm not. I literally just said it's all hearsay. It's stuff that I've seen other people report on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, again, if people are lying about you, like you should, make a big deal about it. One of the problems with people like making accusations
that's not what I said. I didn't say don't make a big deal.
Tom. I understand. I understand. I'm still in the middle of talking about this. Is that one of the problems with this? Is that like lots of times when people make accusations about you, it's not just a thing that you disprove, because once it's been said, there's tons of people who have no idea if you disprove it. They've only seen the accusations. And so now they will move forward with more people repeating these accusations. And this is a thing that happens with all of us, most likely, is that there's things that were said or there's things that were believed at one point, and then like years later, you still hear people bringing shit up that you know for a fact were like easily disproven. So you don't just disprove it, you put a fucking spotlight on it. You make sure everybody hears this is getting disproven. You make sure you make a massive deal about the fact that this person was so fucking stupid to say something so retarded because it's so obviously fake, and you make sure that yes, everybody hears the defense when it comes out, but you make it sound like him doing that is
okay,
like
cool. That has nothing to do with what I said
wrong.
though. That has nothing to do with what I said though, because I was talking about when his first.
I'm talking about attacking them.
Yeah, no, but here's the thing: is like there's a difference between slandering someone and disproving things, and then standing on top of that high ground that you've disproven them and slandering them.
You didn't say slandering them. You said attacking them. If you want to say slandering them,
pretty sure I said slandering or smearing, but that's what I meant. Just to be extra clear now.
Okay.
And so that's the key thing, is like he would go into his Discord and say, oh, she's a crazy bitch, she doesn't make any sense, blah 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 blah, and just get his whole audience like to rally.
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily slander. Like,
okay, but
what
again,
if they are lying because they're a crazy bitch?
That's why the terminology matters less than the behavior that I'm describing, which is generating hate for this person and directing it towards them using his parasocial audience versus even disproving it to begin with.
will
we're
back
struggling to understand the behavior based on the terminology that you're using. So the terminology here is
right.
kind
Rallying
of
hate
that's
like,
what's getting
right.
everybody
And the
loose.
distinction had to do with what you brought up. If you have disproven it and you have some high ground to stand on, and you have reason to believe this won't just go away from that alone, then maybe you want to get people's attention towards the fact that it's disproven. Just rallying hate somebody against somebody as a response to this without having done any disproving or anything like that is just a way to get it's just a way to create a louder voice than the victims themselves. It's so fucking obvious, by the way, to people who are victims of these things. It happens a lot, but I'll just leave it there.
Victims of things. Hey, Process is trying to say something. Y'all shut the fuck up for just a moment.
Wait, real quick,
okay, because I'm trying to moderate.
Zeno, what's my case? Can you
But
message
I
me
don't
my
want to
case
listen
number?
to you.
Oh, somebody know how to listen.
Give the case number. But I do want to
Message
back
me my
Melanie a little
case
bit.
number.
Okay, isn't it already on your thing?
No.
Don't say it out loud.
Oh wait, Darius. Good evening.
Darius is trying to finish
Hey.
up his court appointed training. I'm running the stream for him, but I want to back Melanie a little bit because I do think it's fair to say Destiny has an extra level of responsibility because he's a very personal audience that will run with any narrative he kind of takes without doing much research. He should be aware of that and be cautious with what he says because if he's not right, he's gonna fuck over a lot of people inadvertently.
I would.
Yes,
I would say that.
I would want like examples of him like doing this though, like us just saying like he should not rape people. Like is there an accusation of rape? Like are we
there's
just
videos
saying
that
random things that
detail
like?
this.
Well,
There's entire
like,
videos that go over
PGG is considered an entirely separate
I-
entity from Destiny in like any kind of ranking things
I'll give
that
you
I've
one
been
actually.
part of.
Because Mel, sorry to cut it.
That's
Yeah.
not how
Mel,
creator
but,
influence works, by the way.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad to be saying I have a crazy ass stalker and then like be DMing that girl Anna and the fucking back end. That's probably not good.
But that depends on the timing of it, right? Like if he says this months before and then months later is talking to her again, I don't know that that's the same thing as like the implication that he's calling her a stalker and then 2 minutes later DMing her like, "Hey baby, what you doing today? What are you wearing?" Like those are very different scenarios.
And again, like
Well,
this,
I think we.
I personally
wait,
try
wait,
to
wait.
avoid
Mel,
victim-blaming
I like.
narratives. No, I just
like,
want to respond to Process real quick because when you think about it, right, like it's not so simple to just simply not respond to your stalker, especially if they're escalating on certain things, making it more and more difficult for you not to respond, which is what your stalkers try to do. So easier said than done at the end of the day with the Anna situation.
Yeah, the Anna situation.
I agree.
There's just too many factors that was just like timeline wise. It's just I don't know why people try to analyze that so deep. No one's ever gonna get down to the fucking truth of the matter. Like I think there are very much instances where Destiny has wielded his platform irresponsibly, right? I think him being egged at a college campus is a very good example of this, right? Where essentially he weaponized his community to essentially find this person.
Didn't he
and then,
dox that girl?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. There are very much instances, and when we try to like point out like instances where it's just like ambiguous
Dude, my fucking
at
cat
best,
is
then
knocking shit over. Give me a second.
You're kind of diminishing the point that yes, there are situations where he does irresponsibly wield this platform.
I mean, I pointed out that it's not really ambiguous to people who understand the patterns of behaviors of people who tend to do this stuff and then go to attack the victims using whatever peer support group they think they have that will listen to them.
But that's assuming that you know which party is the victim, right? Obviously, like so you're already taking that leap. So the logical leap there is already being made. That's what I'm saying.
In a lot of these circumstances, we can assume like Destiny has more power, he has more influence over these people than they would have over them, stuff like that. So I'm kind of taking certain default stances in these things based on what the accusations are. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like there are very much instances where like he does wield this irresponsibly. I don't think that anyone would argue with getting it.
Thanks.
I think most of us agree on this. Yeah. He's had some lapses of being irresponsible. That being said, it's hard to be a content creator with that big community. You're gonna fuck up occasionally. Inevitably, I feel like.
Yeah, I just don't think there's a way to weed out any parasociality between a community. I think that's always going to be fundamentally a thing. Like even if we like look at the current situation,
can we have a different conversation? Like it's getting so soy.
you want to get off Destiny? There's like 2 more topics I want to bring
Like,
up.
just-
In particular, or do you want to talk about?
Wasn't there the
like a totally different
erudite?
topic?
Like, spice it up, man. Have
Wasn't
some
there
drama.
wasn't
Argue.
there
Like,
erudite talking
you
to
guys are just
somebody?
actuallying it every fucking 5 seconds.
You want to be
Like,
So
you want to be
real.
more Bloodsportsy? Is that what you're
Actually,
saying?
we weren't just doing that, okay?
I'm just like, the chat is finally engaging
Actually-
again. We're waking them up. They hear a spice in
Xena, your
conversation. No,
cat
for
is
real.
fucking-
Look,
your-
it's true.
your
They're
fucking
getting
cat's
awake.
ugly.
They're
Looks
fucking
like a
waking
fucking
up. They're like, oh
demon.
shit, people are actually talking. Like,
All cats are
holy
beautiful.
fuck.
No, Xena, you're okay. Let's get this done.
That's
All right,
true.
let's talk about something else.
I'm on my final exam for this
I'm
impulse
on board.
class.
Darius, I
Pretty much-
sent you your case number.
Yeah, I put it in. I had to put in my stuff here. I'm on my final exam after this. I've been looking at some stuff. Apparently, a kick streamer named Homeless, his girlfriend is getting flown out to confront him. There's a lot of that information to talk about.
See, I'm over in the Discord confused by everything going on. I thought they left Duran stranded, and then people are like, fuck you, Xena, for not watching. Get your important role removed. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, apparently my nudes got leaked as well. I'm just gonna show it off.
Consensually or not consensually?
Your nudes got
Oh
leaked.
no! See, the thing is,
Destiny
double down
logs
on
are
it.
there.
Don't show your nudes.
Always double down on it.
Should
Always double down.
I said he got famous
That's-
off of Leagues of Legends.
Okay,
really
buddy.
last on
That's
StarCraft.
me.
Fuck.
I'll take a hot take. I want to talk about something weird.
Doesn't matter if your
There's
news
something
got
weird
leaked. Double down on it.
Pixie's end because no one's gonna talk shit about Pixie. I thought it was really weird that Pixie wanted $1 million because I looked into the law.
Did you really say $1 million?
500,000
I
to
heard
1
that.
mil.
I
At one point,
think.
she wanted to get $1 million. But look at the law. You can't even get that much with the laws. Like there's like a
With
limit.
the law, yeah, you can't, 150K I think is where it stops. So I don't know.
Well, that might be in like conventional cases, but Destiny again has like a lot of reach, and these people that he's sending to has a lot of reach. So like the inherent like danger and like fear that could cause. would
Well,
be
I don't know.
greater.
Well, you would have to show
I would
that
assume
he
like the
caused
statute that he's
Yeah.
suing him for, like that statute has a limit for how much you can receive when they violate it. I would assume that's the case, but
Is that what you're referring?
I would
Maybe
rather
there's
hear
multiple
from
statutes
Xena's
that were
Spider
violated.
Monkey right now.
Well, because there's two ways you
Can we hear from
analyze this.
Xena's Spider Monkey?
I want to hear from Princess. Did you analyze this by looking at what the typical payouts are, or is there an actual cap? Like in
There's a cap.
From what I understand, and
Yeah.
I'm not a lawyer. There's a cap on the law that you can get. Maybe there's like multiple laws broken.
But does that count
multiple-
for settling too? Like, can you settle out of court for more?
That's a good point.
well, I don't know
But
if
why
you would ever
settle-
you would never settle
you
for
shouldn't settle for
unless
more than-
Settle for more. Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
unless your
If you're
unless your
actually-
reputation was on the line.
Yeah, unless you're very guilty. and
Maybe.
you don't want this information to become public.
But usually not. Usually not.
Well, I think
Usually
even the
settle
settlement
unless you would for court.
might be public. You might.
Oh, in some capacity.
Yeah.
But I just thought that was odd. Like I don't know who should consult with that. Made think that was a reasonable expectation because I don't get that.
Not me.
The other thing,
It was the whole like hurt Destiny thing, right? Like that she wanted this to be like the most costly mistake he's ever made, right? So
Yeah.
I
Where,
think
you
that's
think the
what.
1 million
That's
came
where.
from?
Did the
Good
girlfriend
faith
get
reason
pulled
at
out,
least, yeah.
Darius? Like, how did you find that?
What?
Did the girlfriend get flown out and confront him already? How did you find this?
I had a thing. I think
Yeah,
I
of course
looked
it is
at. I'm
Wampa
gonna show
Stomper.
it
I
in a
don't do.
second. I wanted to
Do you
show
think
it
I'm
on
just
stream, but-
restreaming like a non-live panel?
No, Sam apparently flew out the girl, and then Homeless like spurged out.
Sam Pepper flew her out.
Yeah, and the girl, and he started spurging out or something. I can't remember what account it's from. Some Twitter account that I was following.
Damn.
To Sam Pepper John. I'll just say one last thing. I'm not gonna bring it up, but one last thing I want to bring up. We don't do it now. Is the one comment Destiny had like, if I'm going down, I'm bringing 20 different people without me. I'm like, are you just memeing? Are you secretly hiding 20 people that like you're not gonna reveal because you're
He's already
saving them? I
brought
thought that
down
was a
20
weird
people.
comment.
I thought
I
that was
think,
like,
like-
for the panel.
to be 100%
Or you're
honest,
just
that was basic fuck.
retarded. That's you're retarded. What he literally is just saying that if what he did is condemnable for that, then 20 other people are the same way. He's saying like he didn't do shit.
That's how
That's
I
what
interpreted
he's
it. Like
basically
he was saying,
He's
like
not
a lot of
saying,
these
"Oh,
streamers
I'm
share
hiding
nudes.
20 other people because that would presume he thinks what he did is wrong and or he's guilty. Like that's not what the fuck he's saying. Holy shit.
I have a question for all the panelists here. Could it be
How are
like
you?
detrimental to the panel scene or to Twitch or whatever scene you think you're a part of, for it to be like, okay, your best shot at really getting in touch with Destiny if you're a woman is if he wants to fuck you and he thinks that there's a high chance of that. Like that kind of culture of like, we're doing this to get laid, and so that's really what's deciding who makes it to the top kind of thing.
In Destiny's community?
I just mean in general, but Destiny was like the example I was using there, where
The,
like
the example that you used was to get in contact with this one particular person. So yeah, I mean,
I
if
think
that's your
Destiny's
end goal,
pretty-
go
I think-
for it, girl. Do whatever you think you need to get a hold of that streamer's attention.
I think
because
there's a
it's
lot
like
more.
a Harvey
I-
Weinstein thing, though,
I think-
right? Where like they're only getting these opportunities because they're like attractive women. Sorry, Darius.
No, I think that there's a lot of other communities where, not to do whataboutism, but I think a lot of other communities where if you're a woman, most of the goal is like guys trying to fuck you. I think if you want to get into Destiny's community, really just, I mean, like there's literally an open there was a channel, I don't know if there will be anymore, channel called Disagreements that you can literally just join into and he'll drag you in if you have a disagree with something on stream and he'll talk to you. If your
Oh, no,
content
I'm
or
not
you
saying
have
to
a
get
good,
on stream or not. I'm saying to have them like work with you. To be
well, yeah,
part
that
of,
would
like,
be
his
part of working with
network.
you, right?
Yeah, what's up?
No, like
That'd
for
be-
Collins or something else.
Yeah,
Or-
this sounds pretty parasocial that you just haven't got
Yeah.
your chance yet, Melanie.
Oh
Good
yeah,
luck.
no, I'm jaded as fuck. I'm jaded as fuck. Someone
No,
fuck me.
from what I
I'm
understand,
sexually
is that-
frustrated.
I mean, if you have sex with them, you'll probably get on their stream like in real life because you're probably like with them IRL. But like,
Relax, everybody.
there's a lot of people that have entered this sphere. Most of his orbiters are just chatters that have just been relentlessly annoying and
But okay,
just brought them on stream.
let's stop. You're just running deep for Destiny. At this point. What I'm talking about is a content creators exchanging clout for sex. Should we be generally against that?
I mean, are we against that?
an-
To be fair, I don't think so. I mean, if we look
If-
at like,
wait. Let me ask.
Wait,
What about
wait,
other jobs? Is it just streamers? Can you do that in other industries?
Well,
So-
like,
you
they
hear
don't,
me?
They don't,
Can
they
you
don't
hear
like
me?
that in Hollywood. That's
Yes,
what Harvey
for what
Weinstein
we're
got in
talking
trouble
about.
Sorry, relax, chill out.
What do you think Harvey Weinstein got in trouble for? He was doing that. He was trying to exchange sex for roles.
What was he doing?
Yes, but but that's an explicit thing. Like you have to explicitly be doing that, right? Like it's not going to be an implied thing where it's just like, oh, if
Is it
you
any
sleep
better
with
if
me,
it's
you might get
implied?
on. Even implied isn't the correct word there, but it has to be like I think that's the argument that whether something should be explicit or not. If a streamer is leveraging their clout to like get laid, like Myron did during that thing, yeah. So you can condemn someone for that, but I again, ultimately, it's just like okay, I'm not. I don't think anyone here is around to babysit other fucking people. If people want to make that decision and fuck someone for clout, then go right ahead, do that shit.
Yeah, I'm not talking about us acting like babysitters. I'm talking about having like a moral stance on this. Of like, let's say hypothetically.
That sounds exactly like what you're talking about.
Well, let's
the thing
say
that
like
he
in the
answered.
debate space, right? Like debate, I think should be about merit somewhat. Like you should be a good debater first and foremost, and then like other things come next.
But Melanie, the thing that he just exactly
I'm not
answered.
done. Please, I would love to finish. Thank you.
Oh, no, no, please
maybe you could-
continue.
maybe, yeah, thank you. So
My
maybe
bad.
clout and debate skills at some point kind of matter equally, but the main thing is I think it should be a meritocracy. Whereas if this was the culture that dominated the debate sphere, then it would literally just be who's more attractive.
Yes, and he already answered your question. But okay.
Well, no, not really, because I asked, is it any better if it's implicit? And he didn't really say.
No, not.
Say yes.
Well,
Wait, hang
no,
on.
no, if
Better
it's
or
implicit-
what? No, it doesn't.
If it's implicit,
of course it's
like,
implicit.
yeah, there's like
Go ahead.
there's like
Slaking,
like
go ahead.
just using Destiny as the example, right? If you sleep with him, there's a high likelihood that you might get on stream, right? Like I don't know if that's a him issue or if that's an issue overall, right? Like it just
Wait. Go ahead.
just because he's a big streamer and has the platform, right? Like just I don't know if that everything falls to him in that situation. I think ultimately like it's two fucking adults making decisions, right? So
No,
that's
I'm
pretty
talking-
much
I'm
my
not,
stance
I'm not,
on
I'm
this.
not questioning that. I'm questioning the incentive, the perversion of incentive. in these cases.
And power dynamics are definitely at play.
But like you're gonna always have incentives in
I don't see
any
that
like
word.
type of relationship that you're gonna be dealing with. Even in like a friendship, you
I
have
don't see it.
incentive to
I
be a
understand
friend
that.
with someone or not be a friend with someone, right? Like these are things that are always gonna be working
But
around.
a friend is a
like,
bit different. Like that's way less intimate, and it's worth
I
pointing
know-
out.
Sorry, that's Darius one question. Darius, can you stop sharing your Destiny video now that's
Friend
done?
is
So I
good.
give a nice 9x9 on Discord.
Yeah, Prani wants his.
Friend
chance
is
to-
very intimate, Melanie. I don't know what the
Well, I
fuck
did-
you're talking about. Having a
That's called
friend
friend
is a
with
very
benefits.
intimate relationship.
That's called friend.
No, not even. No, not even with sex.
What's going on in this room? Send me
You
a
apparently
screenshot.
have never had a friend.
So another issue that
You
might
never
be
had a
another
friend
ethical
friend
issue
give
that
you a
we
little
can
head
consider.
just
Wait,
for.
what's that,
By
guys?
the way-
44. Your audio is fucking scuffed. One second. 44. Can I get an audio check? Your mic sucks. Come fix your mic and come back.
You're probably on a different mic.
Everyone else
Oh, I
can.
just fixed mine also. Thanks for the reminder.
So another ethical consideration is that like men don't have to live up to like these superficial expectations, especially because the like debate is a male-dominated culture, whereas like women would, right? So that's immediately like a discriminatory kind of like standard.
Just
Men need
just
to do
be
what
clear,
now
it's-
versus
it's
women?
Different standards. It's different standards. Like men do in some like way. Like obviously, like
No.
Destiny's not a horribly
Don't
looking
go
guy.
up.
Hassan's not a horrible looking guy. Like they have to be like clean. They have to be like well groomed. They have to.
You're right.
But it's not to that same standard. Is
Have you
that
seen Watch?
is that 44 guy
No,
still?
I'm
Is,
right.
That guy looks like a total.
I don't
fucking
even know
slob.
if he's. I don't even know if he knows he's in here right now. He's still like making so much noise. I don't think he knows
does.
he's on.
Oh, so I moved. I thought the server muted him. Can you still hear him?
Now he is.
Yeah, you just now did.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I understand that there is like some standard, but I don't think the debate sphere has like beauty standards as much as others do. I think that the debate sphere is one of the least like
So
one
you're-
of the
you're missing
spheres
the
that
forest
cares
for
the
weeds
least
with this.
about.
Tom, just let me reel it back in because last time I let you do it and things got off the rails. I'm not talking specifically debate culture or specifically Destiny. I'm talking about ethical implications if like any online professional space goes this way, considering that 99% of work cultures where the product you're creating doesn't involve sex to begin with, usually.
Oh no, this is how you get me involved.
Usually is considered toxic if sex is what's used for you to get upward mobility.
Sure. Okay.
Then why are you? Hang on. Are we using sex as upward mobility as the impetus of the conversation, Melanie? Or because that
That's what
feels
it's
like
been this
what
whole
Tom
time,
is
yes.
engaging.
No, that's
Yeah,
what it's been
I
this whole
what
time.
I heard was that in the debate space that like that looks matter a lot more, making it harder for women and people
was
to
not a
get in
statement.
and blah blah blah. But
That was a hypothetical that if it became more oriented towards that sex incentive, then that's what would happen. Any meritocracy to it would be lost.
okay, yeah, I mean, I think that that's going to be the case in literally any business. Is that yeah, if you feel like you have to have sex with people in order to like do better, or in order to like make more money, or in order to be like seen as successful, that in all businesses it's going to be pretty toxic if you have to sleep with people in order to do that, unless it's in porn, because in that case that's kind of the name of the game.
Kind of doing
But,
that.
yeah.
And like with superficial looks, I'll even agree that some of that influences things, but I also think like if you're in if you're doing like lifestyle streaming or whatever, sure, whatever, who gives a fuck. But in politics, that really does fucking matter because you can be the best debater in the world, and all that matters is your looks, really.
Well, I mean, I feel like entertainment's going to matter more anyway than whether or not like you're an actual good debater and like bring good points and have more knowledge. Like,
Well,
Yeah, no one wants to.
Yeah, I think
no one
that
wants to
like
sit
I think
there
that this
and
has
watch
been
someone
proven is
boring
that
for like an hour.
yeah,
You know?
I think that this has been proven over and over is that Destiny can have people on his stream over and over, day after day, like platform them over and over, even engage with them in a very friendly way, and they can just do absolutely shit for views, like even less than what you would expect them to get without engaging with Destiny.
Wait, you guys
They
can
can
hear me now?
still just not yes. But yeah, they can just still do shit for views to where they're not doing all that great and not benefiting all that much off the relationship. And I think
So-
Lab is one of the like a perfect example of that,
44
where
needs to get
she
off
could
this
barely
phone.
hit like she could
I think
barely
I
hit
think
like
44's
you
audio
know.
is fixed now.
What? So you
Yeah,
guys are talking
he's
about
fine now.
views and how to get views, or what's going on here, tomfoolery?
No,
So- so
We already
yeah,
went
so
over.
they-
You don't
so
know
there's
how to
50
do
to
that.
Let's
60.
get into that. Let's get into that. We want to get the view count up. We want to go ahead and get this.
I will say
popping.
we are done. We are done. I do want to wrap up the Destiny topic, unless you guys.
Yeah.
some
Let's
closing
get into it.
statements,
I just finished my
Darius?
impulse classes. I'm feeling fucking
Which
froggy.
I do predict next year I will pull more views than Destiny with the.
Oh well, get muted. Okay.
I doubt
I
it.
did have.
Why
I
did
did
he get
have.
muted? Unmute him. What?
I did have a question like pertaining to the
Unmute
Destiny
him.
thing because
Yeah,
I think
maybe don't
that like
censor me 'cause I'm
President
telling the
Sunday.
truth.
I think President Sunday being the person who kind of like forced Pixie to come out with this and that he kept outing her name, as did other people, so that they could force her to come out with this story when she didn't want to. She didn't want her family to find out. She didn't want like future business prospects to find out. That, like people like President Sunday are making that decision for her and then admitting that they are like wanting her to come out with this shit or like even coercing her into making it public. I think that this is some of like the grossest shit possible and that's something that is way more malicious than anything else that we're talking about.
Oh, that's definitely
Definitely
when
not
you
good,
want to
yeah.
confer, especially when victims are involved. You want to confer with victims and not just out them as victims. Like,
Hold on, give me a second.
Never speak for victims if they're not
Sorry,
already
Super Saiyan.
outing themselves.
Pixie definitely got very fucked over by Greater
By
and
Sunday.
President Sunday, from what
Yeah.
it looks like. Yeah.
Mhm.
And to me, it seems like Sunday was really wanted like a nuke or something anti-Destiny. I was like, I don't care who gets involved.
Well, to be 100% honest, even in Sunday's video, it seemed like he was pretty much making a pretty good case for Destiny. If anything, he diminished Pixie's story to a point where it's just like now people have to scrutinize it to a high level.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he was trying to make it sound like she was just like a gold digger. She was just after money. But then once the DMs came out, it kind of proved that she wasn't after money. She said he could donate it to charity if he wanted. She just wanted him to take the loss, which means she's not after money. She
I
didn't
feel
want
like
money at all
I'm
that much.
driving
She
a
just wanted
long
more.
drive.
Hold on. Wait, can I say something?
I feel
What are you
like I'm
talking about?
driving a long drive and I'm shuffling through the radio stations, and this is one of those random side of the road 2 a.m. radio stations.
So you're pretty much saying that you're just listening to him, but you don't really understand what's going on here? Or
No, like this conversation is just dragging.
it's dragging and dragging, and you're like, all right, you just want to listen to the radio
44,
station,
you've
right?
not watched any of the stream. You just came in and asked, "Are you guys
No,
watching?
no.
Are you guys talking about
Yeah, of
Real.
course he's not, because he didn't want to hear any of
No.
this. He wants to watch something else. He wants to listen to something else. We've been on this for a while.
I'm
Let's
all
move
right,
on.
Darius, I'm
Edit,
asking for
nigga. You have
closing.
no idea how to
I'm
edit.
doing closing statements. I'm doing closing
I
We
statements.
don't
Darius,
need
right now.
closing statements, honestly.
Closing
Let's
statement?
just change the fucking the conversation. Like, holy fuck.
Oh,
Yeah,
let's
that's
do
fine.
it.
I
Let's
gotta
do it.
head out as well, so I got
You gonna head out?
I got some other shit. Yeah, but I appreciate you guys inviting me on and
It's good. I appreciate
it,
it,
Tom.
Tom,
Like,
reach out. Thanks for coming.
I'll watch
Thanks for
your
joining the
content
shit
later.
show.
What's your
Awesome.
channel? I'll check you out later.
He's not gonna check you out later. That's the
it's
thing.
Destiny.
think I'm
Go
bullshitting?
to destiny.gg. And,
Oh,
It's
I've
been a
got
minute, Tom.
lot of
You
content.
are you still on Kick? I'm on Kick. Are you
He's
still on
lying.
Kick?
He has his own Discord server.
I-
Go to his channel.
I'm on Kick, but yeah,
Tom
it's,
is everywhere.
Mostly on
Primar-
YouTube.
are you primarily on Kick? Okay.
Tom, do you want
No,
to shout
you-
anything out?
All right.
Actually, before you go.
Nope. That's it. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good
Thanks
one.
for coming.
Me from
Talk
your
to you
you
soon.
too. Have a nice night, day, whatever.
Unban me
All
from
right,
your
let's
server.
go.
Hashtag
All
free
right,
Kirby.
let's. JS, okay, we'll kick them. That is actually true. I actually need to get better.
React to this
Me and Prawn are gonna do a. We already talked about Selena Gomez. You didn't want to join the call during it. Me and Prawn are gonna workshop this. This is a first test. It's going successful, more successful than I expected. But it's going. It could be better. It could always be better. You need to do some things that me and Prawn will work on, lab on tomorrow. And it's gonna be an amazing post-game show. 44 Dynamic. Do you have any drama going on in your life? Something you wanted to get off your chest? You would.
Yeah. I'm tired of people slandering me, calling me this or that. I'm autistic, retarded. Or even predator, or whatever. There's just it never ends. What's tomorrow? I'm gonna be called what? A killer or what? Like
Your
it doesn't
helmet
end.
can
Like
fix
I'm.
your audio.
Can you hear me?
No, you're
Why?
fine.
Like,
better
he's
now?
literally Guatemalan in somebody's
Yeah,
basement.
relax. Come on, Zena. You ain't no bad. Relax. Come on. I know
I
you're.
doubt you'll be called a killer.
No, you'll be surprised. Like literally, the slander is getting insane. I'm not even kidding. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like,
What did you bring
Are you
up?
still
Okay,
in
so
the
I wasn't
Discord
paying
server?
attention because. what are you talking about? So I was busy. I was busy doing some stuff. I didn't understand. What was he talking about? Pedophilia earlier or something? What was that?
Yeah, like I'm being slandered here. Like, what's going on?
Oh,
Okay, wait, real quick, because
my brain's progressed too far in time to remember.
Because JSTOK is a mental retard.
Yeah?
Destiny called DMing random people in JC Core just because they have an attractive girl picture in 2024.
See what I'm talking about?
This person, just so we're clear, this person added this person. Why is this even a clip, and why is he bringing this up? This is, dude, like, is this all intentional bait? Is it just bait? Oh, I'm streaming this. I'm gonna stream this thing. This has, dude. What is wrong with these
That's
people?
literally what Destiny replies to everyone that first adds him.
Yeah, like what?
Woman in his as his
I would hear you saying. Hold up.
And
what does
for
he
some reason,
say?
Just out of nowhere, Destiny like hit him up. I said, who are you and what do you want? But it's like
he says
it's literally just an engagement bait, right?
Is this bait?
That's the first thing he said to me because he made me add him through Twitter, even though I knew him in real life because of Fresh and Fit. And the first thing he said was, "Who are you and what do you want?" And I was like, "It's me." He was like, "Oh, I was just making sure it was actually you." But I added him. Like he just says, "Who is this?" Like
Apparently.
what?
So here's the comment from Taxi. I changed my profile pic to a woman one day and added him, and he added me instantly.
I know it's boring. It's like watching paint dry.
Wait,
oh,
no,
no, they heard me.
Wait, this one's not a cold call. This one's not a cold call.
They
This is like
my
he changed
server.
his profile picture to a woman and added him, apparently. He did the same with Warren, too. It was like a whole thing. Like, it was just, everybody.
This happened because they joined my server.
He's like the Democrat.
Who joined your server, Prawn?
Oh my God, listen, dude. The person that we're reading the DMs of.
Like, how are you supposed to be a fair person? And this is like your commentary. It's so fucking retarded, dude. It's so autistic.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Let's go. Taxon's a fucking dipshit too, and I don't know why he even posted it, and then also was baiting like that, like something was out of it. Dude, these people are literally
Like,
I mean, are we
any
ever
like
fair and balanced
most of the
around
time
here?
you accept friend requests and like respond.
Yeah, you just have to ignore him, you know.
Dude, even if he's engaging with a woman's, it's a woman who added him and he accepted it and then said, "Hey, who are you?" What is even bad about that? Am I autistic?
Like what? You sent that man that friend request. He's curious. Who are you? Why are you adding me? What?
Yeah. Especially
No,
when
you
you
just
have,
wanna make him
especially when you have mutuals and shit. It's like, but yes, it's so obvious. It's like, how are people not understanding it? It's like, it's literally just a clout thing. It's like, but it's not just leading there. How do you reach? Okay, so this is a person who came from Destiny's audience, and 90% of his viewers are Destiny's audience. How do you reach these people that are in his audience now and say, "Hey, it's obvious what this person's doing. How are you falling for it and still engaging with this? How do you enjoy watching someone sitting there?"
This is
and just,
Darius's
like,
panel, and I
yeah,
will always do
44.
it
Is there, like,
because
a
he
family
has
behind you, bro? What is up
500
with your
viewers on
mic?
Kick right now, so I need the I need the exposure.
How are you able to like sit there and tolerate this? Am I retarded? I need someone that is a fan of JSTOK to come in here and tell me how that is normal.
Darius is a non-fun orbiter, and I will be gay for pay if it's enough pay.
It's not that it's
obviously.
okay, Darius. I think it's mostly that people like drama and people are going to gravitate towards that no matter what, right? Like,
should I do that? Like, should I just sit there and just straight up lie?
Like, here's the thing. Like, I do think that it's
Oh.
motivated for a lot of people, but I don't think that ultimately, ultimately people are just gonna move on to the next drama and just like whatever.
Until tomorrow or whatever, the next day, you know, until they find out what's next, make up some shit.
Let's do this. I don't care. Why can't? Okay, is the reason why JSTOK keeps Kelly Jean around because he's fucking her or something? Why is Kelly Jean still around when she literally falsely accused a man of rape? After she falsely accused a man of rape, why is this woman not getting demonized and mischaracterized just like JSTOK is doing to Steven? Why doesn't he do it to Why doesn't he do it to Kelly Jean?
There
Why
could
doesn't
be
he put it to
perverse
Kelly Jean?
incentive. Yeah, there could be a perverse incentive. That's what
So
I've been getting at.
Do you think do you think they're having e-sex? Because I can't think of any other reason why.
No, wait a minute. Who does that? Darius, come on.
She brings views.
Who sends
Darius, are you
each
serious?
other?
You can shit on her though and still get views. Why pretend to be her friend?
44.
Why
I hope you're
pretend to
not
be her
asking
friend?
right now, how do people e-sex? Because yes, it happens.
No, I'm just saying that's
point.
insane.
A lot of people do what now?
He doesn't seem to understand that e-sex is something people do.
That's fucking. That's like, oh my gosh.
Wait, really?
No, I've
Yeah,
never
like
had
sending
like.
nudes, talking like sexting, that kind of shit.
No, that's like insane. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, wow.
No, it's not.
I
don't
come
even
on.
do it, but I know that it's normal.
I know it's a. Thank you. You're pretty good.
I never done it, but I know it's done been normalized. Don't worry about that.
Well,
I
yeah,
just
the
know,
plenty
like-
of creators in this space, you hear about them talking
I
about
just
it.
I just know people like to slander, and it's like always. It's always some type of drama. Like that's fucking insane. It never ends. I know. Like I know. Oh my god.
I mean, I think it'd be hot if they were.
Oh, your
fucking,
nose,
I'm
my
just
nose.
gonna say it.
No, come on.
44. What is your? How do you feel about Destiny, man? What's your situation? Actually, I don't even care.
Like I feel like
okay.
you know,
Oh,
relax,
Gina.
dude. You know you care. You're just spreading a fever. Chill out, relax, calm down. But look,
44. We need you back on camera. We're
All right,
we're
so
losing
Gina, this is the
camera
clip.
balance.
Let's see what's going. Gina, this is the clip. Are you watching the stream? I'm gonna
my
play.
camera's not working right now.
Can Xena come back and can 44 try to riz Xena?
Wait, is Xena here?
Really? That'd be easy.
It'd be
I
great
need, I need
content.
Xena here for this clip. I need
You know
to
who
figure
that
this
is?
out.
I mean, you can rism with the tism. So
Xena, are you ready for this?
But we're
You know-
allowing
you
Xena
know
to
what's-
roast him if she wants, right? That's an option. Just,
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
what
he has-
Brandon,
he has
I
to
don't
go on
want to do
camera. He
that.
has to go on
Brandon,
camera.
I don't
All right,
want
Xena, I'm
to. I'm
playing
gonna be
this clip.
embarrassed. Brandon, I might need to send over some.
Are you ready?
Some
Yeah.
bits, some super chats. Maybe I'll give you 3 big booms.
What are you guys doing?
You are not interesting at all.
watching a clip
Go to this trip. I have no
Of what?
interest in you. Your girlfriend doesn't like you. You're fucking ugly. You have a fucking
of what Darius is sharing.
Okay, all right. It's because I'm on my phone right now.
It's on Discord. It's a slightly homeless clip.
I see.
Or Sam Pepper clip.
I see. I'll just let you guys
Why
watch
are
it
we
real quick.
listening to weeaboos?
Bro, can you shut the fuck
For
up?
real.
Well, 44.
Francis,
Look, I'm trying to watch
44,
the clip. Shut up.
Okay, so this isn't what I
tried
thought
to
it was.
Francis.
explain really briefly what it was, but now I couldn't hear what it was either now, and I was trying to watch it.
It's that
So-
homeless guy spurging because Destiny invited his fucking girlfriend
What kind of
to come
racist?
over or something, right?
Yeah, so it looks like he has his girlfriend coming over. His ex-girlfriend. There's apparently some drama over in the Japan kick streamer world. There is some girl that they're all trying to sexually have sex with or something. And it looks like Homeless's girlfriend is coming over there. Do you know what your thoughts is on that? On Yuri coming over? She said she would kill Homeless if he ever did anything sexual with someone else.
I keep hearing different things. I heard that she apparently called him once and begged not to break up and that he can have sex with whoever. And after Japan, she's all hers. That's what someone else was saying. Like, I've been seeing all kinds of shit, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. But it is kind of crazy that, like, that Homeless is beefing with, like, Taemin, and Taemin don't even speak Japanese, and Homeless, I guess he speaks a little Japanese, but that girl don't speak no English at all. Unaware as fuck. Like, it's kind of groomy, and I guess that's what Ice said. And yeah, I don't know what's going on. But Homeless
So-
is like all preaching about having a girlfriend and proud to have a girlfriend, and the next thing you know, he's like trying to get this chick to convince this chick to sleep in this bed with him because she's only
44.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so crazy.
Xena, but 44. You need to mute yourself when you're not
44,
speaking.
what
for
is going
fuck's
on?
sakes.
44, what is going on, bro? Just tell us.
I'm just no. What do you? Okay, tell me what you're hearing and
I
what
have
you're
a thing for
asking.
the and the content.
44,
it's
turn on your cam. 44, turn on your
Let's-
camera. Let's actually just end this right now. Xena, 44, I need you guys to like engage with each
Okay,
other.
so you want me? What do you want me to
I
do?
don't know what I'm
Xena?
staring at. Now I'm staring at a Twitter.
44,
No.
44.
My
Can you go?
My camera's not working. Right, hold on, give me 1 second. Let me turn it on. I'll turn it on, all right. Hold on. Is that why you guys brought me in here? Because you heard that I know how to communicate, or what?
Yeah. All right.
I
There's
don't know.
44.
I heard it about autism.
No,
Xena?
pray somebody else
minutes
picks
ago,
it
your
up
camera
before
wasn't
I
working.
roast you.
All right, Xena. I'm gonna need you to do a 1v1 here with 44. He's been meaning to.
All
break
right,
you up.
whatever. I mean,
Can
I
I
didn't
have
agree
everyone
to
turn their
this.
cam off but Xena
I'm
and
Oh.
44?
not wanting anybody, so.
Wait, you're saying what? You're talking shit, Xena?
Xena, turn on your camera off.
Oh boy,
Oh my
1v1.
God. Xena always talking shit.
You made her literally
Look,
I'm
leave.
watching the
Xena-
screen, like, you know, it's, and then now you're doing some extra shit. Like, I don't
No,
even know.
I know
what
he's
to
always
do
extra, but
about
look,
it.
was- I
you're
was
always
here for
talking
you
shit
fighting the
though. I know
power. I
Darius
think
is
you
always
should
extra,
calm
but like,
down.
come on, you're always talking
Wait,
shit.
guys, calm down. Okay.
I saw when you
Dina.
punched. I know when you
Darius?
punched Francis.
Wait, shut up,
punched
Cam
him
the
in the
fuck
face,
off.
knocked him
Brumpo,
out.
turn your
No
fucking
reason.
camera off.
Let me explain this.
I don't know any of this fucking drama.
Dina, 44 wants to try to riz you. Is that okay?
No, he's rizzing Grumple
Damn
now,
it.
see? He's raising Grumple now. It's
Don't use words. Don't use
44's
words like
Riz is so
Riz,
bad.
bro.
Wait, 44's Riz is so
Why?
bad.
Why are
She
you using
left,
words?
she
Why are
left,
you using
she
words like
dodged.
Riz to her,
No,
bro?
it's not.
Now
It's
she's
not
fucking
so bad,
calling
though.
me. Well, dude, what
It's
do you
not.
want, bro? What?
I was
Oh
just memeing. That was just me.
What do you
I
want?
would never subject to that.
What?
Yeah, I've heard closing statements 5 times
sorry.
tonight, and I've heard
Oh my
maybe
God.
1.5.
Why am
closing
I?
statements.
Okay.
I think the debate.
Oh, Melanie, I was offering
Alright, let's
to
wrap this up.
take care of things, but this is like
Was
I'm
that?
not sure if I can.
Was that
handle
not
this.
what? Why is this guy here? Why is Soup here? The fuck?
So true.
Well, he
Soup?
has good soup. He's gonna feed us soup.
Well, what does Soup bring to the table? Honestly, what are you doing here,
He brings soup. He brings soup to the table. Are you fucking?
does he even-
What else?
what
does
does
someone
Twitter
need good
even
soup?
do?
Oh no, that's not Darius saying. Sorry, Darius. Who was saying that?
Who? What?
You were saying that, Fox?
Where?
You
Over
know,
there.
Soup is crooked, corrupt, evil. He's no good.
I know where Darius went.
Then
I had to
why
go
would
to
he be called
sleep,
good
so I'm
soup?
letting
Nigga
him.
just be
I'm letting
talking,
him.
bro.
I'm letting Darius wrap up the show. So I'm gonna. I'll still be here for. I have to go to bed soon, so.
He's
Ron, comment
also-
Well, he's on the. He's on the
I just
want
to say,
What you got going this weekend?
Ron, you gotta
Wait,
calm
no,
the
wait,
shit
shut
down.
up. Not on phone first. Not on phone first.
well, my
Don't
thing's
phone
just like
someone.
it's this guy who thought he got more views than tomfoolery. Okay, this guy, his most popular video. I mean, for you don't. His most popular video is GTA 5 solo unlimited money glitch. His second most popular video is
hold on.
GTA unlimited money glitch.
You're lucky.
Damn, Xena really got them braids like
He got
that?
a video 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
The
God.
mind of Mr. Beast. This guy makes absolute slop content, man. It's not interesting content.
Francis, hold on.
Oh, Brian, you were the
Hey, but
one being a
non-farm. I
weirdo.
got like 5 views on my video.
It was my
Francis.
idea, but then Darius said, "Yeah, let's do that." Once that
Francis,
soup, I keep it because it's too loud.
Okay,
yeah,
no,
that
it's
was
fun.
my idea.
You're
Why
looking
did
at the wrong
Darius
channel.
say, yeah, let's do that?
Prawn says, let him try and Riz me. Apparently, that's his game now.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
so
had-
hold
we
on,
had an
non-fun.
Just him and me together.
Yep.
We'll be fine.
Non-fun. You're looking at the wrong channel. First off, the channel
Aw,
you should
damn.
be looking at is Local Kings. Okay, that's the channel you should be looking at.
That sounds like even worse.
Excuse me, sir. You don't have enough Riz for
What
that
the
channel.
What? You old man? What? Piece of shit.
You mean the ripoff of Lol Cow Queens?
It doesn't matter if it's a ripoff or whatever it is that you think it is. You piece of shit,
A
old
ripoff
ass
of a
man.
Francis,
I don't know what I did
Look
to
who
you,
you're
fool.
stealing ideas. Look who you're stealing
Okay.
ideas from.
One
Keemstar of all people.
I think
is who
Grumble's
you're
trying to
It
stealing
don't matter. It
ideas
don't
from.
matter if it's a
Trying to
ripoff
exit.
or not. It works. Okay.
No,
Francis,
it's not that
This
it's a
channel
ripoff.
only has
No,
13k
it's not
views
that
in
it's
the
a
past
ripoff.
28 days. That's more than me,
It's not
but it's
that-
still that's
It
10
is.
times less than tomfoolery.
It's still no look. It's still more than you.
It's definitely
with
less.
your
You
dead
need to
channel.
learn to count.
See, I'm
Math.
telling you right now.
I mean, I wouldn't say like you having
No,
3k
but-
more views than me is representative of my channel
I've
being
only
dead and your
uploaded, what,
channel being
5, 6
alive.
videos?
One second, guys.
Can
anybody
One second,
here
guys.
bench their body weight?
1 second, guys. 1 second.
44.
Where's
I don't like this guy.
Grumple is raising his hand. So what do you want?
I don't like this
44.
hillbilly.
Why do you? Oh
What?
man, I have so many questions. But no, yes, who can bench their own body weight? Yes, there's a Grumple here.
Yeah.
And
All right, at least there's one. At least there's one.
I can't.
I got a power rack like in my stream unit area. Yes. So Mr. 44.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What are you trying to do? Like, tell me about it.
I'm trying to open my mouth and talk so you guys can hear me, or what? That's what I'm trying to do right now.
Is that what you're trying to do? Oh man.
Yeah, I'm trying to open
sounds
my
kinda-
mouth so you guys can understand the words that are coming out of my mouth.
That sounds kind of sexy, but you got to convince me.
That's not the only thing 44 is opening his mouth for. God his ass.
Her Destiny did that too.
I find that
Ah,
one funny.
got
'cause it
him.
could also be crazy.
What do you think was going on? What do you think's going on here, Francis? Huh?
Are you drunk?
No, I'm actually not drunk. Why?
Princess,
You're
I
actually
was.
drunk. I don't know what's happening on.
Yeah,
I'm
the problem is
going
he's not
through.
drunk enough.
I'm going through a procedure here.
Well, why? Why
Alright,
did you say that?
But with that, guys, I'm gonna head out. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you.
Thanks
Hopefully,
for having me,
you
Max.
have a-
You can come back anytime.
Thanks for coming.
Hopefully, it
Yeah.
survives.
Go sub up to Avoided
What's it-
Hornet. Yeah.
Avoided
That's
Hornet.
44.
I didn't even get to
44,
talk
come
to
back.
you, bro.
When you're on a panel and someone's
spell that
leaving,
for me, please?
you shut the fuck up so they say goodbye and they poke their shit. Hornet,
Yeah,
thank you for coming. You want to shout anything out before you go?
Go sub up to Avoided Hornet on YouTube. I do a show once a week, just talking about random bullshit. So,
So wait, hang on. We should not avoid the Hornet, but we should engage with the Hornet, or should we avoid the Hornet?
Listen,
Oh my God,
avoid
yeah, it's so
I
weird.
avoid
It's
the
dangerous.
Yeah, it's so
I
weird.
avoid the Hornet.
I'm asking the dangerous questions, y'all.
All right. Let's go down. Now, that's good soup. What you got to say, buddy?
What I gotta say about what?
Are you dragging these niggas in?
He's crooked. I don't know who the hell that is.
I was trying to pull it out.
Did you drag the good soup guy in here?
Why? He's
Yeah, I
crooked.
thought we're done with the Destiny conversation. So
And you want good soup to be in here?
He's crooked.
Yeah, him and 44
Bro, you
are
are
perfect together.
You're a dog. You are
He's crooked, corrupt. You know
We
how he
started
is.
a whole conversation TLDRing what's happening with the Japan streams, and you guys just changed the conversation
And you
again.
just have people randomly. Okay. All right. Let's go
Yeah,
next.
we don't need soup in here.
Grumple still skin.
Darius?
Content.
Grumple still skin. Stop yourself out, bro.
Oh yeah, I mean on Twitch it's with IIN, and everywhere else it's with IN. Darius, I DM'd you about the shit show that was tonight, and don't worry about that. But anytime you want some like adult in the room commentary or like prepper stuff, yeah, hit me up. I do like real world.
You also have a channel?
Like communications things. Yeah, I do Twitch, Kick, YouTube,
Okay,
Rumble,
I'll search you up. I'll make sure to subscribe.
like all the
What's your channel?
things. Yeah, just it's like it's not a main
44,
gig though.
stop, 44, stop interrupting their outros. Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that 44 interrupting? Because I totally want to interrupt that dude with a. Never mind.
All right, Grumple, any last words? We're kicking you off.
Never mind.
All right, Grumple, any last words?
Oh no, you can accomplish anything if you keep driving towards it.
And I'm gonna accomplish
Fake it till you make
this
it.
by kicking off. Thanks, Grumple. Sorry. People are taking too long.
Not fun.
You get the fucking music. You get the fucking walk off music. If you take
Melanie
too
and
long.
Melanie and on. Let's get it. Let's get it. I gotta go pee. Go
Okay,
get it
well,
when you pee.
obviously Darius and Xena and several of the people who came up tonight who I met for the first time, or at least got to really talk to. Been nice meeting you. It's been a super fun time. I hope you'll bring me back on again. For my last words, wow, that's a big one to contemplate. It's been a long and challenging life, but I think I did my best. And I may wish that I could have a longer time on this earth, but I feel like I've accomplished what I want to while I'm here. So I'm just going to be grateful that I could even have the time here and not dwell on the days that I'm going to miss from dying.
What the fuck
Thanks.
did this guy just say?
You asked for last words.
I have no idea. I'm still trying to understand.
Non-fun.
I'm Nonfon, NONFON, Nonfon420 on Twitch, Kick.
Yeah,
you can go to my
like I
YouTube
said.
channel, NONFON, and watch me do a bunch of debates. They're like actually interesting debates over like tariffs and over like Donald Trump's criminal cases and not stuff like this. More high-minded stuff, one might say. No, but I'm joking. I appreciate being here. Thanks for letting me on, Process and Darius.
And
I
you
really
said I'm
appreciate
pulling
it.
more views than you, right? Currently, it's only gonna get larger.
I would rather make content about, like the economic impacts of like tariffs and have debates about people on it than like get more views by pumping out the mind of Mr. Beast, Boogie 298 losing thousands of subs. Like, I just don't care for that, like literal AI generated slop. But regardless, I really appreciate you being here. Thanks, Process and Darius again. Hope to come on here again anytime, buddy. Don't worry.
Thanks. Well, we're gonna iron this out. It's gonna be less of a shit show. We'll have some more serious topics. There'll be an actual docket next time.
I don't
Something
understand why
impromptu.
people are leaving and they only talked about Destiny. Like, why can't they have opinions on other stuff? So
Yeah,
basically,
Darius is telling
you
us-
basically
Oh, do it later. There's a show tomorrow. There's a show the next day, and then the day after that. I wanna fucking go to bed.
Relax, Darius. Ain't no reason to get all crazy, angry. Chill out.
I
Relax.
had to use my brain doing a test.
Okay. Well, that was fun. Swear to God, one hot lady on tariff would change the world. Real. Authenticate, are you sending me more MMT propaganda? St. Louis fed. Sounds like MMT propaganda to me. Seems like it to me. Should I tell Darius to raid me, or he's gay? I feel like that might be a... I don't know if he'd appreciate that, but... Do it. Well, there were two Cato articles that I wanted to read. What's the women team? A neoliberal? I don't know. I like the federal words there. You're 5? Thanks, austerity. Did I save them? Oh, I saved them in here. And I want to read... I downloaded Krugman's textbook. I should post about this in Twitter. Can't wait to pull out this equation in a debate. What you failed to consider in your analysis is that savings private is equal to investment plus the current account balance minus the savings government, which is also equal to investment plus the current account balance minus taxes minus government, which is also equal to investment plus the current account plus government spending minus taxes. Get owned. Get owned. Destroyed. I'd buy his book just for kindling fire. I love Paul Krugman. I love Paul Krugman. I love Paul Krugman. Fuck, there was a... He wrote one called Rethinking the Trade Balance. Yeah, I don't even know. If I... Ooh. Activity. Oh, Pisco posted his first note. Oh my god. Oh, now I gotta read this too. Oh. What's up? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, give me a second. YouTube is behaving weirdly. Oh my god. Wait. I'm gonna rejoin. Give me a second.
Oh, I also need to read the thing Sample sent me. You dropped this king. You're thinking all helpful. You know what's funny? If we do end up tariffing fucking, I think Trump said steel, aluminum, and copper, that will actually increase the price of nuts. And that will actually harm American manufacturing. I need to start organizing these better too. Also, I don't know why this fucking, you see how like the OBS overlay thing, that it has his name now, but it doesn't, I don't know why it doesn't scale the text properly. It just has the T running underneath it. Oh, what's up?
Yeah, now I'm back. Yeah, I mean, did you see Paul Krugman talking to Noah Smith?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh, you did.
Obviously.
Of course.
Think I wouldn't
That's a
watch
good
it?
sign. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't know it until I opened Substack like yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't notice it either until I was like, I think I read something in the No Opinion article or something. I had to go to his Substack and I saw it and I watched it, yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, he brings up all the points you do, right? Like, you know, oh, it's necessarily capital flowing in, which is true. I mean, he brings it up in his books from the 90s, so whatever.
Yeah.
But that was funny. That was funny. Also, I mean, the appreciating currency thing, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, they're just stupid. I'm talking to MAGA people who are, oh, Biden
Sure,
was so horrible.
Wampus
We
Napa.
gotta love Trump. We gotta love Trump. I'm talking about these people. Noah Smith and Paul Krugman are obviously goats. But yeah. I'm just. What are you reading right now? What were the equations about, like, current account deficit or something?
This is from one of Krugman's textbooks, like International Economics. It just has a chapter about the balance of payments.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
True. Well, I don't know.
My dad works for a shipping
looks like
company.
Destiny is streaming again, although he's not talking about the litigation. Although he did talk about the litigation before that, so that's very upsetting.
Well, he talked he talked about it, but he obviously can't say too much if there's literally litigation
Okay, but
going
can you
on.
just call Pixie like a bag chaser? Can you just do that? Like, how can you
Well,
how can you say Pixie is just in it for the money, but not talk about the litigation? Okay.
Did he say that? I actually don't know if he's. Did he
said
say that in
like,
DGG
his
chat or something? Oh.
In the chat, yeah. He said, like, by the way, guys, Pixie and everyone backing her is just in it for the money. Like, I don't buy it. I don't buy that you're shutting up because of litigation when you didn't shut up because of litigation. So,
Yeah.
Mm.
But I also, I don't know. I don't know the timeline. I guess he could have. Those could have been impulsive things before he talked to his lawyer. But he had to know that it's if it does actually implicate him in something, or he has to know that'd be stupid.
It may or may not, but like if your philosophy is like, okay, I'm being sued, I'm not going to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Otherwise,
Then you
I'm not
shouldn't.
gonna buy
Yeah,
it.
sure.
Yeah. Well, that's very
I'm curious to see
disappointing.
how many people he's going to have watching him like tomorrow and over the next week, because he had a lot today, but obviously he's going to have a lot today because everyone's waiting to see what he says. But
yeah,
I don't know. I'm curious to see if he only has 6,000 people watching him.
What's been weird to me is that he always said, like, my philosophy is when you're being exposed or something, just keep streaming.
Stream through it, yeah.
And then he didn't for like a couple of days. And now he's starting to do it again. So my fear is that he's just never going to need to address it.
I really don't know, because by the time he obviously has the excuse of litigation to not address it until until it until it's resolved. But at that point, if it's resolved a year from now, how much are people gonna care? They've already moved. He's probably already gonna have an entirely separate drama.
And selection bias. The people who are still in his audience are going to be the
they're the ones least likely to care.
Regardless. Yeah.
Are you all religious? I'm not. Do you want kids?
I'm not religious at all, but my credence in theism has gone up over the last few months.
Damn. This guy.
The anthropic argument is just this powerful, man.
I don't know the anthropic argument. I'm assuming
let me
what, entropy?
No, Anthropic with an A.
Oh, Anthropic.
Yeah, let me send it to you by Bentham's Bulldog. Okay, he's a great Substacker. Um, Also, I've seen under this conception of God, there's a great theodicy that like kind of answers the problem of evil very neatly. Still, unlikely to be true, but like still massively undercuts the problem of evil and right, which is like, you know, God would not. Why would we expect God, to create one universe? He would create a multiverse because, like, okay, let's say you created one reality. It's an awesome reality. Create another one. Why not? Right? So it makes sense that if you're an infinitely powerful, omniscient, all good being, you create multiple good worlds. In fact, you would create all possible good worlds. So all we need to do is to show that our world, not that it has evil in it, just that it's net good. And that's way more likely. I still don't believe it.
Yeah.
I think it's unlikely. I'm like 80-20 in favor of it being net bad at the end, but very very possible. Very possible.
Yeah, it's way more likely. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a really good theodicy. But then it also, to be clear, undercuts a lot of arguments for God. So, for example, have you ever heard of psychophysical harmony?
I feel like I've heard it come up, but I don't know it.
Yeah, it's basically the idea, the fact that like our mental content is aligned with our physical. So, like, when you get stabbed, evolution equally predicts like a world where when people get stabbed, they still have they still recline or like they still try to escape the situation because their bodies know they're in a bad situation. But it could be that the mental content is like pleasure, right? It need not be that the mental content that doesn't affect the physical content be aligned with the physical one, right? So when you get hugged, it could be that you feel pain. Like imagine two bodies, okay? One of them feels pleasure when he gets hugged. One of them feels pain when he gets hugged, but they both behave physically the same.
Yeah.
So they would both evolve equally the same. So evolution doesn't predict that. So it's peculiar that when we're in a bad situation, for us we feel bad. Basically, that's the argument. And then that theodicy also undercuts a theory like that because well, a lot of good worlds can be created where they're not harmonic, right? Like there is no psychophysical harmony. All that you need to do is that the world is like net good, right? So you can have worlds where induction is false, but still you can have worlds where I don't know, we all turn into octopuses like a second from now, as long as it's net good. So yeah, a guy would create all these. So it's like very much, So that's funny. That's I think a good theodicy. So it undercuts like this, like two arguments, but the most powerful argument for atheism. So I'm like 30% believing in God now. Still,
Wow,
mostly
30%. Damn.
Yeah, it's fine. But it's also, to be clear, it's no God like in the Old Testament or anything.
Well,
or
yeah,
like
it's
in the New
clearly
Testament or
there's.
Muhammad. It's just going to be like an infinite mind that is like all rational, all powerful, and therefore, because it's all rational, it's going to be all good. And then it's just created the universe, but it doesn't care what I do. It doesn't like. It doesn't say, "Oh, you should hate gays now." It doesn't say, like, it doesn't care how I run my life at all. So, like, it's not really religion anymore.
Yeah. It's I understand.
Yeah. So that's interesting. That's been an interesting development. Also the anthropic argument is like a very new one. Okay, it's only this guy making it. I think it works just because of like as far as I know about anthropics, which is the study of how to reason about your own existence. But once he gets it published and people will respond, I might think the responses are worthwhile. But also, I mean, it's perfectly plausible that you could have evidence for God, but also evidence against God. So it's not really interesting. Basically the argument goes like this, okay? And for complicated philosophy reasons, it actually kind of works, okay? Basically, a theory that predicts your existence X times as much should be X times more likely when you find out you exist, okay?
Sure.
Okay, so for example, if I say heads, one person gets created, tails, 10 people get created, and you found out you exist, you should think it's 10 times more likely now that it's tails. Okay?
Yeah, that
Because
makes sense.
tails
Yeah.
predicts your existence 10 times more. Okay? So even though we start with a prior of 50-50, we update in favor of tails 10-1. Cool. Now, the key thing to realize is that there are infinitely many possible people, right? And this neat theory that is not that complicated at all, very, very like simple theory that is just there is a multiverse across which all possible people exist. That predicts your existence infinitely times as any theory that says there's only one or like a finite amount of people existing, right? Because of the same principle, right? A theory that predicts your existence x times as much is x times more likely. So that should give you incredibly, incredibly strong evidence in favor of a multiverse where everyone exists, all people exist. And then you ask yourself, what explains this multiverse where every possible person exists? Under atheism, that's very unlikely to exist. But under theism, it's not that unlikely. Even 10% is going to be massively more likely than atheism. And therefore, you update in favor of theism. And I think that argument makes sense. It's wacky.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's wacky. It's definitely wacky. It's unlike any argument for God. But it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. So whatever. I talked to the guy who made the argument like 2 days ago, and he answered a lot of my questions. So I think the argument makes a lot of sense now. But whatever. It's not. Whatever. I mean, if that type of God exists, I don't really care. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. What I care about is a God that is like, you ought to worship me, otherwise you go to hell. That's like that God doesn't exist. I'm very confident. You know?
Yeah.
Like this God wouldn't want you to pray for him, or he doesn't care. He's like an infinite mind. You're like nothing to him. You're like ants. Right? Like if I told you the ants outside your house are like, non-fun, please, you wouldn't care. Yeah. So.
Oh, this is the same guy that wrote the shrimp.
Yeah. This guy's great. This guy's great. His blog is really good. Sometimes he's very much like clickbaity with his stuff. So like he has an article about Chomsky called "In Defense of Denying Atrocities," and I was expecting, to read it, and he's like, actually, Chomsky was always right. But no, he's like, well, how come we're mad at Chomsky when he's underestimating when overestimating is just as bad? Presumably, if someone said this problem is going to kill us all when it's just on the scale of malaria versus someone who says this is not a problem at all, the guy who says this is not a problem, so like imagine one person says COVID will kill us all, and another person says COVID is like not really that big of a problem. Well, only how many people died from COVID? Was it 10 million?
Worldwide? I think it was probably more than that worldwide. I feel like I think it was like 3 million in the US.
How many people died from COVID? I'm seeing 7 million. COVID deaths worldwide as of May 2023.
Yeah, this is 7 million.
7 million. Okay. So yeah, you see I was overestimating. So someone who says it's not a problem at all versus someone who says it's going to kill us all, we would treat the guy who says this is not a problem at all as more wrong, even though he was closer to the truth. That's his point. And he's like, how come we don't get equally mad at overestimating? So, yeah, what's up, guys? Let me know what genocides I should deny now. That's it. Like that's the article. It's not defending Chomsky. It's not doing anything else. It's not even considering the fact that it's better. You better be safe than sorry. It's like he doesn't even mention that. Yeah, very, very annoying article. So, like he clickbaits for sure. But, smart guy. Also speaks very like Bayesian Jewishly, and that's a good thing. It's like, well, presumably we would update in favor because that gives you evidence. Like that's how he talks. It's like that's great. I love that.
Yeah.
But either way. When are you starting your econ degree?
I mean, it'll depend because I think technically, like the way the path I'm on now, according to my school or whatever, is like the 2-year transfer thing. So like I get my like 2-year associates and then I transfer to a bigger college. I think I might end up. What?
George Mason University.
I have no clue.
Oh boy, that's like. Don't worry, that's the university Brian Kaplan is from, and all the like Mercatus Center people are from.
Oh yeah.
It's like more Chicago than Chicago.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll go to some. I might transfer like a year into my thing, but just read your textbooks. Well, like I mean, I'm fairly confident. Like I mean, most of the knowledge this will find satisfaction. Like most of the knowledge, there's no way Swag goes to that school.
Swag goes where?
To where you said GMU.
he does. What?
No shot.
Yeah.
Oh, everything
why
makes
did you
sense
mention
now.
him?
Everything makes sense now.
Why did you mention him? Wait, why did you mention him?
Copter K in my chat said Swag goes to that school. Because
okay.
They argue too. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was uncomfortable saying.
transferring.
I was uncomfortable saying that because when I asked him what uni he's from, well, I guess that's when I first talked to him. So I guess why he would be cautious, but he didn't really want me to know. He DM'd me later. Well, I think it was because of other people at the VC, not because of me. But knowing that he told other people, then I'm calmer about it.
Yeah,
I was
okay,
like,
yeah,
oh my god,
okay.
should I say not sleep? But then like whatever. Yeah. If Swag goes there, it's a good university. Okay, Swag's big.
What school did Paul Gruen go to? And that's where I'll go.
Wow. Well, I think Princeton, huh? And
I think I feel like, I mean, he's been a professor at a few places probably too, but
let me see, Krugman, and early life and education, Yale, right? Yeah, I knew that. Yale and then MIT. Okay. Okay. So why do I have him associated with Princeton?
I don't know.
I guess he teaches there. I mean, if you look up institutions, you have CUNY, you have PU, Princeton, you have LSE, MIT. Yeah, whatever. But yeah. Why is David Hume listed as an influence? Whatever. Bro is not a philosopher. But okay.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I click on my YouTube tab. Rob smacks around hypocritical Democrat accountable. Oh no!
Oh boy, how long is the video?
30 minutes. Only 30 minutes. So.
Oh boy. Well, better than that. Why is Econoboy posting on Substack? It's like, guys, work is bad. Guys,
I know. I saw that. I didn't read the. I didn't read the post, but I got it. I got it in my email, and it was like, he was saying like people were coerced to work, and I was like, oh no, Sample's not gonna like the.
Yeah, it's like you're forced to work. I've read the article. He's like, I worked one time with a lady. Her granddaughter died, but she was still. The company policy didn't recognize that as a valid reason to take a day off, so she had to go to work again. But then he's like, she was forced to go to work back. It's like, why are we abusing words? Why are we abusing words, right? You're forced to work. It's like, okay, bro, get over your granddaughter. I mean, whatever, big fucking deal. No, I'm joking. It's just like, so it's cool. It's like, guys, it's sad that we have to work so much. Whoa, thank you. No one ever talked about this. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Also, he didn't even mention, the argument that it's like, it's been decreasing under capitalism. He didn't even go over that. He's like, people may say it's good for society as a whole that we maximize profits. And he's like, true, but still, that's an externality we got to take care of. It's like, okay, Maybe, but it's still decreasing under capitalism. So, what are you saying? What are you saying? What am I hearing? You know, I didn't like that. But, you know, whatever. You should make an article like socialism is dumb and gay. Then I'll read it. Like, yeah. But either way, you know, terrorists. Do you know terrorists?
Terrorists? What terrorist?
Terrorist. The guy from Dean Server. Whatever.
Nope.
Whatever. He's
Oh,
another
no,
guy.
no, no. Yeah, I do. I mean, we
The
spoke in
Australian
DC
kid,
once, and
yeah.
I've seen you. Yeah.
Yeah. So he has a genius argument for why tariffs don't increase prices. Okay. Well,
Okay.
assume for a second the money supply is fixed. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And theoretically, you know, the real demand for money is a small m. So the money supply divided by the real demand for money equals the price level. Okay. That's just because the real demand for money is the money supply over the price level. Okay.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna-
theoretically, the real demand for money is influenced by output and the interest rate. And tariffs don't really affect the output, and they don't really affect the interest rate, so they shouldn't really affect the price level.
Well, I mean,
argument.
I don't know. I mean, people wouldn't say that like they necessarily affect the long-term price level if we assuming no increase in the money supply. I think that the thing is, I mean, it's just a relative. It's just a relative price shock, right? Like that's the.
No, the argument sucks because like your first like it's a totally other identity from a totally other like field of macro. It's not even supposed to investigate trade relations, right? And also, it's just like obviously the real demand for money is determined by more than just Y and I. And like I mean, I could flip it on its head. I could say, oh, the real demand for money is affected because we know tariffs affect the price level. Like it's just a very dumb argument. You know.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't like I think tariffs can be like colloquially inflationary, and I think they can be depending on how you define inflation. I'll say like they're inflationary in the short run, but like assuming like ultimately in the long run the money supply is what matters, right? So I think it's more like technically if you're like an econ autist, you should probably say tariffs are like a relative like price shock, but
well,
and don't actually lead to like necessarily like a permanent increase in the.
That's what when I talked to Swag about this, he kind of said that. He said like I would look at real prices because like the central bank would react, so we should just look at real prices. And she's like, okay, whatever. But either way, still, you know, just a bad argument, just a very bad argument. It's like saying, you know, I think like you know, let's say I don't know UBI or something would not affect inflation because. Or like anything else, right? Like you can say anything as long as it doesn't really affect the output level or the interest rate. You can say anything at all and say, oh, therefore it doesn't affect the price level. That's not really true. Obviously, it's an oversimplification. The idea that the real demand for money is just determined by the output and the interest rate. And so it's silly. It's silly. That's what my argument. Should never reason from Econ 103 about another field. But yeah. Either way, any good articles I should read?
I don't think so. I don't think there's anything new at least.
Wait, no shot. Google Maps updated Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. No shot. If I open,
I will literally fucking kill myself, man.
okay, I'm still seeing Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, it's Gulf of Mexico. Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's fake news.
I'm guessing it's fake. There's no fucking shot that Google would do that. I don't know, unless actually the Google CEO, I don't know him, which means he's probably being pretty chill.
He was in the inauguration.
Oh, he was. Okay. I didn't see that. I saw the fucking Roblox CEO was there, which is interesting.
Shot. Let's go. Damn, base. But yeah. I
They
hope
would
he
change
does
the map
tips. I hope
if it
he
was
does
officially changed. What does
big tips.
officially changed even mean? Also, welcome back, OMG Sticks. Like, can America officially change it any more than Trump officially changed it? Like, it's just called the Gulf of Mexico because that's what everyone, like, there's no, like, single unified agency for, like, defining the names of every Gulf. Like, this is just what people call it. It's what people everywhere call it. It's what it's been called for 200 years.
You want to hear an interesting? Want to hear an interesting anti-capitalist argument I heard?
Sure.
It's just like, future people also matter, arguably just as much as current people.
Okay.
In capitalism, when you make an exchange, only present people are considered. Very rarely do you consider future people. Like, maybe you do when you have your will.
Sure.
Or maybe you do, but like when you choose to buy a shirt, you're not considering future people indeed.
Like I don't really disagree with that. You just factor that in. You're just expanding the scope of like externalities. Then, like in my mind, it's all you're doing. Like obviously, like climate change has to do with like future people
that's
too.
my point as well.
Yeah,
that's my point as well. Like one, we can just internalize that externality somehow. You don't need some anti-capitalism. Two, I'm still waiting for socialists to demonstrate how their system is better in this regard. Like, oh, now that we switch to all co-ops, then what? like,
yeah.
So,
like, I don't know.
They need to demonstrate that.
No,
like,
all the people in the co-op are going to consider their future.
It's like two versions. There are two, or whatever versions of anti-capitalism. One is weaker, which is just like there should be a lesser role of capital and maybe more corrective measures by government. That's like weak anti-capitalism, and strong anti-capitalism is we need a restructuring of the economy. And it may be an argument for both, but still, it's on the socialists to demonstrate that their system achieves better results, not just theoretically, but like with tangible empirics. And also, you can just internalize that externality somehow. And also, okay, so government should do so a little bit more. Okay, wow, dramatic, But like, it is an okay argument. It's certainly better than like, oh, food insecurity in the United States, therefore capitalism bad. Which is
real
just like,
truth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, either way. Yeah, what are you planning to read on? I mean, what did you think of the Benny Morris article?
You know what? I should read that today, actually.
Oh, you didn't read it? Well, but I told you to read it. No, I'm playing. You should read it. It's really good. If you have time, it's just like 20 minutes less,
Yeah. I have to. Well,
also, you could with the internet with the only good thing that Microsoft Edge does, aside from the funny name, is that they have a really good text to speech functionality. So yeah, that helps me read. Like when I read Substack, it's so annoying to just read it normally. So just use like their text to speech, and that's really helpful. So we should read the Benny Morris article, okay?
I should.
Want me to link it?
I have it already. Yeah. I have it open, actually.
What's it called?
Politics by Other Means.
That's true.
Did you see what I was doing before this? Did you see the people I was talking to or anything?
Nope. I just woke up.
Oh, damn. I was talking to Darius and a few other people.
Dan?
And Xena. Dan? What?
On a panel, or they? No. I saw like your stream was named like Darius and maybe Dan or something.
Oh, do I have Dan in the title still? I don't know. They said Dan might come, but Dan did. In fact, Dan never came. He never came.
Does he have children?
Dan?
Yeah.
No, I don't think.
Because if so, he plausibly did come, right?
Plausibly.
At least one. Yeah.
I don't know. I think I've
Either
seen
way,
him
so they
talk about
joined your
edging.
stream. They joined your
Well,
stream
I'm
specifically,
it's
or
more
were
I
you
joined
just
their
on
stream,
panel?
but like
Oh, okay.
the Process, I guess, somehow finagled his way into being a Darius orbiter. So good for him.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah, now
So
you
now
just
he's a
need to
Darius
find
orbiter, and he was
an
like, "Hey, we're
orbit.
doing a stream. You can stop by to talk about like whatever drama." And I was like, oh, "Okay, I will." And we chatted.
So
and
who are you gonna orbit? Are you gonna orbit Econo Boy? Are you gonna orbit Darius? You gonna orbit Jaystickle? Is that his name?
I already am in a convoy orbiter, first of all, but
That's true.
I don't know. I'm fine.
What
Like I'm
percentage
sure
of
I'll talk to
Econo Boy's
Darius more.
audience do you think know you?
Ooh. I don't. I mean, a convoy doesn't
Gotta get that number up.
even
Gotta get that
make that
number
much
up.
stuff anymore. Like all he does is like stream, stream.
And write call on Substack.
Well, that's true. But like he streams like Lib and Learn. So I would say.
Remember how I made Econo Boy say he would not press a button if it created just like a totally happy person? Remember how we bought that bullet?
I think,
Crazy,
yeah.
right? Deeply evil ethic. This is what socialism does to you. Deeply evil ethic.
True.
Yeah.
I think he said he invited other people to like. Process wants to do like YouTube panels. He said again. So. I guess.
okay.
Oh, Tom Fuller was there too. I sent him a friend request. He better accept that shit. He was cool to talk to. Darius accepted my friend request. So I'll be a tomfoolery Darius orbiter. Process he said he was going to set up panels, and that Irrelevant said he was down. So maybe I'll be on a panel with Irrelevant at some point, at which point I can be also an Irrelevant orbiter, even though. I mean, I don't even know if. I think the last time I checked on. No,
What do you think
actually, I've
about
seen
the
Irrelevant.
Trump-Taiwan tariffs? What do you think about the Trump-Taiwan tariffs?
Did he say they were on? I saw that he said he was going to tariff steel, aluminum, and copper, but.
No, he said we're gonna tariff all the semiconductors because the jobs are. Why are we giving them billions of dollars, Joe? They have enough money, Joe. He's still talking about Joe.
Yeah, they have enough money, Joe.
Yeah, and he mentioned Taiwan. Like, you're evil. I expect him to expect someone to step in, but he might be like that retarded. You know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I hope he does tariffs. He should do a lot of tariffs.
Yeah, on everything.
Yeah,
from every country.
Please do.
And get rid of.
Why should we give them money? Why should we send money? Yeah.
Yeah, why should we send money overseas?
Very sad that this cult is so immovable.
Man, Darius said he was gonna fucking go to bed. I was hoping I would finagle a raid from him. Okay. And he's not even.
He lied.
He's still chatting to these stupid people.
Yeah, okay. Well, either way, I'm gonna go. I have class in 20 minutes, so.
Okay.
Talk to her later or something.
Yep, talk to her. Appreciate it. I don't know if I'll take notes on this, but Staples would be a fun read. It is kicking Taiwan while they're down. Whoa. Hold on. So I was in Darius' server and I clicked on. I don't know what I expected, but I just clicked on the not safe for work channel and it's not safe for work stuff. I really should have guessed that. Okay. Politics by other means. What the fuck is my cat doing? And Pape and I walked a stretch together in uneasy companionship, but we have now parted ways. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, we belonged to a group dubbed the New Historians of Israel, which also included Avi Shlami, or Avi, I don't know how to pronounce this, and Tom Segev. This group, contrary to the conspiratorial image projected by critics, was never a close-knit or monolithic school of intellectuals who plod together around the table at Friday night meals. Some of us barely knew each other, each in different institutions in different cities and different countries. Indeed, only Pape was on the faculty of an Israeli university, had piled his craft alone, and reached his conclusions on his own. But we had all written histories focusing on Israel and Palestine in the 1940s, and they had all appeared, mostly in English, in the late 1980s, and taken together, they had shaken the Zionist historiographic establishment permanently. Fucking screw you, OMG sticks. I did not. I didn't say schlong. I might have said schlong. I don't even remember at this point. And permanently undermined the traditional Zionist narrative of the Israeli-Arab conflict. In some measure, our histories also undermined the traditional Arab narratives of the conflict, as in my book, The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, which argued that there had been no Zionist master plan of expulsion and that no systematic policy of expulsion was implemented in 1948. But the thrust of the new historiography was that the century-old conflict was not a straightforward clash between good and evil, that it could be properly understood and not be properly understood in black and white terms. Both sides, it was implied, if not argued explicitly, had strong claims, and both sides had just grievances. The documentation released in American, British, and UN, principally UN archives, in Israeli archives, in the 1980s showed that Zionist side was not blameless in the conflict, and had sometimes made wrong decisions and indulged in policies and practices that were morally dubious, if not downright unethical. But that was the limit of our consensus. Propagandists or official historians usually sound the same happy note, and for the same reasons. But dissenting historians are usually polyphonic, and the relationships among them are often troubled, if not flatly unhappy. In the case of Pape and myself, there was a methodological discord. We both knew, I truly don't understand how people can think this stuff. What stuff? We both knew that official Zionist historiography was deeply flawed, and we needed to be reassessed and rewritten on the basis of evidence that had become available. But we approach history and the writing history from antithetical standpoints. Pape regarded history through the prism of contemporary politics and consciously wrote history with an eye to serving political ends. My own view was that while historians as citizens had political views in aim, their scholarly task was to try to arrive at truth about a historical event or process to illuminate the past as objectively and accurately as possible. Shart for us, bro. First of all, I can't really shart on command. Second of all, I'm not going to do that. I believed and still believe that there is such a thing as historical truth, at least not for free, that it exists independently of and can be detached from the subjectivist of scholars, that it is the historian's duty to try and reach it by using as many and as varied sources as he can. When writing history, the historian should ignore contemporary politics and struggle against his political inclinations, as he tries to penetrate the murk of the past. Pape and implicitly my Zionist critics such as N.A.T. Shapira and Shabtai Teneth have argued that no one is capable of abandoning his educational, ideological, and political baggage, and that I too have been motivated or consciously or subconsciously by my politics and have reflected, according to Pape, my solid Zionist convictions, or according to the establishment Zionists, my solid anti-Zionist convictions. Don't be shy, Daddy. Yeah, thanks, Greg B. From the first, Pape allowed his politics to hold sway over his history. Initially, he was rather restrained. His first book, Britain in the Arab-Israeli Conflict, 1948 to 1951, published in 1988, was bland and flat in tone. Perhaps this was due to its origins as a doctoral dissertation. Perhaps there were other reasons. And in any event, the book avoided blunt iconoclasm. I don't know. This is
iconoclasm.
Iconoclasm. The act of attacking or assertively rejecting cherished beliefs and institutions. Established Nazi parts. Okay. And its innovations are extremely hesitant, unlike Abu Slime. In his collusion across the Jordan, published the same year, where it was transcendently argued that the Yishuv, the Jewish community in Palestine, and the Hashemites of rulers of Jordan had colluded to limit the war in 1948 and to nip in the bud the emergence of a Palestinian state in the West Bank as endorsed by the UN Partition Plan in November 1947. In his second book, The Making of the Arab-Israeli Conflict, 1947 to 1951, which appeared in 1992, Pape allowed his politics more leeway, and they are apparent in his descriptions and in his interpretations. But here, too, there's an effort towards objectivity and accuracy. In both books, Pape, in effect, tells his readers, this is what happened. This is strange because it directly conflicts with a second major element in his historiographical outlook. Pape is a proud postmodernist. He believes that there's no such thing as historical truth, only a collection of narratives as numerous as the participants in any given event to process, and each narrative, each perspective, is valid and legitimate, as true as the next. Moreover, every narrative is inherently political, consciously or not, serves political ends. Each historian is justified in shaping his narrative to promote particular political purposes. Shlomo Arsen, an Israeli political scientist, an Arsen, something like that. Huh? Also, I'm just so curious. What on earth? I think Israel has been too soft and dragged this out longer in the current war.
We'll do the first five. We'll do the first five. And I'll just,
Okay.
Everyone should poop as much as possible. Poop for GG, everyone. I'll keep that in mind, GG Allen.
Flustered. Joking? Ain't no joking in those eyes. Come on now. Ain't no joking.
Also, a nice thing about
Years ago confronted Pape with the ultimate problem regarding historical relativism. Sorry. Oh, PPG streaming. Yes, before launching the ground assault. Oh, so they should have used bigger bombs faster. Yes, before launching the ground. Sorry, you guys, you both have the same badges and everything. So to me, it looks like I confuse you sometimes when I read it. Before launching the ground assault, they did they did quite a few bombings before the ground assault. I really don't know. I don't have I'm not a military analyst. Okay, I have no clue if like the tactics are necessarily better one way or the other in terms of reducing civilian casualties and or
Shut up, 44. Shut up.
Sorry. Just, I'm gonna be more known than all of you guys.
real. One side targets civilians, the other prosecutes their own soldiers who cross the lines. So I don't disagree. Like, my overall view of the conflict is that one side is purposefully targeting civilians, and the other side is incidentally killing civilians whilst defending themselves from the first group of people. However, I don't think Israel does an absolutely shitty job at actually holding the soldiers who commit whatever crimes accountable. And I think there are crimes Israel has committed because, there's crimes in every war. The U.S. committed war crimes in Vietnam. Doesn't mean we were genociding Vietnam, right? There were massacres in Vietnam. The My Lai massacre. There are massacres worse than the My Lai massacre. Doesn't mean we were genociding Vietnam. And if you are conscripting a bunch of 19-year-old Israelis, who are semi-radicalized, like, I would expect them to be radicalized considering people have been trying to kill them for 50 years. You're probably going to get some war crimes. And it seems like sometimes they do an okay job at firing the people who do it. Like I think I know the people who did the World Central Kitchen strike were fired, and I think if I remember correctly, no, this must be the case. The people who like raped the Palestinian or whatever were fired, and I think they were even put in jail. But I think the issue is. What do you mean my kick is banned? I think the issue is like, weren't they literally protesting to... There were people like protesting to fucking get out of it for them to release them. And also, I'm pretty sure that the old fucking... Thanks for the follow the process. I appreciate it on Kick now. The people, not the Hebron massacre. Sample, where are you? Sample, are you still watching? Sample, there was a massacre like Israelis committed or something one time, and was it even Netanyahu part of them? I believe there were soldiers that were arrested, and then the next right-wing administration just pardoned them. I don't know. God, it's so fucking fucked. To this, I don't know. I don't know what this entails. Duck Festini fan. You just want me to show? Thanks for the follow, though. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Thanks. You just want me to show off my guns? You know, I can do that, but full disclosure, okay. I weigh 100. I actually weighed myself a few days ago. I weigh 111 pounds. So the literally the only potential gains I have are from, gooning, nonstop, right? Like, this is like, don't like, are we going to be chill if I show off my guns? Hold on, let me tuck my shirt in so I can take my fucking sweater off first. I mean, that's no good, but even the attempt at holding their people accountable is better than the opposition. Yeah, well, no, I agree. Okay, so I agree. It's just that, like, obviously Israel can't do shitty stuff just because Hamas does shitty stuff. Like that's the... And then, like, the really, like... This argument kind of makes sense. It kind of doesn't. People will say, like, oh, well, we can't control Hamas, but we fund Israel. So we should be infinitely concerned about what Israel does and then not care about what Hamas does at all. That's not the way they phrase it. They'll say, oh, we can control Israel more so we can, Okay, here we go. You ready? You ready? Okay. Check this shit out. I mean, you can actually see my bicep pretty well. It's just because there's no fat in front of it. It's just incredibly weak. Not bad. I actually do have decent... I don't know if I want to say I have decent upper body strength. I am able to... Israel not controllable unless there's an existential threat? Well, how existential is existential? It seems like seemingly we've been able to... Get your left on. So last time I talked to Silly, he said he wanted to gym pill me. I believe, like Biden, I don't know how existential the threat of Hamas was, but Biden was still able to, like, limit certain things Israel did within Gaza. Like, I don't think, I don't think it was an existential threat for Israel to not invade Rafah. The 4 Hamas brigades in Rafah are never gonna And then we're going to pose like an existential threat to Israel, but we're still able to control them a little bit. A little bit. A little bit. You were right. I'm always right. That just drags out. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you there. Like, I think it was probably better. I think it was good that they went to Rafah, but Iran going nuclear is a big threat. I'm not really concerned with the individual actions, just the overall prosecution of war. Israel's utilized the war to speed up actions that we're already doing, namely displacing and diminishing other Palestinian people. I think they've done that in the West Bank. Like, I think they said, like, you know, basically as punishment for October 7th, they're gonna annex what's under the fucking West Bank. That just seems unhinged. Also, okay. Listen, okay, despite, you know, we have a real conflict going on because I am Israel's greatest warrior, okay? The great nation of Israel lives in my heart. But, you know, Donald Trump is so fucking horrible. Okay, you know, maybe, you know what? Maybe if Donald Trump's in office, maybe it is a genocide. Maybe it is an ethnic cleansing. Maybe it is an ethnic cleansing. Maybe. I mean, you could... the term ethnic cleansing is stupid to me for international law. It's fine to use ethnic cleansing, like, colloquially. I don't like the term ethnic cleansing. I don't think should be a thing in international law. I don't think it's a useful concept in international law. Because it's more useful to talk about either failures in proportionality or failures in distinction, and like these are two like distinct things. There's one like really good paper that I read. It was like intent, targeting and intent. I think it makes a good argument. Like we had a 2-track system for IHL. You either fail in proportionality, which is you're not like targeting civilians. You did an attack that caused too much harm to civilians in excess of the direct and concrete military gain of the attack. Or you fail in distinction, which means you're purposefully targeting civilians, right? And these preclude each other. Like you can't really do both, right? A proportionate attack implies the attack was directed at a lawful military target. It just killed too many civilians incidentally, or did too much damage to civilian objects incidentally to warrant error in relation to the direct and concrete military gain of the objective, right? Ethnic cleansing. The term ethnic cleansing to me just collapses those two things. And it just doesn't make. I think for international law, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to do that. I think those should be distinct things, and it's dumb to have them not be distinct things. If that makes sense. I think it was targeting in the concept of intent. In a civilian game, they just use words annex, raise, puppet for taking over other cities. Civilization game, sorry. But yeah, I really do not like that Israel annexes land. The occupation of land can be entirely justified. It's obviously like, it's not necessarily illegal to occupy land. It's like, there can be a good justification for occupying land, right? It's just, it's so fucking horrible. The Syrian land, you could make the case that Israel... Thank you, by the way, for the raid, Darius. I appreciate it. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming. Let's go. My stream deck's broken, so I can't do my things. Thank you, everyone, for the follows. I'm assuming I'm going to get a lot of follows, okay? Hell yeah. I think you can make a case that the original occupation of the... Oh my god, my chat is not set up to go this fast. Of the land in Syria was legal. But annexing land is basically never legal. My understanding, the way like the law of occupation works... Oops. It's legal to occupy land in self-defense, right? but it's not legal. Oh my god, why is everyone jorking it so much? Goddamn, bro. Thank you everyone so much for the follow. I'm not gonna be able to thank everyone individually for the follows like I normally do. But my understanding, the way international law works, typically, it's legal to occupy something in self-defense, and then you have to negotiate to end that occupation. And obviously people have disputes over whether Israel actually negotiates to end the occupation, but the occupying part is not, like, bad. What's up, localists? Welcome back. Here we go. Let's get a twerk break for this one, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Why should Israel care about international law when they most scrutinize more than any other country on earth? The reason I understand the frustration there. The reason I think they should care, okay, to some extent, I don't know if Israel should care about international law. I think IHL, International Humanitarian Law, does actually do a fairly decent job at setting up a good moral framework for protecting civilians, and I think it's fair to adhere to that. And I do think Israel tries its best to adhere to that. It doesn't always do that, certainly, but that's I think IHL is actually a pretty decent thing. Okay, went from 400 to 5 viewers immediately. Let's go. Oh no, it says 56 there. That's a little broken. What's up, Lobster Bob? Okay. What's up, Rip Haven? Welcome back. I have people here. Do we want to do some... Sample's going to be mad at me. Do we want to, like, watch my goat or Boy debate Rob Noor? It's not about economics, though. Dude, the old debates between Boy and Rob Noor and economics are so fucking funny, man. God, I don't think Rob Noor... Okay, I hate Rob Noor in economics. He's... Boy W. Everything's an Boy W.
Oh, you'd have to give me some... Okay. First question. Best and worst thing about the Trump admin so far from your perspective?
No, it's not about the Destiny stuff. That's fine, too.
Yeah.
Worst thing, it's the Trump meme coin. It's fucking... It's pathetic.
Yo! Thanks for the 10 gifted subs! Hell yeah, brother! Hell yeah, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Rob's Epic Blowhard. Ever watched those? What the... Destiny one? What?
That would be the worst thing. I thought that was disheartening right before he came in.
What's what's bad about it in your mind?
It's like grifty. It's like Carney Barker shit. It's beneath what a president of the United States should be doing. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's different than Hawk to it.
Have you used DeepSeek yet? No.
It's a meme. It's designed.
Is that a AI? Oh, is that the Chinese AI thing? Ban DeepSeek too.
Simply as a meme, but it's still scammy, and it's fucking shit. It's like Carnival Barker shit. Best thing I would say is how forceful he's been with the executive orders, particular things like going after the clearances of the 51 former intel officials and following through with a lot of his promises, like pardoning people at January 6th, enforcing the border. So being unapologetic while he does it.
And you think a blanket pardon for January? You wanted that?
Not really. I would have been okay if there were specific people that engaged in acts of violence that wouldn't have been pardoned. But I also
wasn't oh god, I should have looked into this more. I just saw I saw it on Reddit. I think I saw it in Destiny's Reddit actually. There was a January 6th guy that was part of it actually ended up fucking killing someone.
I understand how that would have been a trap for Trump, because if he starts doing that, then what the media and the Democrats are going to do is literally go through every single person and say, but this one person that was pardoned. In addition, because of the corruption that...
Indian man pardoned for Jan 6 riot. Shot, killed while allegedly resisting arrest. Oh, never mind. The MAGA guy was killed. 2 Jan 6ers down. But he was resisting, or what did he do to fucking get arrested? God, kill me.
Surrounded it, I think, and the obvious double standard in how people that were on the left that committed acts of violence, political violence and riots and things like that.
Also, about March 20th when Trump was in a bunker.
I think that the best thing to do to move on to the country was to pardon all of the people. So I understand if it was my preference, there may have been a handful of people that engaged.
Real, if yes, say boom. Do you want a big boom? Boom! Is that what you wanted? Is this what I need to get viewers?
Extreme acts of violence that I wouldn't have pardoned, but as the situations play out, it's probably the best thing to do.
Okay, so it's like when what didn't Andrew Johnson pardon like a bunch of Confederate like war generals? You think of it similarly, like, hey, let's just move on from this, like whatever fucking political price, just
right. If he would have been like,
Okay.
well, there's 3 I'm not pardoning, then people would have been like, but what about this 4th one? And then it just becomes a never-ending relitigation.
Relitigation.
In the public sphere, I guess, political sphere. By the way, some of that's happening. There's already reports that state judges are now charging state crimes with some of the January 6 people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, in general, I guess I assume that the Jan. Well, I guess it does ultimately depend because I'm sure some Jan 6 people might be elevated. Like maybe that's already happened. I feel like a lot of Jan 6 people are kind of revered to some degree. But maybe that's probably by a small minority of people. Most people probably
Where are
don't
you
know
at?
anybody.
I'm in America, North Carolina.
who's involved in
If you
January
need to
6.
know.
Oh, I don't know that that's...
Also, I didn't hear the... Maybe it was...
It's true. I bet most
The lyrics
conservatives
should
know
be
someone that was
working.
there. Not necessarily someone that was arrested. But I don't know if that's what you mean. Do you mean most
Well,
people
yeah,
don't
not
know
like
someone that was jailed? Or...
like involved with like
that's probably
the
just a
riot.
test
Yeah.
message. Maybe 5 to 10%. Yeah, but
It does
like,
work,
but
okay.
I know there's some streamers that you may know that were there on January 6th.
Yeah. I mean, I know like Nick Fuentes, and I guess I know.
God, it was so funny. Process, you might have even been there. Also, Process, I will join anytime. Hell yeah, for a 500 viewer raid, of course I will. Dude, that fucking Tim Hale guy. Oh my god, the fact that I was on some panel sometime, and I think it was Grid, who I respect Grid Motorsports, if you guys know him. Grid is like a relatively reasonable guy. The fact that like he's like, let's talk to this fucking J6 guy, who's also, by the way, like a full-on neo-Nazi dude. Really, brother? Really, brother?
Baked Alaska, I know, was one of the guys who was in the Capitol.
Thanks for the follow, Fred K32. I appreciate it.
and,
Welcome.
you know,
welcome.
Well, but I know other
Ontario.
streamers. I'm not gonna like you've interacted with that were there.
some hooded mystery men.
They were, yeah,
no. But
they've announced.
Okay,
it.
so all right, so it's January 20th, 2026, 1 year into Trump's administration. What do you hope that Trump has accomplished so far?
For me, I'm a single issue voter that corruption is being outed more and more. I'm hoping that things have been. I hope that there's.
You know how he got rid of the corruption? By firing 17 inspector generals without notice that he's legally required to give Congress. Let's go, baby.
The January 6th committee that outs the corruption of them. I hope that there's investigations into the corruption of the FBI and DOJ under Trump or under the Biden administration. I hope that
Oh,
investigations.
don't worry. I'm sure we'll get that out of Cash Patel, baby. I'm sure we'll get not politically motivated investigations.
And his family come forth. I hope that investigations into the corruption of media figures that went after Trump and generals that went after Trump. I hope that much of that
media
stuff
figures?
is released. It's made public to the people so they can see how corrupt the systems are. In addition to that, I hope that the border is secure, that we see border crossings remarkably low, that particularly the most violent criminals have been deported. Hopefully we have peaceful resolutions as much as possible in Israel, Palestine, and Ukraine. That would be nice. And I'd like to see people's earnings.
Yeah, I don't know. God, I don't. Peaceful resolution in Israel, dude. The first of all, I don't know the mechanism for Trump getting that, but also why I don't understand why the fuck would we ever expect this out of Trump? Depending on what your definition of peaceful resolution in Israel is, the guy who just said that we gotta deport the people from Gaza and put them in Egypt and Jordan, for a temporary time or maybe a long time, who knows? Why would you ever? I got things in the mail saying Trump is for Jewish voters. They knew I was a Jew at heart. Okay, they knew.
The wage growth going up, unlike we didn't see under the Biden administration. I would like to see that. So it's not necessarily about the price of eggs dropping. It's about the price of eggs slowing down to an acceptable rate where people's wages catch up with it.
Oh my God, guys. He understands inflation this time. Last time he didn't understand inflation. Last time he didn't even know. Actually, he probably still doesn't really understand inflation. Last time he didn't even understand why the methodology for CPI was changed.
Okay, you said you're a single issue voter on the corruption. So hypothetical, if 2028 rolls around and the Republican nominee is like
I was
Nikki
talking
Haley,
the
like
high level weapons manufacturers from Israel, nobody would feel comfortable until Hamas is completely gone. I understand that. I don't know how feasible that is at this point. I don't know. At least not without. It would take maybe another fucking year or two. I don't know. I'm not a military tactics guy, so maybe I sound retarded, but it just doesn't seem to. There just don't seem to be that feasible. But
establishment type. But the Democratic nominee is like
Trump knows inflation probably better than anyone in Washington. I don't know, maybe like Sonic inflation, you know, maybe like that type of stuff. I don't know if he knows much about inflation, regular inflation though. Considering that he, you know, wants the fucking Fed to lower rates, which would be probably horrible.
Nina Turner, like a person who's like a really far left, like I'm gonna fucking abolish the FBI, like get rid of the CIA type. Like, who do you vote for in that situation? Or like, do you just not vote?
I would have to check into Nina Turner more, but if what you're saying is true, Nina Turner.
Interesting. Okay.
I would have voted for Bernie Sanders over Jeb Bush.
Okay.
Right. Okay. And is there anything? I guess I already know the answer to this. So, is there anything that if Trump fails to accomplish, you just like would fully regret your vote for Trump?
I don't think I would regret. If he fails, regret. There could be things that he does that's beyond failure, but no, if he fails to do anything significant like his first term on corruption at institutions like the FBI, I still wouldn't regret voting for him over someone like Kamala Harris, who would have actively been part of an administration that would have further weaponized it. So if he failed in the extent that he decides that he's going to weaponize the FBI to go after conservatives, pro-life people, conservative parents at school board meetings, etc., I think the chances of that happening are remarkably slim to none. I don't know why he would go after his own people like that. But hypothetically, if he does that, then yeah, I would regret my vote.
Okay. And like one thing that I think that what I am like most concerned about from like a left-wing, well, I guess I don't even want to say I just generally speaking, there's probably a lot of people that are concerned about this, but is I'm just really worried about 2028. And here's what I'm worried about. Okay, here's what I'm worried about. I fully personally believe that if Trump does what he says he's going to do, that he will be extremely deeply unpopular, and the whole Republican Party will be very unpopular, right? So like my assumption would be that if we deport, like if by the time 2028 rolls around and like we've already deported like 7.
If we deport everyone, all the fucking slave migrant workers, as MAGA likes to frame them, working in agriculture, and then do 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and maybe 10% on China, or 60% on China, or whatever percent on China, and he makes the Fed lower rates when they probably shouldn't lower rates, I would imagine we'd be in a pretty inflationary period, and voters don't really seem to like that.
Of the 11, 15, however many undocumented immigrants, million undocumented immigrants in the country, and like we've done near universal tariffs on almost everything, 10, 20%, whatever. I think that things will just be bad enough that people will be like really eager to vote for a Democrat.
He can't make the Fed lower rates. He tried last time, and he wants to do it this time. He said that he's going to demand the Fed lower rates. I understand legally he's not supposed to. Trump doesn't give a shit about that. Legally, he's not supposed to fire 17 inspector generals without notice to Congress. Trump did it anyways. He doesn't care.
But let's just assume that happens. What I'm scared of is like J.D. Vance or Don Jr. is the nominee in 2028, and then we see like.
Go ahead.
So what'd you say?
Yeah, no, that's good. I'm just thinking through the dates. Go ahead. It's the next presidential election.
Right.
Yeah,
and so what I'm worried about is that the Democratic nominee, whoever that ends up winning by, whatever, like a relative. It's just like the Democrat won basically, right? And I'm worried that Trump, he does basically exactly what he did 8 years previous in 2020. It was totally fraudulent. It was totally fake. The election's fake. We're taking it to the courts. We're doing the alternative electors again. And J.D. Vance has already committed that he absolutely would have, just
Not
thrown out the electors and allowed the House to
2020.
elect the president. And so what I'm worried about is that plan gets one step further, and the House just like disregards the vote of the states and just elects, Vance or Don Jr., whoever the Republican nominee is, and then the court, which could very well be 7-2, right-wing Supreme.
No, it's not required to give 30-day notice. It's recommended. I don't believe that's the case. I believe it's required to give 30-day notice. That's my understanding of the law.
Court basically just says, that's legal. You're allowed to do that under some interpretation.
No, I do. I'll be honest. I have a similar fear. I do. Like, I think that maybe something you'd be like, see, this would be fucking disaster for this country. Is let's assume you're right that it's not that popular, and then you're going into 2027, and so Trump's team decides what they're going to do is collude with a suspected Russian spy to get disinformation about his opponent being on beds that got pissed upon, then weaponize his FBI to illegally spy on his opponent, and then leak that information to the press routinely. That all runs on that. That would be a disaster for this.
In a letter, the White House suggested the firings were illegal because they violated a law that requires giving Congress 30 days advance notice with the reason for any removal for respective general. He said Monday, even though he was not removed in accordance with the law, he was effectively fired, given that he has no longer access to the building and computer systems. Trump in 2020 summarily dismissed or sidelined a series of inspector generals who were seen as investigating his administration aggressively. Partly in response to that, Congress strengthened the 30-day notice law by requiring presidents to provide substantive rationale, including detailed case and specific reasons for the firing. Trump did not do this.
country. I don't know how we would survive that. So I'm with you. I share those concerns.
Mr. Grassley noted the 30-day detailed notice of the removal of the law demands was not provided to Congress. Is this one of the people who was fired, or is this spokeswoman for Miss Ernest?
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying, obviously, but just ignore that for a second, right?
I just want to be clear.
Right?
Your wet dream here. First off, you're very optimistic that Democrats will become that popular again, as shitty as they are. I assume
this is a senator. I mean, how no? Maybe the senator's lying. Maybe the spokesperson's lying. Maybe New York Times is lying. I don't know. It just seems like it's a required thing to do. Required to give them notice and required to give a substantive reason, which Trump did not do either of.
Really, what I'm describing.
Well, what you're describing is that they're going to win. They're going to win with their strategy of, trust me, Elon did a Nazi salute, good stuff, right? Secondly, I don't really give a shit
that's not what I said at all.
Okay, but that's what the Democrats are doing right now. That's what. Secondly, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what people like you that were completely fine with the Democrats' attempts to steal the 2016 election. I don't give a fuck
Kill me
about your fear mongering. I don't care.
Well,
I'm willing.
He gave her. Did he give like a? I'm assuming the reason in the law means that you have to write down the reasons and submit it to Congress. I don't think Trump did that. Trump probably, I don't know. Maybe Trump gave a speech afterwards and said these inspector generals were corrupt. I'm no lawyer. I bet if we read the law, it would probably be you have to submit the fucking reason to Congress.
I'm willing.
Both of you get a real job.
To
real
talk to
true.
right-wingers or left-wingers that called out the corruption that we saw. I'm willing to talk to them. I'm not willing to entertain your wet dream about this.
This isn't a wet dream. I'm asking you, like, if something like that happens, do you think that...
I will answer your question when you could show me your contemporaneous posting about the corruption going into the 2016.
Well, against the law, then how are they fired? Because they are? Do you not think he's the president? He can do... People do illegal things. Also, I don't think that they were... He removed. We were just reading the article where the guy said they were in effect fired because he was removed access to the computer system, and doesn't have access to the building anymore.
Election about the weaponization of the FBI against Trump.
No, he can't just do illegal things. I mean, not everything that's illegal he can just do, but like, obviously you can do an action that is illegal. Like, it's not impossible to do an action that's illegal. If it's illegal to fire these people without 30 days, it doesn't prevent or notice or whatever. It doesn't prevent Trump from bringing him into the office and saying you're fired. By the way, God, this is so fucking annoying. Trump's position here is that this is I would imagine it's going to be challenged in court, and this is what's going to happen. Trump's position is that it's illegal it's unconstitutional for Congress to legislate any restrictions on what the president can do in the executive branch. That is Trump's position. Thank you for the follow, Sphere. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Trump's position that he's most likely going to argue in court is that Congress can't tell me who the fuck I can and can't fire with what restrictions because Article 2 of the Constitution says unitary executive. That's gonna be his position. No, you can do actions that looks illegal to us, but we don't know the detail. Okay, buddy. Good
you
to
show
know.
me your post.
It just looks very illegal to us, but we don't know the details. So
videos you did. I'll be more than happy.
Rob, is your position that?
My position is I don't give a shit about people like you that were more than happy with.
Well, we know inspector generals were removed from the computer system and don't have access to the building. What do you mean? That's illegal.
Weaponization to go after Trump. Now saying, but wouldn't it be terrible if Trump does things that we think are anti-democratic? I don't.
Rob, I was 19 in 2016.
Did you stream last year? Did you stream the year before? Did you stream the year before that? Can you point me to any of your posts or stream when you were talking about the weaponization of Trump from the FBI?
17 inspector generals to immediately arrange for the work laptops, the return of work laptop phones, parking decals, ID cards. Like, I don't know. Like, this isn't. Oh, maybe he didn't say you're fired, so maybe he's just ordering them to what? Like, dog. What is this cope, dog?
Well, I'm trying to clarify your position. So your position is that you're not willing to. Well, if I could just finish. So your position is that you're not willing to take a position.
Oh no, I'll take a position.
A hypothetical.
Absolutely, I'll take a position on a hypothetical. If that hypothetical is coming from a person in good faith that cares about corruption, you are not. So I'm unwilling.
So true, Akana Boy. You are. He's probably sleeping. I don't think he's watching. But Akana Boy is a famed non-fun orbiter. You don't care about the corruption, Akana Boy.
I'm not sure with what evidence you would say that, but
are you aware of the corruption? Well, let's do it right now. Do you condemn the corruption of the FBI and their war to prevent Trump from winning the 2016 election?
Real.
It's not my understanding that there was a war to prevent Trump winning the FBI.
There you go. So there's where I'm getting my evidence. Your own words.
Robert, there's a difference between having a genuine disagreement and just like not caring that corruption is occurring.
I do care that corruption has occurred.
I'm pretty sure Akana, I don't know how much Akana Boy would probably say that there were issues with Operation Firestorm Firestorm Hurricane? Is that what it is? Crossfire Hurricane? Crossfire Hurricane? I'm sure if you asked Econoboy, like, were there illegal warrants for a Crossfire Hurricane, he would probably say yes. That just doesn't, like, translate into what Rob North think it does. Like,
disagreement that I think that you're bad faith, that you're okay with corruption when it's weaponized against Trump, and you're like every other Democrat that was okay with that. It's my opinion. Am I not allowed to be entitled to my opinion?
Well, you're allowed to say that
Very
you think
well.
I'm bad faith, but obviously,
I
think
you are
for instance, right? Like in 2020, what I described in
real
hypothetical
Econoboy.
2028. In 2020, this is like literally exactly what happened. Like Trump tried.
I gotta work tomorrow, have fun, turn on my key, so I can go to work tomorrow and have to turn on my keys and ID. A company gives me 30 days and they say they'll come back. Doesn't mean it's illegal. I don't think that's not what they. What? Okay, you would never, ever, ever, ever make this defense if it was Biden who did this. You would never say, well, technically, he just made them turn in their keys in laptops, but they aren't actually fired. Maybe they have 30. Dog. What do you mean we don't know? Dog.
Okay, you can talk. You can sit here and talk.
I don't even know. He might have said that they were fired. I don't know. I don't know. New York Times is using the word fired. I don't know if he, like, what exact mechanism there is for, like, firing them. So, like, I don't know if he wrote down the word fired or not, but, like, dog.
I don't give a
really,
fuck what
bro?
you're saying. I don't care at all. It would be the same if you cheered for the assassination of Trump and then said, but Rob, what if Trump...
You're really going to believe what a I'm not... What do you mean? What a politician says? I don't even think Trump took credit for this. I don't know...
Susan, by the way, this for the assassination of his opponents. I would say I don't give a fuck that you have a question about that. I don't care. Bring someone on that's not bad faith that cared about the FBI corruption going after Trump. I'll answer the question. I'm not going to answer for you. I don't give a fuck.
It just makes no sense to call me bad.
Like
faith
if
on this.
Destiny's on here and he's like, Rob, what if hypothetically Trump slept with a chick and then filmed it and then released it to someone without their consent? What would you think about that? I'd say, Destiny, I'm not going to answer this question from you. See the point?
I'm not even talking about FBI corrupt. Like even if that's what your opinion is, this has nothing to do with FBI.
Yes, it has to do with
corruption at all.
corrupt institutions that were putting their thumbs on the scale of election and affecting our democracy, which you were more than okay to cover for when it benefited
Rob,
your side.
you answered a question on corruption from Trump right off the jump,
That's
talking
right.
about the meme coin thing.
That's
I
right.
don't understand why that's.
I'm not gonna
I'm okay talking about corruption there, but not over
That's
here.
absolutely correct. You asking me my opinions of what Trump's done good and what Trump's done bad is different than entertaining your hypothetical of fear-mongering, which is really your intent, that you want to say, oh my God, what if Trump's
Why do you think why do you think I don't even do you think that in my view I'm like, oh, I'm gonna convince Rob's audience to be scared of Trump by this? Like this is probably something your audience has heard like 1,000. I'm just genuinely curious what your opinion is.
I've told you what my opinion is, so you have my answer. I think that your goal, much like the goal of many of these Democrats, is to try to control the narrative and to
Why do
constantly
you think that?
fear-monger
I'm not recording this. I'm not going to upload this for content. I'm just I know
Rip Haven, I imagine this will go to court. I would guess it's going to go to court. Congress could postpone it. He's not allowed. Congress already legislated that he can't do this, and he clearly doesn't care. I don't know, like what. I imagine this will go to a court. One of the people will sue, or Congress will do something that makes it end up in court. I imagine there will be court cases over it, and it will be disputed. I would guess that is what is going to happen.
As a person, and I'm genuinely curious what your
opinion.
opinion.
Content or anything. It has to do with a theme.
I'm not trying to control the narrative like that. It's not even functional that I'm able to do that within this
I'm
capacity.
giving you my opinion. You are following. You're right. You're probably not someone that's controlling the narrative, in that you know that you're not like a big significant voice. You just follow along the example of the people that have done that, like a good little.
But you know what I'm getting at, right? Not really. It just seems weird to suggest that like Congress could do something to act, and I bet they will do something to act. There are already senators who have made statements about this. When he already flagrantly ignored the rules on the rules that Congress gave him. Again, do you disagree that Trump's position, or Trump's legal team's position at least, is likely to be that Congress can't even legislate who Trump can and can't fire because of some level of unitary executive theory? Like, I would guess it's the issue that they're trying to get out of this is, can Congress even legislate to the president who we can and can't fire, based on what requirements? Or is that unconstitutional?
Is constantly fearmonger that Trump may do what they themselves have done and cheered for. And I'm not.
I'm not talking about what Trump made. Trump's already done this once, right? I think
Wasn't your
it's
entire
reasonable to say,
hypothetical? I'm worried that in 2028 Trump will do blah 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 blah.
The Trump's legal team, who had previously had like John Eastman and Kenneth Chesborough and Cindy Powell on it. I bet Trump's lawyers are really legally making really legally sound arguments, buddy. This is Rob's Normal Thought. Make some random claim. Ask whether you agree in some grandmaster conspiracy exists. Start gish galloping. I know it is insane. It is insane. It's also like absurd. You're bad faith because you don't agree that the FBI was. You don't care that the FBI was targeting Trump in the 2016 election. It'd be so much easier. You should just ask. much simpler question. Again, I'm sure a convoy would even it's fine even saying certain things. Like I said, like there were bad warrants from Crossfire Hurricane. That doesn't translate into some grand corrupt conspiracy.
Bubba.
Well, if you want me to give you more evidence as to why I pretty much guarantee that he'll do this, then I could do that.
So
JD Vance explicitly said he would go along with this plot.
By the way, just real quick, all the Kick viewers, I do also stream on Twitch and YouTube and Rumble, I guess. So like, if you prefer watching there, just know that is in fact something you can do.
It's a hypothetical. First off, it contingents on Trump losing because everything's been so terrible, blah, 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 blah.
And Twitter,
It's a
I guess,
hypothetical.
but...
I'm not going to listen to people hypothetically talk about weaponization of our government or a destruction of democracy through tyrannical leadership that had nothing to say when there was a threat to our democracy and weaponization of our government through tyrannical leadership when it was directed at their opposition. You had nothing to say. Fuck you.
Yeah, I don't even. First of all, you don't have evidence that I didn't say that. You're just assuming that.
I
That's the
asked
case.
you specifically, can you point to, do you think that the FBI put their thumb on the scale corruptly going after Trump in the 2016 election?
We're talking about previous action, not what I said during the course of this conversation, right?
I
So
asked
those are
you,
two
and you
different
said you didn't, and so we are talking about what you said in the course of this conversation.
okay, well, let's just. I don't think that that's exactly right, but
I love the meta conversation and not actually talking about
let's
anything
move on from
meaningful.
there. Okay, if you don't want to
That's
answer
awesome.
any hypotheticals about Trump's corruption, then that's
Not for you.
Up
Tell
to
someone
you
to call
guys.
that's concerned about the corruption that was done against Trump, and then we'll have a discussion.
I mean, Rob, if you had any understanding of my full body of work, which I would not expect you to, I would expect you to understand that I have no problem calling out Democratic corruption when I think there's corruption. I just happen to have
point me to
a
the
honest,
video.
genuine disagreement with you
Point me to the video.
as to the corruption
was
of the
there,
FBI.
Was there corruption, any lawfare corruption against Trump?
Lawfare, no, again, a genuine disagreement on the lawfare against Trump. For instance, an example of corruption that Biden did that I would agree with when he pre-pardoned like his entire family and Hunter Biden, I'd call that a form of corruption that I would condemn. And
How
I said
about
that,
the
I tweeted it
Democrats
out, I have
impeaching
no
Trump for
problem.
trying to look into that?
The Democrats impeached Trump, a form of corruption that I would condemn. And
How
I said
about
that,
the
I tweeted it
Democrats
out, I have
impeaching
no
Trump for
problem.
trying to look into that?
Oh, for the Hunter Biden, dog, kill me.
The Democrats impeached Trump for trying to look into the pardon of Joe Biden.
No, for looking into the
of
corruption
Hunter
of the Biden family that resulted in a pardon.
The thing that he was, my understanding, I would have to do so much fucking reading on this to actually know the full story, and that's super fucking annoying. Trump was impeached for soliciting interference in the election. That was what he was impeached for. He used his power to try to get Zelensky to find dirt on Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. You're not allowed to do that. You can't do that. My understanding is that Trump had literally been told by his advisors that I believe there actually was an investigation into Burisma already under Obama. My understanding, Trump was told by his advisors that there wasn't like corruption significant enough to like look into that, or that he should use his authority to use. God, I'd have to do a full fucking reading on it. God, I hate conservatives so much. God. Why usually even try to debate about any of this stuff for real? You can have conversations with lots of people. Ralph's not one of them. What time is it there? So AUS? What? Right? Where I am, it's 4:01 a.m.
Well, no, you're talking that wasn't what Hunter Biden got. Hunter Biden did not get pardoned for his involvement with Burisma. He got pardoned on the gun charge and like the
Right.
the
I know
drug.
that as someone that was okay with this corruption, you don't know the full story. Allow me to educate you. What happened was Hunter Biden was clearly selling access to his father, as has even been admitted in
Clearly, it's evidenced by the fact that every time conservatives tried to investigate it, they couldn't do that.
Court filings of the gun
charge. U.S. Australia. Yeah, I kind of guessed that, but I don't live in Australia, so I was confused.
This was swept up by the special counsel that was looking into Hunter, and they were going to give him a sweetheart plea deal. Because two whistleblowers from the IRS
True,
and
buddy.
a judge seemed to question this almost unprecedented plea deal that was getting, that would have basically given immunity, that would have only charged Hunter with crimes that were super benign. They had to go
maybe because they couldn't find evidence beyond a reasonable doubt for the other crimes.
further. They decided, as I predicted, to only charge the gun charge because what they didn't want to charge was the FARA charges. Because the
I had a fun night.
entire reason
I was gonna edit today, but this is cool too.
that they went after Trump in the first place was to cover up the
Now I
fact
just have more editing work piling up.
that there was
I need to hire fucking tomfoolery as my editor.
influence being sold through
What
the
do I want to talk about? What do you mean? I'm fine doing what I'm doing
president's
right
family, or then the vice president's family. That's why the FARA violation was something that they were never going to file, because the American people would say, oh, Hunter Biden was illegally operating as lobbying for a foreign agency. Who was he lobbying to? And then all of a sudden the questions would have got hairy when it was prominent Democrats, including his father. And so they chose not to charge him those things and give him a slap on the wrist of charges that would insulate the rest of the Biden family and the Democratic Party. Oh, it was just some drug addict with this one gun charge, which they then proceeded to pardon. They've also then proceeded to pardon 7, I believe, other members of the Biden family, further illustrating the corruption they had.
Rob,
it was Biden's
I've
DOJ
already
itself.
called out that corruption. Your point is that Econoboy is bad faith. He'll never call out the corruption of the Democrats. I've already called out and said that is corrupt.
I understand you, like almost every other Democrat that covers up the corruption of the Democrats, will, when it no longer matters, call it out. So now that Biden's out, yeah, sure, you'll say, sure, he was corrupt there.
When would I possibly call out that he pardoned his son in the lame duck? There was no other time to call that out, Rob.
Much like
I think I'm pretty sure I watched the Live and Learn episode because Biden pardoned Hunter Biden while he was still president. Like I'm pretty sure immediately after, it was like a day or two after, they did a Live and Learn episode. Conaboy, Josiah, Pisco, and Hutch did a Live and Learn, and they were all circle jerking. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, we need all the Democrats to like, yeah.
These Democrats, it's not that you have an affinity for a specific politician.
You can never be pure
hate
enough
Trump.
to talk.
And so you're willing to throw under the bus any specific politician as long as it means getting Trump. So what you won't do is call out the corruption against Trump. You'll say, oh yeah, Menendez took money from Egypt. That's corrupt. But you won't say, wow, the FBI had illegal warrants to spy on the Trump team. That's absurd. My God, what a huge scandal.
Oh my God. If you just asked, again, I'm sure you might even mention it. They did probably have illegal warrants for Crossfire Hurricane. It's just that not all the evidence for Crossfire Hurricane was from illegal warrants, but wouldn't you all first circle jerk? I'm not on Live and Learn. I've only actually talked to one person on Live and Learn, and that's the best one, a Conaboy. Pardon's the worst thing you can give someone that didn't commit well, Hunter did commit a crime, right? The gun stuff and the tax fraud stuff. He did definitely commit crimes. Yeah. That cat is so nice.
Yeah, they had one of the lead
He's nice sometimes.
agents talking about an insurance policy to prevent Trump from winning.
But all the other people, well, the argument is that they're preemptive pardons. Although I actually don't know. It could be the case that Liz Cheney did do witness tampering. I'm not qualified lawyer enough, but from what I read, it looks like there could definitely be a case for Liz Cheney witness tampering. But Trump has said that he wants to go after people on the J6 committee. There's not evidence of them doing crime, so the argument is that they're, preemptive pardons to make sure that he can't just arbitrarily go after these people.
Terrible. These lawfare cases like the Bragg case against Trump, the 37 felonies, what a load of bullshit. You'll say, nope, all of those were legitimate.
Can Congress hold inquiries for people who have been pardoned?
I don't see evidence of political corruption against Trump, even when we have a confirmation that the FISA warrants against his team, at least 2 of them were illegal. You'll say, I don't take a stance on that, but I will call out Joe Biden's
earlier in the stream, because I do watch your content. Earlier in the stream, you talked about how Andrew Wilson had the genuine view that it is not possible to rape your wife.
Correct.
And you said, that is an abhorrent opinion. I totally disagree with it, but I don't think just because Andrew has that opinion that he's a terrible guy. I kind of disagree on this.
Well, I meant can they actually have a committee that charges them? But as a witness, obviously.
I don't think Andrew's a terrible guy just because he has that completely abhorrent, completely dogshit, insane opinion.
Correct.
So what I'm saying is, analog here, just one last sentence is, I have a genuine and deep and you might say insane disagreement with you, but I just think that's insane to be oh, well, you're just automatically bad faith, so I'm segregating the conversation I'm willing to have with you because I'm assuming that you have bad faith when, Rob, honestly, I've never shied away from a question you've asked or been able to, I've always answered questions as honestly as I can on the stream.
Okay,
cool.
I
don't think you have much reason to say that.
Let's put a pin in this for a second. What percentage of Trump supporters are garbage?
Okay, right.
Well, I've already said, I think probably about half of them have malicious reasons for voting for Trump.
Fuck you. You think half of them, 80 million people? So you think 40 million people are garbage that voted for Trump?
I would say that probably 10% of this country, which equates to about half of the people who voted for Trump, they probably have what I would call immoral, malicious, malevolent reasons for voting for Trump.
What percentage of
Kamala Trump supporters are garbage?
The percentage of Kamala Harris supporters who have what I would call malicious, malevolent reasons for voting for her, I don't know. I would say less, obviously. I don't even. Okay, give me an example. What would be a malevolent, malicious
Rob's
reason?
Kind of a dick. I honestly I don't think Rob's that much of a dick. Rob is aggressive sometimes, but I don't think that makes you dick. I'm aggressive sometimes. I don't think people. Well, some people think I'm a dick. I'm good relationship with people, even though I'm aggressive in debates. I think Rob is Rob. Rob is, Rob does do the thing, I'm going to say, since you don't believe in my insane conspiracy, now I can kiss Gallup because you're not, obviously aren't to be taken seriously, but, God, I used to have a higher opinion of Rob until I was doing my subathon, and then I watched the Econoboy debates. He had a 5-hour long debate with Econoboy about the Biden economy. And oh my God, that was the most miserable shit ever. Ever. Diet avocado boy. Job revisions. Diet avocado boy. Avocado boy. CPI methodology was changed. If you used the 1981 methodology, inflation is 3 times as high. The Biden economy has been an unmitigated disaster. Of course, wages haven't kept up with inflation. Of course they haven't.
Vote for Kamala.
Want corruption to go after a disinformation council to censor people that disagree with her online?
Okay, so what percent of people, and I honestly don't know the answer, what percent of people who voted for Kamala do you think said, I'm voting for Kamala because I want her to weaponize social media and the DOJ to go after
I don't know.
political
I'm
opponents?
not the one that said 50% of her supporters are garbage. That's you.
Like, I don't, and here's the thing, my sense of things within the, I operate in a lot of Kamala crowds, I operate in a lot of Trump crowds, between my political advocacy and my family personally, respectively. I don't really know many Democrats that are like, oh, I want the FBI to just start throwing my political opponents in prison and doing corrupt acts.
25% of Democrats polled said they wish that Trump would have been assassinated. 1/3 of Democrats in a YouGov poll said that one third of Democrats in a YouGov poll said that if parents didn't get the vaccine, that their children should be taken away from them.
So now you've given me evidence.
Based.
I'll just take it to be true, Rob. I'll just take it to be true. A quarter of Kamala voters said I would be okay with Trump, or I actively want Trump to be assassinated. I'd say those are garbage people. There you go. Lock me in for a quarter of Kamala voters. I just have no problem saying.
Why did you speak openly about Trump supporters being garbage when it was in the news, but you never said anything about Kamala supporters being garbage? Never sought to investigate it.
The context of the conversation I was having was about Trump support. I have no problem saying that people on my side of the political aisle are bad or garbage.
But if you're saying that,
Rob,
particularly when there's been some amount of pushback, like, whoa, I'd hesitate to call them garbage, like someone like Pisco was saying when you said this on a stream, don't you think you would have said, oh, but of course there's Kamala supporters that are garbage too? But some of that slipped your mind.
I mean, I have an incredibly terrible memory. I find it difficult to believe that I just didn't say anything with nuance in that regard. Like, I think oftentimes when I have that kind of conversation, what I say is, hey, to be fair, and I've said this to you, and I said this to you, I think even before the stream you're referencing, I have a view about morality that is able to be disagreed with, right? You know, for instance, I would say, hey, anybody who says I want to deport people because they're brown and I'm racist, right? It's like there's some percentage of people who say that, right? I would say that's really bad, but there's going to be some people out there that say, no, like that's not bad, or I actively agree with it. People can disagree about things, right? I mean, that's understandable.
Well, if you have a
it's not
terrible
like
memory,
I'm necessarily correct.
You have a terrible memory. I already answered your question, and I don't give a fuck how much you're trying to no, trust me, I'm a trustful guy. Fuck you. You're for the corruption.
You keep trying to corner me into like hypocrisy, and it's clearly impossible to do.
You're full of shit. You were okay with the corruption against Trump. Fuck you. I owe you nothing.
I didn't say you owe me anything, Rob.
I don't owe you anything.
God, kill me. Dog, thank you so much. What did I do? You're welcome for whatever I did, I guess, but...
Sir, I told you how much.
I didn't say you owe me an answer.
If you have a legitimate question about this that you would like answered, send me someone that you know that was concerned about the corruption against Trump, and have them ask me this question in a genuine way. I'd be more than happy to answer. Not from pieces of shit like you that were okay with the corruption against Trump.
Rob, why do you think I'm a piece of shit? Like,
Because
you
you
do
were
this
okay
every
with the
time you
corruption.
talk, and it makes no sense, Rob.
Then stop
like,
calling in. I don't know what to
It
say.
is completely insane to have this kind of attitude.
Maybe I'm garbage.
You do good faith. I mean, I'm not like... I am... I mean, everyone will say this, but like, I am good faith. Like, I don't really do bad faith stuff. Like, I just don't take enjoyment of that. I am like perfectly fine. I'm just like perfectly fine, like matching my level of knowledge to my level of conviction, right? So like, if I don't have a high level of knowledge of something, I'm perfectly fine just not like taking a strong stance on it. I'm perfectly fine just not like arguing over it. Like, I don't know why people seem to have like such an objection to doing that. It's like, there are certain things like Kamala did or whatever. I'm trying to give an example, but like, I just don't have a ton of knowledge in if they were good or bad. So like, I'm perfectly fine saying I don't have a strong opinion on it, and you can tell me they're bad and be like, I'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Your explanation for why that could be bad makes sense. But Biden won the election. I don't think I don't just think, well, shit, it's all going to fall apart. I just went on with my life. Okay. I mean, the issue with, like, the argument against Trump is usually that, like, he is not, just like any other politician that might, like, have some policies that you disagree with, but, overall, things will be mostly the same. It's that, like, Trump is basically, Trump uniquely does not respect institutions in the way other politicians do, is I would say is the like argument against Trump. That's smarter than professing ignorance. I mean, yeah.
Percent of the rest of the Trump
Well,
supporters.
I happen to think you're not one of the half that
Well,
are garbage, but obviously you don't mind that. But I don't mind. I just don't. Again, for the people who say that the Democrats demonize their opponents, I don't think. I deeply disagree with your voting decisions, your political ideology, all these things. I don't think I've ever said Rob is personally a piece of shit, bad faith, garbage person. But you have no problem saying that about your political opponent.
You said it about 50% of.
I mean, I don't know. I do watch Live and Learn. Okay, I see. Listen, I see Econoboy and Live and Learn sometimes. and they make fun of Rob Noor. Okay, but I mean, Conway's right. I've never seen him say like this. Rob sucks. So real Duck Destiny fan.
People that vote for the person you don't agree with. And
Rob,
secondly, I'm not saying that you're a
Kamala
moral.
voters are all perfectly moral people?
Secondly, it's not that I'm saying that I'm unwilling
That's
to talk to
another
you
one
or
of those
wish you ill or
hypotheticals I'm
anything
not allowed
like
an
that.
answer for.
I'm saying to you that you are okay with this weaponization, and therefore, much like almost every other Democrat I deal with that was perfectly fine with the weaponization against Trump and his supporters, you'll now say, well, what if Trump? You are fine in the nature of I think that the weaponization is evident, and you're saying that it didn't exist in your opinion, which means that you were okay. Were you okay with the lawfare against Trump? Were you okay with the Alvin Bragg case against Trump? Yes or no? You'll answer any question, right? That's what you said. Yes or no?
Give me the. I'm not familiar with all these names. What's the
Alvin Bragg, the 37 felonies case in New York.
Oh, the business documents case.
Yes.
I mean, from my reading of that case, I didn't have a big problem with the charges.
Cool.
Now, in terms of the 37 different, I don't know if it had to be 37 or you could have compiled them, or maybe there's a misdemeanor versus a. I don't know, Rob. I didn't think that was the
Secondly,
biggest issue.
were you okay with the FISA warrants against Trump's team?
Again, you've read about this more than I have. I don't know. You have to give me.
So you didn't care to
details.
look
It's
into
been such a
that
long
obvious corruption. It didn't. That actual corruption that happened that affected.
God, I'm so what? I don't. Kill me. I don't know. I never know what people think. Like these FISA warrants, the illegal FISA warrants prove. Like some this happens in prosecutions, and it's not good that it happens in prosecutions. But like this happens where there are illegal warrants. There are people who make mistakes. There are people who act in bad faith within the Department of Justice. Like this doesn't. I just don't understand what we.
2020 election. You didn't care to look into that, but you're very concerned about what might happen in 2028.
Rob, is your expectation that someone has a perfect knowledge of all issues? I mean, I'm sure that there's examples of pocketed corruption or things that you don't. I mean, I could say, oh my goodness, look at this example and that example of this policy, that policy. You don't know anything. Isn't this an important issue? But I've never done that. Nor have I ever said Rob's a piece of shit because he hasn't looked into this or that.
50% of voters are garbage. Got it.
Did I call you garbage, Rob? Did I call you garbage, Rob?
Okay. A piece of shit on this issue of corruption. I don't give a fuck. You can sit here and wax and whine. I don't give a shit. I can't be more clear. Are you gonna cry? You can cry about it?
Rob, I'm not going to cry about
it.
You
Ready to move on?
There is
an ability to have a conversation. My belief is the evidence against corruption of lawfare and corruption against Trump is so evident that people that refuse to acknowledge it, but then say, but what if Trump did something? I refuse to answer them. That's it.
Rob, do you think that 100% of Kamala voters are perfectly moral, perfectly righteous people? No. You don't think there's any? Okay, so what percent do you?
I don't think Rob. If Rob being this aggressive would be fine if Rob was actually presenting the evidence of this is so evident or whatever. He's just not really. He's just saying it is evident. Trust me, bro. And you won't acknowledge it, so you're garbage. It'd be fine if you were in a real. It's what I do, and people get mad at me for it. It's if we're having a really detailed discussion about things, I'll be like, you acknowledge this, right? You have to acknowledge it. You have to fucking. I need to hear these words come out of your mouth. Thank you, Philip Eastman, for the sub. I really appreciate it, dude. Thanks. But yeah. Rob is just not. It just doesn't work in these types of conversations.
Think are just not morally good. They're garbage, you might say.
I didn't go on a stream defending the president.
Rob, is that a question you're refusing to answer as well? You can say that if you just don't want to answer.
Was I just answering and you interrupted me? Is that what happened?
You said.
Are you a victim now? Are you a victim now where you have to prevent someone from giving an answer because you don't like the answer and say, but you're not answering?
You're right, Rob. I'm the one that's interrupting this conversation. Please go for it. I'll be quiet.
I'm not the one who went on a stream trying to make excuses for the sitting president of the United States calling the opposition's voters garbage, who then said that roughly 50.
Kill me, dog. I don't know if I constantly did that, but he might have. But this is the big deal. This is the
50% of them would be garbage. So although I think that it is a genuine truth that any political party would have people within that voting base that might not be good people, I've not called large swaths of the voting base of any political candidate garbage.
Okay, so what percent of Kamala voters would you say are morally wrong?
I don't
morally
know.
bad
I haven't
people,
called them garbage.
People?
I don't know.
So
I don't have an
your
interest
position is
you.
So you said 25% of Democrats said they support the assassination of Donald Trump. You don't think those are garbage people? You don't think that's morally wrong to say that? I'm not going out of
my way to call them garbage. Let's use an analogy of what this would be. What percentage of black people do you think are grotesquely immoral?
Oh, you'd have to give me some. How many
black people in general?
Heinous crimes?
What percentage of black people are grotesquely immoral?
Well, again, you started by giving me some statistics about Democrats.
For the clip,
you have to give me some evidence
for the clip
about black
can you just start your saying, I, a Conboy, think that blank percentage of the black community is grotesquely immoral? Go ahead.
Rob, I don't have any evidence to say one way or the other, right?
So
now,
you don't
Rob,
think,
if you wanted to
so
say
you're
you don't have evidence to make that moral judgment.
Kill me, dog.
You're saying that no black people are grotesquely immoral? That's what you're saying?
Rob, you presented evidence that Kamala has 25% of her supporters who supported Donald Trump being assassinated.
I presented a poll suggesting.
Doesn't Conway know? It's 50%. 1350. Doesn't he know? Doesn't he know? Doesn't he know? Those who know.
The point is, I didn't go out of my way to, without any sort of provocation whatsoever, say certain percentages of groups of people are garbage. You did, right? That's what I'm criticizing.
The question is so stupid. I don't actually think it's that bad. Well, I don't actually think it's that bad of a like reductio. It's like if you're saying that like because 50 or 25% of one community, those being Kamala Harris voters, support something heinous, that they are like garbage. Would you entail the same thing for the black community? If 10% of black people do something heinous, or 10% of black people garbage or whatever. Now, I don't actually think that's an emotionally strong reductio. I don't actually think it's that like logically strong of a reductio. But I understand what Rob is trying to do, and I don't think it's like bad faith or anything. I think it's fine to like make your opponent try to bite like to push them into a corner, to make them like bite the bullet on the reductio. I don't really think it's emotionally down. Damned if you do, damned if, but that's what you want in a debate. That's what you want, Rip Haven. Okay, maybe you think that's bad faith. If I put my opponent in a position where they're damned if they do, damned if they don't, I fucking win easy.
That's what I'm criticizing. So, for example,
Okay,
if you just came out,
But
like
that's
you
not a
would
debate. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe into whatever formal definition of debate. I just think that's I think that's what most people consider a debate, is things where I do that. It's just that's what you have to do to some people. That's what some people deserve. Okay, that's what they deserve, because they are garbage. No, they aren't. Well, some certain people are garbage, but obviously, but if I'm arguing with a MAGA person about tariffs, and they are saying some unbelievably retarded shit, they deserve to be put in a corner. They deserve to be yelled at. Mom, if you're watching, I am correct in this position. Okay, I am. They deserve it. They deserve it. They don't learn any lesson if you don't do that. The audience doesn't get it if you don't do it. Okay, if you don't humiliate them. But not if it isn't a topic. If you're derailing the debate topic to irrelevant questions, you fit. Well, that's true. Yeah. Well, no. Whenever I do this, I'm not trying to go to other topics. I'm just like, I don't even do it in like meta. I don't even want to do it in like meta conversations, like discussing what we had previously discussed in this conversation. Like, I want to do it like specifically on like to acknowledge that tariffs increase exchange rates. Why don't we wait to see if he actually puts tariffs on shit? What do you mean? Like, why don't we wait to see if he does it to like debate it? Like, I think if I have an opinion on something, I'm not gonna like wait to see what he does to have an opinion on it. I think it would be bad to do a lot of tariffs. Like, I think it's fine to talk about the policy position of a candidate if I disagree with it, or even if I agree with the policy position of a candidate, and talk about it. Like,
at least some percent.
It's a political tool kind of gotcha question to talk about tariffs, to talk about the policy position of a candidate. What? Yes. Okay. I don't want you to stab me. I want you to wait to stab me to say not to stab me. Yes, leverage. What I understand, part of the discussion about tariffs, about Trump's tariffs, are every debate I've had on tariffs. Okay, we get to, is Trump actually going to do these tariffs, or is Trump going to use it as leverage? Okay, that is a part of every single discussion that I've had on tariffs. It's fine to talk about that too. Now, usually, when I do it, I say, can we at least agree? Can I get the concession that like free trade is a good thing? And then we'll discuss if these are being, leveraged. Can we at least agree that tariffs are economically harmful? And then we'll discuss this. They never fucking do that, and it's super fucking annoying. Because I'm more interested in the economic impact than just like the leverage thing. But like literally every single discussion I've had on this, we talk about this. It's perfectly fine to discuss what we think a candidate is likely to do and what we think a candidate is likely to do.
Black people are.
Free trade is great if it went both ways. Well, I mean, first of all, I would like people don't even make that concession to me, first of all. But also, free trade is a good thing, even unilaterally. It's still a net, even if your opponent, even if your other country has tariffs on you, it doesn't make it a net benefit to put tariffs on that country. You're still hurting consumers, and you're still getting rid of the comparative advantage. It's just there's no net benefit there.
Garbage, correct?
That's not free trade. I mean, you can engage in free trade unilaterally, right? Like, that's not. I understand it's not like free trade both ways or whatever. Like, we're not actually like in a fully free trade system. I'm just saying that we should engage in tariffs anyway. Isn't free trade? What do you mean? Tariffs are not free trade. I agree. or tariffs anyway. Is that like, sure, I agree. Like, it's not a perfect free trade system. I'm just saying the United States countries can unilaterally like engage in free trade. I don't know what term you want me to use. Engage in free trade. They can unilaterally not put tariffs in other countries. Bro is entertaining a troll. This is real, actually. So if Canada tariffs US and we don't tariff them, it's not free trade. If you don't want to call that free trade, that's fine. But what do I like? I don't want the US to impose tariffs on Canada in that situation. So what do you want me to say? I don't think the US should tariff Canada. I think we should. I would say that would be the US unilaterally engaging in free trade, meaning the free trade only goes one way. And I have an issue with using the word free trade there. I think that's the best way to describe what I want, is I want the U.S. to have low trade barriers with countries that put trade barriers up. My point is that's not free trade. My point is, kill me.
Obviously, there's some black people who do things that I would say are morally reprehensible.
And so you would call them garbage. You would say there is a percent. Say I commonly say some sort of percentage of black people are garbage. Go ahead.
There you go. I agree.
Okay, so then it'd be one thing if you're like, okay, if you're pressing me on that, that's one thing. It's another thing for you to just gleefully come out and say, hey, what's up, Pisco? So yeah, I think 25% of black people are garbage. Do you think that people would look at that and say, wait, what? What's this guy? And you'd say, well, isn't it true? Or isn't there a certain percentage of black people that are garbage? Isn't that true? People would be like, well, I suppose, but what the fuck are you doing?
Well, I mean, I could look up the evidence that I'm familiar with and send it to you, but I have reason to believe that percentage is reasonable, right? And so when you said, 25% of Kamala voters supported, they actively said, I want Trump to be assassinated, I'd say, yeah, those are probably garbage people. I don't have a problem saying that. That's evidence. I agree with it.
Your words, great.
So if somebody advocates for the assassination of Trump, you're not willing to say that is a morally reprehensible garbage person.
I'm saying that if Trump came out and called Democrats garbage...
You don't see a problem with that? I don't think that you can demonstrate that it's a net benefit for the U.S. to tariff other countries just because that country is tariffing you. Unless you say that the tariff is going to lead to... Tariffing them is going to lead to negotiations that make it free trade both ways. In that case, I would agree the end there is good, the end being free trade. So I would agree that end is good, and if tariffs can be used as instrumentally a way to get there, I would say they're instrumentally good, but they're like intrinsically bad in that I believe, again, unilateral free trade is still a net benefit. Yeah.
And said, yeah, 50% of Democrats are garbage. I could understand people saying like, wow, sounds like you're really digging in on that and adding fuel to the fire. And then me saying, but wait, you're saying that you wouldn't say that certain percentage of people are garbage.
It's okay for other countries to tariff us? No, I don't. What do you mean? I think it's okay for them. I don't think they should be doing it. I think it hurts us and them. I think both sides of it are hurt. I don't know what you mean by I think it's okay. I wish they didn't do it. Again, I would even agree if we use tariffs to make them get rid of their tariffs, that could even be a good thing. There's a potential for that to be a good thing. Okay, how would you stop it? Well, wait. Do we agree that even if another country tariffs you, it's not beneficial to tariff them if it doesn't? Let's assume it doesn't lead to them removing their tariffs. Do we think it would still be a net benefit to tariff them? That's why I didn't hear the last sentence.
And I went on and said, yeah, 50% of Democrats are garbage. I could understand people saying like, wow, sounds like you're really digging in on that and adding fuel to the fire. And then me saying, but wait, you're saying that you wouldn't say that certain percentage of people are garbage. It's bullshit.
Wow. Incredible conversation. Incredible, nice, good faith conversation where they really went into a lot of detail about specific things and definitely did not have a random meta conversation for no fucking reason the entire time. Kill me, dog. Now the new viewers get to see what non-fun streams are really about, which is reading. This isn't even the most boring stuff I read. This is an interesting thing to read, okay? You ain't prepared for the true boring non-fun reading. What do you think it would be a good thing implementing a ICAC system like Hong Kong had nationally in America? ICAC like Hong Kong? I mean, for what? For like Canada and Mexico or something? It's just a way to make them like a state light. Internet crimes against children. This content is not entertaining. Thanks, Peter. Independent Commission Against Corruption. I'm not like familiar with the program, so I don't know. I don't know what it entails. If you explain it a little more, I can answer. But all you're doing when you tariff is making the prices high for your own population and real. True. Well, there's a little bit of nuance. Technically, I mean, you're right. There's technically nuance to it. People are mad if I don't say that, but correct. You could say that at some point in the future, that home grown business would fail to get up to lower prices, but it hasn't been the case, nor is it. But also, even if that is the case, there's still an opportunity cost. The big issue, the actual super big issue, is that it's not that you're raising prices, it's that you're doing so. You're raising prices on goods that otherwise could have been imported for cheaper, while the domestic resources being used to make the good domestically were previously being used for more productive things. So, like, you're reallocating resources in an inefficient way. You're causing deadweight. The big issue is deadweight loss. It's not even just the raising prices. Even if, like, let's say hypothetically, tariffs are free, okay? The dollar increases in value to the point where, tariffs are actually free for the consumer. Now, U.S. exporters would be hurt because when the price of the dollar goes up, exports fall because it's more expensive for other currencies to buy our currency, and that harms people who export their goods to world markets. A lot of manufacturing companies, by the way, export their goods to world markets, apply tariffs actually. So that's part of the reason why tariffs often hurt manufacturing and not help it. But regardless of that, okay, ignore that for a second. Even if that was the case, it's just not a very good goal. Unless it's a strategic good like semiconductors or batteries or something like that we want for national security purposes. It's just not a very good goal to have all this manufacturing here, because you're dedicating domestic resources that are currently used in high productivity service sector things or higher productivity locations to now be in this lower productivity sector, producing a good that could be imported for cheaper, while those domestic resources could be producing something else. I mean, the easiest way I think an easier way to view it is that trade is just a way to indirectly produce things we import by first producing things we export and then trading for them. There's no and indirectly producing the things that we export and then trading actually gives us more of the good that we import with the same amount of resources than we otherwise could have gotten. That's the whole point of trade. I mean, we can, if we want to, we can open Greg Mankiw and run through the example of the two farmers, okay, who both have a comparative advantage in different goods. But that's at the end of the day, that's the point of trade, and that's a good thing. It's good that we get more for the same amount of resources than by trading, than the counterfactual, where if we didn't trade, we'd get less for the same amount of resources. So it's just not a good goal to produce the same amount of goods with more resources. It's just not a good goal. Okay. Read this. I think we were over here. Okay, this guy confronted Popeye with the ultimate problem regarding his historical relativism. If all narratives are equally legitimate and there is no historical truth, then the narrative of Holocaust deniers is as valid as that of Holocaust affirmers. Popeye did not offer a persuasive answer beyond asserting lamely that there exists a large body of indisputable oral testimony affirming the Holocaust took place. This broaches the third element of Popey's historiographical approach. His faith that oral testimony is valuable and valid, and that historians should base their narratives on the testimony and memory of witnesses even decades after the event. But in his new book, as in his previous book, Popeye makes no use at all, or almost no use, of oral testimony, basing his work primarily on primary and secondary written sources. Perhaps he does not really believe in the value of oral history, or perhaps he found that work involved too stressful and time-consuming. The work involved was too stressful and time-consuming. In any event, a history of modern Palestine makes no use of oral sources. My own view is that a historian must base his work primarily on written sources, that is, on contemporary documents, and must be exceedingly wary of oral history, especially when the events are being remembered as are morally sensitive and politically charged and occurred many years ago. In the absence of contemporary documents, the historian may occasionally draw upon oral testimony for color or a sense of atmosphere, but never to reconstruct what actually happened. Since so much debate about the new historians is political, I should add that Popeye and I differ not only in our methods but also in our politics. We are both men of the left, but whereas I, since the late 1960s, have consistently voted Labor, or Meretz, the Zionist Party, to the left of Labor, Popeye, as far as I know, has always voted for the Israel Communist Party ticket under its different names, and has figured repeatedly in the party's list of Knesset candidates. During the past few years, Popeye has veered even further leftward. Although his party still advocates a two-state solution, Pape, like his mentor Edward Said, believes that the only solution to the Arab-Israeli conflict is a single binational state of Palestine. I shall return to this theme. So, as I say, Pape and I always were uncomfortable companions in our historical travels. The outbreak at the end of September 2000 of the current Intifada, Jesus, which I regard as a Palestinian rebellion against the occupation in the West Bank and Gaza, and as a political terroristic assault on Israel's existence, and also an offshoot of fundamentalist Islam's ongoing assault in the West, in which Israel unfortunately figures as a frontline outpost, has, like a giant centrifuge, sent the new historians spinning towards opposite corners of the political universe. It has separated the anti-Zionist goats from the Zionist sheep, and has, God, every time I read the word goat, now that the term like goat and goated has become so ingrained as like, greatest of all time in my brain, is so fucking dumb, and has accentuated their goatish and sheepish natures. By now, it would not be incorrect to call Pape, as well as Shaim, an anti-Zionist. Okay, I'm not pronouncing this correctly, so I...
Hello everyone, my name is Fani Mitsopoulou and I'm the managing editor of the Oxford Political Review. Today we're very excited to be speaking to Professor Avi Shlaim.
Shlaim. The Iron Wall, Israel and the Arab World, which published 5 years ago, is highly critical to the Zionist movement in Israel. Since he started the current Intifada, he has moved steadily to the left, or is it really to the right? After all, he shares anti-Israel analysis with Europeans neo-fascists and the Islamic jihadists who openly advocate Israel's destruction in the name of medieval religious values. In an op-ed in the International Herald Tribunal, I already forgot. It's like Shalim, recently identified with the anti-Semitic British official James Troutbeck, who in June 1948 described the emergent state of Israel, the one that had just been assaulted by a bevy of Arab nations in defiance of the UN Partition Resolution, November 1947, as a gangster state headed by an utterly unscrupulous set of leaders. Today, Shlaim continued, a similar sense of moral outrage is felt towards the rightist government of Ariel Sharon and by people throughout the world. As for Pape, the outbreak of the Palestinian revolt has thrust into academic and political providence as one of the most outspoken Israeli advocates of a Western boycott of Israel's universities. During the past 3 years, many pro-Palestinian academics in the West have campaigned for, not very successfully, to persuade their universities to cut off contact with their Israeli counterparts and to block research and investment funds from reaching Israel's universities. Academic journals have refused to consider to publish papers by Israelis. A handful of academics have refused to supervise Israeli postgraduate studies, and scholars such as Eugene Rogan, head of the Middle East Center at Oxford St. Anthony's College, have refused to give lectures in a country governed by Ariel Sharon. Presumably, they would give lectures in countries run by the likes of Bashar al-Assad. Thanks for the follow, Gaming God GGG. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Hell yeah. And the Ayatollah Khomeini. Pape has been at the forefront of this effort. It is worth noting that he has not declined to receive wages from universities subsidized by government whose policies he finds so repulsive, based. It's also worth noting that here Pape's logic becomes as flawed as his ethics, that Israel's academic community, the one that's been boycotted by progressives in the West, has been the vanguard of the struggle within Israel to recognize Palestinians and to reach a political compromise. Israel's universities, says Prime Minister Sharon, Education Minister Limor Livnat, regularly recognized as a mainstay of the Israeli left, and none more than Haifa University, Pape's own institution, which is the highest proportion of Arab staff and students, the latter 20% in Israel. This has been Pape's political evolution. A history in modern Palestine is a milestone in his evolution as a historian. He sets out to tell the story of Palestine, which he far less frequently also refers to as the land of Israel during the 19th and 20th centuries, stating that starting with Napoleon's invasion in 1799. It is mainly the story of two peoples, Arabs and Jews, and the interactions between them. Needless to say, a great many pages are devoted to the development of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, but Pape, as it pains, as he tells in his foreword, not to confine himself to the usual tale of high politics and military history, to the thoughts, the words, the actions of leaders and generals. In keeping with the politically correct norms of the profession in the contemporary West, he focuses rather on the victims of the invasions, occupation, expulsion, discrimination, and racism to which Palestinians have been subject. His heroes, he say, are the women, children, peasants, workers, ordinary city dwellers, peacenicks, human rights activists, and his villains are the arrogant generals, the greedy politicians, the cynical statesmen, and the misogynist men. Why'd you have to throw in the last one? He was so close, guys. We're hating on misogynists now? What the hell? Don't clip that. It almost goes without saying that Pape's victims are primarily Palestinian Arabs, and all or almost all of the greedy and cynical are Israelis. In fairness, I should add that he does stitch up some misogynist Palestinians, which is not surprising given the fact that in Arab and Islamic societies, women are by tradition and often by law third-class members who often lack basic rights. In some countries, they have no vote. In other countries, they cannot drive cars, and so on. In this respect, Palestinian society is similar to Syrian or Jordanian or Egyptian society, but Pape papers this by repeatedly pointing out to the continuous improving nature of Palestinian women's status at certain points in the time. For example, 2 Palestinian intifadas or rebellions against Israel. Unfortunately, much of what Pape tries to tell his readers is complete fabrication. Damn. In trying to demonstrate women's growing political involvement and incidentally Israeli bestialness, he tells us that at one point, 1/3 of overall Palestinian casualties in the Intifada were women, and that rural women took a central role, boldly confronting the army. Among urban women, the proportion of participants in Intifada was even higher, he says, of all of his pure invention. In fact, women constituted about 5% of the Palestinian casualties in the first Intifada, according to B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights group. Even 1,100 Palestinians died at the hands of Israeli and security personnel during the uprising, and of these, 65 were women. Cheers from Mississippi, Old Wise Lion. We stand with Shady Vance and Musk. Time to kick the ass of the Latino gangs. That's so true, buddy. Hashtag regular people. Even a cursory glance at film footage of Intifada's riots showed that there were generally no female participants. Women did make an appearance in small numbers with pleading soldiers not to take away arrested men for questioning or when mourning male casualties lying bloodied in the streets, but women remain remarkably absent from the front lines of the Intifada, as they remain and still remain absent from the front lines in the current Intifada, and from the coffee shops of West Bank and Gaza and other venues where serious matters in the Arab Middle East are discussed and sometimes decided. Indeed, the recent surge in Islamic fundamentalism in Palestinian society has restricted women even more firmly to the hearts and home than was the case before the 1970s. Arafat, with his good sense for public relations, inducted 2 women, Hanan Ashrari and Jihad. Jihad. There's no way I'm pronouncing that correctly, but that's an awesome name. Cool. Into the political elite, and Arafat's Fatah has dispatched a handful of female suicide bombers into Israel's cities, but these are token representatives of a gender that is essentially disempowered in Palestinian society. Pape's periodic insertion of women into the unfolding history is artificial, often absurd, and occasionally without foundation in the sources. He tells us without offering any source or concrete example that following the Young Turks reformist revolution in 1908, women in Palestine too were the elite only, but the elite only began attempting to change their lives. They organized on a gender basis for the first time. Organized what? He does not tell us. And then he adds, true only among Zionist immigrants did women actually work, but even here, rhetoric was more abundant than fundamental change in gender relations. In other words, after completely inventing a small feminist revolution among Palestinian women, Pape, implicitly admitting that nothing of the sort occurred, goes on to assail the Zionists for being no better. The comparison is ridiculous. While women were certainly discriminated against in workplaces and wages, they had always been full citizens in the Zionist community. They worked in the fields and the factories, and they voted for candidates in the Zionist institutions, and they were elected to office. There's nothing comparable in pre-1948 Palestinian Arab society. Since contemporary historiography apparently requires it, Pape also injects children into Palestinian social history. Children are always there, of course, but very few sources discuss this, and their impact on the development of Palestine, at least until the Intifadas, was probably insubstantial. Yet a politically correct historian worth his spurs cannot include them, so Pape writes, it is also possible to say that 1908 marked a new beginning for the children in Palestine. What he means by this assertion, or what it bases it on, is never elucidated. Did children suddenly get to vote? Did they get more candy? Did they cry less? Pape does not say. What he does say is that in the Palestinian Arab school system, corporal punishment continued to be the norm. Continued to be the norm in the first half of the 20th century. He assumes that since the Young Turks Revolution in 1908 led to an increase in education through the Ottoman Empire, there must have been better schooling in Palestine too, hence the improvement of a lot of Palestinian children. But even if children were being routinely flogged in schools, perhaps an increase in schooling, if this was in fact occurred, would not necessarily have been a good thing. Keeping up the historiographical, fashion leads to confusion. Nations and nation states are retrograde and nasty almost by definition. At the outset of his book, Pape informs the reader that he intends to denationalize the history of modern Palestine, a worthy post-colonial or at least postmodern goal. But I can't speak. But how does one denationalize what is essentially a history of conflict between two nations or people? One strategy, seemingly, is that Pape adopts. It is the one that Pape adopts would be to focus on the economic and social developments in Palestine rather than that of the country's politics. Was the border open during Biden? Depends on what you mean. We had a huge asylum problem under Biden. I'm not opposed to saying that, and I also think there were some executive orders that Biden repealed that contributed to that asylum crisis. I don't think Trump seriously wants to solve that asylum crisis, but there are actions that Biden took that most certainly made the border "quote unquote" open, made it too easy to claim asylum. There were a lot of other actions Biden later took that made it harder to claim asylum. But alas, here too, the historian immediately comes up against the national problem. Inasmuch as Palestine's two national or ethnic communities, essentially development grew separately on national lines. Indeed, by the 1920s, it even spawned two separate national economies. Pape recognizes the trap almost as soon as the word denationalized escapes his lips, and in mid-paragraph, he dexterously switches gears, telling readers that at the least, he intends to binationalize his history. Unlike many of his predecessors from the Zionist and Arab camps, he will tell Palestine's history from both the Palestinian Arab and Israeli Jewish perspectives. And as the book unfolds, Pape describes the separate socioeconomic and political developments of each people at each stage in a country's history before reviewing their interactions. It all sounds very reasonable and very tolerant, but in fact, modern Palestine is really the story of one people, the Palestinians, who, according to Pape, unequivocally turned towards nationalism in 1912. Most historians would place this turn a bit later, in the 1920s and 1930s. They put upon and invaded and subjugated, and in part exiled by another people and invading people to Zionist Jews. Do you feel left behind by the DNC as a white male? I mean, I guess I think there are things that Democrats could do to appeal to young white men more, but personally, I don't. But I'm kind of an outlier in that, like, I'm just interested in a lot of political stuff, a lot of economic stuff. So, like, you know, naturally, like, I'm just gonna be, I'm just gonna like have opinions on things that's gonna align me with a certain party, and like, you know, what that party does to like appeal to my demographic is not gonna majorly affect like who I think has the better policy positions, because I actually know their policy positions that don't need them to like appeal to me somehow. But I think the Democrats should do, I don't know what they should do. I think the TikTok debaters do a good job. Dean, Parker, Chris, all those people. Who's the other guy? Dean, Parker, Chris, Harry. Dean, Parker, Chris, Harry. There's another guy. Not quite in the same thing. Dan. I like Dan. Dan. Last name starts with an M. I forget what it is. But that guy's cool. I love that guy. Carbon Says, that's another good guy. Young man. I think he's mixed race, but that doesn't, I mean, that still appeals to young men. I don't know how much we need to appeal to young white men specifically, but Pape barely mentions the Jewish habitation and rule over Israel during the thousands of years between Joshua's invasion and the crushing of the Hakoka revolt against Rome in 135 CE. And while he mentions the causes that during the late 19th century and 20th century propelled a fraction of the Jewish people to head forth to land of the Levant, anti-Semitic discrimination and violence into the Christian and later Muslim world, Pape's heart is clearly not in. He sees the invasion and the inevitable clash as solely from the Arabs' perspective. In Pape's account, there is no faulting the Palestinians for regularly assaulting the Zionist enterprise in 1920, 1921, 1929, 1936, and 1939, 1947, 1948, and in the late 60s and early 70s, 1987, and 2000. As there could be no criticizing them for rejecting the various compromises by the British, the Americans, the Jews, and the world community in 1937, 1947, 1977, 1978, and 2000. Palestinians are forever victims. The Zionists are forever brutal colonizers. To his credit, Pape wears his heart on his sleeve. There's no disembezzling here. He even tells us in the acknowledgments, as if he cannot wait to inform the readers of his loyalties, that his native tongue is Hebrew. While his native tongue is Hebrew, today he converses more and more in Arabic, and his love of the country of Palestine is matched only by his dislike of the state of Israel. Based. Tony Jutt once described in these pages an encounter with students in a graduate seminar in modern European history in American University. After some probing, the students would start to confess that they were actually in a state of panic. To be sure they could expatiate on length on the theories of nationalism. They had mastered disputes surrounding the nature of fascism and the gendered impact of industrialization. They knew that how to explain history, but they had not the foggiest notion of what happened, why it happened, or who did it, or why. They simply did not know history. The other could almost be describing Ian Pape's colleague in the one-state solution based. Thank you, Betty. Pape is too morally ignorant of basic facts of the Arab-Israeli conflict. This book is awash with errors of quantity and quality that are not found in serious historiography, and in Pape's case, is not just a matter of sloppiness or indolence in checking facts. The problem goes deeper. It can be almost called a deliberate system of error. The multiplicity of mistakes. Jesus, I choked on my own spit. The multiplicity of mistakes on these pages is a product of both Pape's historical methodology and its political proclivities. He seems to admit, as much when he writes early on, that my pro-Palestinian bias is apparent despite the desires of my peers that I stick to facts and to truth when reconstructing past realities. I view any such construction as vain and presumptuous. This book is written by one who admits the compassion for the colonized is not the colonizer, who sympathizes with the occupied, not the occupiers, and sides with the workers, not the bosses. Dog, kill me. Had to get this one in here. He feels for women in distress and has little admiration for men in command. Mine is a subjective approach. For those enamored with subjectivity and enthralled to historical relativism, a fact is not a fact and accuracy is unattainable. Why grope for the truth? Narrativity is all. So no reader should be surprised to discover that, according to Pape, certain Gaulian and polemic existed before the revolt in 1936. They were established in 1941 and 1941. The polemic between 1946 and 1948 fought against the British. In 1947 and 1948, it did not. That Ben Gurion in 1929 was chairman of the Jewish Industry Executive. He was the chairman from 1935 to 1948. That the Arab Higher Committee was established by 1934. It was not set up. It was set up in 1936. That the Arab Legion did not withdraw from Palestine along with the British in May 1948. Most of its units did. That the United States partition proposal of November 29, 1947 had equal numbers of supporters and detractors. The vote was 33 for, 13 against, and 10 absentees. And that the Jewish forces were better equipped than the invading Arab armies in May 1948. They were not by any stretch of the imagination. And that the first truce was signed on June 10th, 1948. It was never signed, and it began on June 11th. That in August 1948, the successor of Israeli campaigns continued, leading to the complete control of Palestine, apart from the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The second truce prevailed during August and September, and warfare resumed only in mid-October. That the Grand Mufti fled Palestine in 1948. He left in October 1937. That the Hebrew University of Jerusalem was built in 1920. It was founded in 1925 and constructed during the following decades. That Tel Aviv was founded on a Saturday morning in July 1907. It was founded in 1909. That the late 19th century Zionist pioneers, known as the British Bilium, established the first Zionist settlements in Palestine. They did not. And that they were led by Moshe Leyenblum and Leon Pinsker. They were not. That the Israeli Foreign Office translated by UN Security Council Resolution 242 into Hebrew in a way that implied it did not have to withdraw from all the territories it occupied in the Six-Day War. The resolution, in its authoritative language, speaks of withdrawal from occupied territories, not the territories or all the territories. That in 1979, there were 1.8 million Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, and in 1982, well beyond 2 million. On both dates and numbers, the dates and number was around 200,000. That Black September, the Jordanian crackdown against the PLO, took place in 1969. It was 1970. That the first settlements on the West Bank were established in 1968. They were established in 1967. That there was an anti-Hashemite uprising in Jordan in 1956. That there were anti-Hashemite or anti-Baghdadi pact riots in Jordan in 1955, but not an uprising. That the negotiations of Palestine's future produced during World War II 3 documents: the Hussein McMahon Correspondence, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and the Balfour Declaration, only the last focus on Palestine's future. That I joked once, but again, in September 1918, the north of Palestine was taken quietly by the British Army. It was taken in battle, the Battle of Armageddon and Medigo. That 300 Jews and a similar number of Arabs were killed in the Arab Rising of 1929. Just over 100 Jews and a similar number of Arabs died, and so on and so on. Again, Poppy's errors are not merely a matter of sloppiness, but of a contempt for the living dollars. The facts. The book is also a watch of errors resulting from the writer's ideological preferences, his interest in blackening the Zionists and whitening the Palestinians, his description of events in 1920, in which Poppy proves a dictum of necessity. In this case, an ideological imperative is the mother of invention, is surely a classic of the genre. In April 1920, a Nabi Masroor rally and Muslims celebrating commemoration of Prophet Muhammad clashed with the most aggressive of the Zionist organizations, Betar, whose members marched provocatively in the streets of Arab Jerusalem at the time of the feast, and a day of violence ended with deaths on both sides. A British commander of the inquiry, the Palin Commission, concluded the obvious that there was growing dissatisfaction among the Palestinian elite with the British pro-Zionist policy. In fact, Poppy's even-handedness, while morally condemnable, is out of place. There was no provocation. Provocative Jews marched through Arab Jerusalem. There was no march at all. What occurred was an unprovoked assault on Jewish passerbys in shops by a politically religious inflamed Muslim mob. The subsequent British investigations embodied in the Palin report found that a Muslim Arab religious procession incited by, among others, Haj Amin al-Husseini and Arfif al-Arfif, a Palestinian journalist, had attacked Jews along Jaffa roads in Jewish West Jerusalem, and then inside the old city. Batar, the young movement of the right-wing revisionist movement, was founded in 1923, so clearly it could not have had a hand in the events of 1920. Even a postmodernist can see that. The Palin report, acknowledging the program for what it was, stated that all evidence goes to show the Arab attacks were of a cowardly and treacherous description, mostly against old men, women, and children, frequently in the back. Though, to round out the picture, Palin did attribute the rising tide of Arab anger to Britain's pro-Zionist policies. Brazen inaccuracy simply marks Poppy's treatment of the Arab revolt in 1936 and 1939. Poppy writes that the Arab High Committee had tried to negotiate a principal settlement with the Jewish agency. It did not. That in October 1936, the AHC declared a general strike. It was declared in May 1936 and then October. That in August 1937, Palestinians assassinated Major Andrew, the British acting Galley district commissioner. His name was Louis Andrews. He was a civilian, and he was assaulted in September. And that quite a few of the Palestinian dead in 1936, 1939 rebelling were women. There was no accurate figures, but there can be no doubt that only a handful of 3,000 to 6,000 Palestinians dead were women who generally took no part in the rioting and fighting. Poppy writes in the 1969 election, the moderate Eshkol could not prevail against the more inflexible Golda Meir. Eshkol simply died. I was going to say, even I know this. Simply died in office in his party. Mapei selected Meir as successor. In the general elections in 1969, the incumbent prime minister, heading the Mapai list, ran against and beat a collection of right-wing, religious, and left-wing parties. What's up, Frito? That there were 1 million Palestinians living outside Palestine by the end of the 1948 war. The number was no more than 300,000. That the FID literally self-sacrificing guerrillas activities initially consisted of attempts to retrieve lost property. This was probably true of the infiltrating Palestinian refugees, but the FIDM, I think is what it's called, set up by Egypt in 1954 to 55, from the first were engaged in intelligence and terrorist activities, not a proper retrieval. That Lebanon was destroyed in Israel carpet bombing in the air and ground in 1982. Lebanon was not destroyed, though several neighborhoods in a number of cities were badly damaged. There was no carpet bombing. Again, the list is endless. Where Poppy's ideological bent is not responsible for the outright inventions and errors, it leads to narrative lopsidedness. He devotes a full 7 pages to the instances of Zionist Arab cooperation and of coexistence, which he calls cohabitation, during the Arab revolt in 1936 and 1939, but only 2 pages to the actual revolt and its consequences. Surely the revolt itself was far more important than a handful of concurrent inconsequential Arab-Jewish contacts aiming at coexistence. And Poppy devotes a mere 16 pages to the revolutionary upheaval on 1948 war. Surely that's the central bent of Palestine's modern history, and 2 of those pages were maps. Very space. Still, 1948 does relatively well in the regard. 1973 war was Poppy describes as a devastating Israeli defeat, echoing Arab propaganda and the bloodiest Arab-Israeli confrontation. In fact, the war in 1947 to 1949 was bloodier. Gets about half a page. I should assume that Haif Assad of Syria did not embark in the 1973 war in order to resume peace. In order to resume the peace process with Israel, he simply wanted to reconquer the Golan Heights, and perhaps thus to avoid entering a peace process. Poppy dedicates his book to Ido, Yotan, and my two lovely boys. May they not live only in a modern Palestine, but also in a peaceful one. His choice of the term Palestine rather than Israel would seem to indicate that Poppy is looking forward to the validity that will emerge after Israel's disestablishment or demise. He is obviously in support of a single binational state in all Palestine, and he is no fool. He must know what such a state would look like. A binational state, if established tomorrow, would contain roughly 5 million Jews and 4.5 million Arabs, 1.3 million Israeli Arabs, including the Arabs of East Jerusalem, 2 million in West Bank Arabs, and close to 1.5 million Arabs in Gaza Strip. There would be instant chaos. Arab and Jewish communities would vie for dominance and try to settle old scores. And as the 2 to 3 million refugees from 1948 and their descendants, now residents in the West Bank and Gaza, would make tracks for and try to repossess lost houses and lands in pre-1967 Israel. Moreover, the right of return to be adopted would be as demanded by the Palestinian Arabs and the surrounding Arab world. Perhaps with the European endorsement, another million Arabs would simply pour into the country from the refugee camps in Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, instantly creating an Arab majority rule in the bi-national state. If the state were democratic, the majority would determine its character, and in a fairly short order, it would become an Arab state with gradually decreasing Jewish minority. Without doubt, the Arab majority would pass legislation blocking further Jewish immigration into the country, and equally, without doubt, Jews would begin to leave. But even the implementation of an instant or gradual return of refugees from outside Palestine, Poppy's binational state would quickly become an Arab majority state, given relative Arab and Jewish birth rates. Palestinian Arab families have had an average of 4 to 5 children, and this includes Israeli Arab households. Well, Israeli Jewish families tend to have 2 or 3 children. Within a decade or so of its creation, the binational state would have an Arab majority. I find it difficult to imagine what sort of life Poppy really believes that he and his children, his children and grandchildren could expect as members of a Jewish minority in an Arab state. After all, Jewish minorities in the Islamic Arab world have fared poorly over the centuries, always subject to second-class citizenship and often brutal oppression and massacres. As late as the 1940s, they suffered from discriminatory laws and pogroms in Baghdad, Tripoli, and Aden, and by the 1960s, they had all fled or been expelled from their native lands. In Iraq, 135,000 Jews in 1948 has today about 50 Jews. Egypt, once was 50,000 has about 100. Morocco, with 256,000 in 1948, has about 6,000. For all practical purposes, these countries have been ethnically cleansed of their Jews. Almost no Jews at all are left in Yemen or Algeria, and none, as far as I know, live in Saudi Arabia, Libya, Oman, Kuwait, and the UAE. A Muslim-dominated Palestine would be even less benign or hospitable towards its Jewish minority. After all, the Palestinians are not particularly forgivable people. The cry for revenge seems to be on the lips of every suicide bomber, and what they have suffered at Jewish hands since 1947 will not easily be erased from their collective and individual memories. Moreover, the Islamic Arab world, including Arafat's Palestinian Authority, has shown little procant for democracy. More generally, tolerance of the other is not a deeply ignited tradition in the Muslim Arab world, as the fate of the Arab world's Christian communities in the 19th and 20th centuries will attest. Look at Sudan. Nor would the social and economic gap between Jews and the Arabs' Poppy's binational state make for peaceful coexistence. So I doubt that Ido and Yotan will, Yonatan, I don't know, will enjoy life in their new Arab-dominated environment. My prediction is that, whatever their politics, they will quickly repair to Europe and America. And if, contrary to logic, they stick it out, they will enjoy an existence definitely less free, creative, and pleasant than that currently enjoyed by Israel's Arab minority citizens. This is a truly appalling book. Anyone interested in the real history of Palestine-Israel and the Palestinian-Israeli conflict would do well to run vigorously in the opposite direction. Based. Is Sample still here? Sample told me to read this. I don't know if Sample... He said he had a class. I don't know if it's over yet or anything. Okay. Well, it's 5 a.m. where I am. I think I'm done for the night. Thanks everyone for being here. I had a really good stream. Really, it was a big stream for me, obviously. Everyone watching on Kick right now, if you stuck around from the raid, really, really appreciate it. You can drop a follow here, that'd be cool. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel. You should all check out the YouTube channel, okay? There's a lot of like edited debates on the YouTube channel. So like if you don't want to just watch me read more shit, like go to the YouTube channel. Like there's just had a debate on tariffs. There's debates on Donald Trump's criminal cases, like I said. Go check that out. I love streaming. Love you guys let me do this. I look forward to streaming again tomorrow. The people on Twitch can go. How do I rate on Kick? I actually don't know. I never have viewers in Kick, so I don't know. But I really appreciate it. I will see you guys all probably not tomorrow, because by now I have so much fucking shit to edit that I don't know if I'll get to stream tomorrow. But certainly pretty soon. Appreciate it, everyone. Love all you guys. Love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Look forward to doing more cool shit in the future. We have an Israel debate coming up. That'll be fun. Appreciate all you guys. Love all you guys. I'm still trying to figure out how to host on Kick. Did that work? There we go. Okay. Love all you guys. I'll see you soon. And then people on Twitch can go to fucking... Who is streaming? Carbon is streaming. Go to Carbon. Okay. See you guys.
The Panama Canal, which you took from us.
Thank you for the rate, non-fun.
See you guys.
Or whatever.